Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description.
4YB 116 heading towards the Valley of Gods. Rocks out. The holding back celestial dragons.
He has experienced more, so he is particularly sensitive to such things. After Marine attacked with almost all his troops and fought out all the elites, Longbread already realized that something was wrong with the situation. When he formed a partnership with Charlotte Linlin to explore the sea together, wasn't he aiming for glory and wealth? As a result, now, we have reached the point where we have to fight Marine with bayonets and fight to the death with real swords and guns. He would not use his life to fight for other people's careers. It seems that they need to make early plans for the next step. Waiting for a suitable opportunity, Bao Bao whispered to Charlotte Linlin on the side, first send Parasparrow and Katakuri out of this island and find a safe place to settle down. I know. Charlotte Linlin nodded slightly, that was the cornerstone of her future family creation, and of course she would not give up on her children just like that. It's easier to say about the others. That's Katakuri. If we have to abide by some man's agreement and stay on this island waiting for the skeleton named Brook to come back, it will be difficult. Longbread seemed to have thought of something and said rather helplessly.
Well, after Kaido and Kazuki Oden returned here before, they didn't come empty-handed. In addition to bringing Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Laike specially prepared drinks for him. There is also the guri rice cake that Brook brought back for Katakuri, which he made with his own hands, and a lot of glutinous rice. Well, now Katakuri, 16, has eaten the nuo fruit and became a rice cake glutinous rice person. And the gifts Brook sent back were exactly what he wanted.
For this reason, Katakuri was very moved and missed Brook very much, thinking that even Kaido and Kazuki Oden could come back.
Then one day in the future, Brook will definitely be able to return to this island.
So, he was thinking about waiting for Brook to come back here, saying thank you personally and giving him his own gift. Therefore, when thinking about Katakuri's character, Longbread has a headache. This is not an easy thing to coax. And just when Longbread was thinking hard, Charlotte Linlin was careless and ignored. The initiator of this operation, Rox D. Zebek, finally came to the forefront. Target, Valley of the Gods. Without any nonsense, he crossed his arms and gave his instructions in an unusually calm manner. On this ship, he is the captain, the leader and master of everything. Everyone in Rox Pirate has the final say on what actions they will take next and which island they will go to. Finally, it's time for a big fight. Advertisement. Wow, ha 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 ha, Lousy has been waiting for this day for a long time. Our broadsword has been thirsty for a long time, and we can't wait to chop down all those bastards. The Valley of the Gods, where the celestial dragons live, is worthy of being the boss of Zebek. My place is exactly what I want. That's right. Those naughty Marine and world government guys were dancing so happily outside and doing so many little tricks. Do they really think we are soft persimmons and can be pinched whenever they want? Ha 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 ha, Lousy has been holding his breath in his heart, and was thinking of going outside to teach these Marine scoundrels from celestial dragons a lesson. Now that I've seen it, I'll use it to deal with this guy and then target his master. HMPH, our base industry outside has been messed up. I must make amends with those celestial dragons. That's right. Since the Valley of the Gods is the name of the island after the celestial dragons, the gods' creator, then there must be the wealth of the Poseidon Emperor accumulated by the Wylong people. He, when we conquer that place, everything there will be ours. A group of ferocious pirates gathered together, talking among themselves and making all kinds of weird laughter. This group of pirates all have very weird personalities. They can even be said to be completely opposite pirates. They have different needs. Some are simply unhappy to see Marine. Some just want the feeling of being above the superiors, and some are simply eager to kill, especially the blood of celestial dragons. And some people are much more straightforward, they only want to covet the treasures of the celestial dragons in the Valley of Gods. There are also all kinds of treasures that are simply driven by profit and ready to move. It can be said that Rox D. Zebek's choice of going to the Valley of the Gods to conquer was a stroke of genius. Not only has it cleverly transferred its own internal conflicts, but it has also successfully increased its internal cohesion while effectively resisting the invasion of Marines from the outside. This move is not bad at all, and if this move is really successful, it will definitely be the starting point of Rox Pirate's career. But it's a pity, all the beautiful visions, all the plans, all the ambitions will all come to nothing. The roots are already rotten. The main combat forces such as Longbread and Charlotte Linlin have no intention of fighting for this life and death. Instead, they only want to run away. Golden Lion, Haki also has his own little juju in his heart. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate was disappointed with this team early. Under such circumstances, Rox Pirate wants to overthrow the Valley of the Gods. Obviously it's impossible. Ever since, under the face of the leader, Captain Rox D. Zebek, with his hands crossed, extremely confident and heroic. The sword of Zebek, riding the wind and waves, sailed into the ocean of the New World, heading towards the direction of the Valley of the Gods. After they left for a while, Marine got the news. At that moment, the Vanguard and the two Marine admirals in the middle, Brown Python and Grey Sheep, also instantly became gloomy. Such a move to surround Wei and rescue Zhao directly hit their 7 inches. Advertisement in fact, if they ignore everything and directly capture all Rox Pirate territory, especially if their Beehive Island Hachinosu is also defeated. So this group of guys floating on the sea with different ideas will sooner or later be attacked from the inside and eliminated. This can be said to be the minimum cost to determine the way to eliminate the Rocks pirate. But it's a pity, when a group of Rocks pirates selected the Valley of the Gods as their main target of attack and took action. It was already doomed. Their marine operation failed this time and they had to return to defense. After all, it is the celestial dragons who are threatened this time. The so-called world nobles are the kind of people who need Marine Admiral to protect them once they're in danger. What are you idiots doing out there? Why don't you hurry up and come back as soon as possible? This is a bunch of trash. They don't want to protect us properly, so they went out to catch some low-level pirates? Are they your father or your mother? You care so much about them, why don't you think carefully about why the fishman I raised died? After protecting us, I need more treasures and 263 animal feces. Hurry up and collect them for me. Don't worry about those pirates.
These are already from the celestial dragon's communication, which is relatively polite and does not involve swearing. As for the other phone calls and messages, they were just as unpleasant to listen to as they were. It's really hard to imagine that a group of guys like that could be world nobles. News of the Rocks pirates' march to the Valley of the Gods spread throughout the naval headquarters and world government. The pressure from the celestial dragons almost pressed Marine up and down until he couldn't breathe. This is one of the great sorrows of being attached to the world government. Any celestial dragons can command and scold Marine at will.
It is also the biggest obstacle on their path to justice. What we reported was that the Rocks pirate might go to the Valley of the Gods, but it has not yet been confirmed. As a result, those celestial dragons have already jumped on it without any care. Marine Admiral candidate, Black Arm, Zephyr's face looked a little ugly. He is really unwilling to let the current good situation go to waste. No way, who told them to be celestial dragons? The resourceful general, Sengoku said in a deep voice, although his tone was relatively calm, but there was a flash of anger in his eyes. Not to mention that there is a huge probability that the Rocks pirate will march towards the Valley of the Gods. Even if there is only a small possibility, the celestial dragons require us Marine to defend them. They don't care what kind of results we have achieved outside, they will only focus on their own ego. Black Arm. Zephyr heard this and gritted his teeth. Thousands of words surged out of his throat, but in the end they were still stuck between his teeth. Regarding the celestial dragons, they are Marines, but it's really hard to comment on them. 117 ahead on collision. The Roger pirates are on the move. After all, who told them? Marine is nominally a violent organization under the world government, and its military expenditures also come from the world government. From Zephyr's point of view, even if he is not angry with celestial dragons, he cannot say anything to criticize them. As a soldier, subordinates can only obey orders from their superiors unconditionally. But, for Iron Fist, Garp on the side, this is not a worry at all. That's why I said it. While eating senbei, he chewed vaguely and muttered. Those guys are just a bunch of scum. As a Marine Vice Admiral, I have nothing else to ask for. Garp, who has no desires and does whatever he wants, has also ushered in his peak state without worries and restraints. Rocks? He swallowed the senbei in his mouth, then grinned with a seemingly heartless smile. I don't know how many punches that guy can survive under my hands. Marine received instructions from the world government and celestial dragons, and had no choice but to immediately change its target and direction. Moving quickly towards the Valley of Gods, the original plan to gradually erode away was scrapped. It was time to face the group of Rocks pirate tigers and wolves head-on. From boiling a frog in warm water to a real head-on collision, this will inevitably lead to a more tragic price.
The Marines didn't want to take such action, but they had no choice. The celestial dragons had spoken, and they had no choice but to comply. But in this case, if it turns into a head-to-head confrontation, it depends on the combat power of both sides, who is stronger. Marine staff team started working quickly, measuring the combat power of both sides, and then arranging the matchup situation. Whoever deals with whom, whoever solves whom, and whoever fights against whom can achieve rich results. These require detailed information on the members and combat capabilities between Naval Headquarters and Rocks Pirate, and then make arrangements.
It is really not an easy task to plan the best response plan in such a short period of time. But this is exactly the purpose and role of the General Staff Department. And just when Rocks Pirate and Naval Headquarters were heading towards the Valley of the Gods at the same time, the war was about to break out. In a certain sea area not far from the Valley of the Gods. Are you sure? Are those guys from Rocks going to the Valley of the Gods? The Oro Jackson rode the wind and waves, sailing on the blue sea. Along with the sea breeze, came the question from the long-lost captain with a curly nose and beard. Yes, Captain Roger, their destination, if nothing else, is the Valley of the Gods, backquote. Spencer, one of the navigators on the ship, looked at the map carefully and then gave an affirmative answer. Advertisement, that's it. Gold D. Roger pinched his nose hair and then showed a rather satisfied smile. That's good. Now that we've found the whereabouts of that group of people, the next step will be easy. The Wano-kuni craftsman named Kazuki Oden is also on that ship, right? We also need his ability to read and write ancient texts. It just so happens that we are relatively close to them, so let's go talk to them. Gold D. Roger talked about chatting, but the meaning behind his words was not that simple. After all, the other party is a member of Rocks Pirate. I am a foreign pirate and I want to invite that guy on the ship. Omuriru is about to have a fight with alcohol and poison. Really, if I hadn't recently learned that to go to the final island, you need to determine the direction of the ancient historical text. Otherwise, I wouldn't have wasted so much time before. Gold D. Roger was complaining there, as if he was a child, sulking. Fortunately, it's not too late now. After I invite Kazuki Odin to the ship, if I can identify the meaning of those ancient characters, I am confident that I can reach the final destination within a year, island. When he thought of this, Gold D. Roger couldn't help but puff up his chest, his face full of confidence. Now, they have everything ready, except Kazuki Odin. After he learned the historical texts needed to go to the final place through certain channels, he set his sights on those guys who could read and write historical texts. The figure of Kazuki Odin, a descendant of the Kazuki family of masons who carved these ancient words on the stone tablet when Wano-kuni built it, came into Gold D. Roger's sight. Even after learning that he was now on the Rocks pirates ship and had come out of Wano-kuni, he was still fearless. I just borrowed it from that guy Rocks. He twirled his curly nose and beard and whispered. The guys from Rocks shouldn't be so stingy, right? Pluton Rayleigh, who was listening. The corners of his eyes twitched, his face suddenly looked strange and speechless, and he glanced at his captain. You go and ask for someone's crew in person, and you call it a loan. Do you think you're borrowing soy sauce? Just borrow it? They are living people, and whether they let the pirates go is one thing, and whether the person involved is willing to go with you is another thing. I just took it for granted and prepared myself confidently. Forget it. Rayleigh looked at Roger's confident look and knew that he would not listen to her advice. It would be better to wait until they actually meet each other, and then he will be more honest after hitting a wall. Rayleigh shook his head there, while Copper Jabba hesitated slightly. But Captain Roger, the Valley of the Gods they're going to is the territory where the celestial dragons are located. If we go there rashly, we will probably get involved in a dispute between the world government, celestial dragons, marine, and Rock's pirate. There, Copper Jabba tactfully explained the seriousness of the problem, hoping to get Gold D. Roger to give up this idea as soon as possible. However, advertisement, is that so? Gold D. Roger was serious and nodded. I see. When the time comes, we will go there and explain the situation clearly. We are just here to borrow people and have no intention of starting a war with them. We have made our intention known, so they will have no reason to deal with us. Gold D. Roger said matter-of-factly, Copper Jabba. Isn't this too childish? Are you sure you're not kidding, Captain? Copper Jabba saw Gold D. Roger's serious look, and after making sure that he was not joking, his expression immediately became a little constipated and he became speechless. This really makes him not know what to say. Why do people believe whatever you say? This is too naive, Captain. You are still a 3-year-old child. Copper Jabba's face was completely speechless, but the captain had spoken, and as a crew member, he had no choice but to obey. But I still have to say something that needs to be said. For example, according to the information we have obtained, Kazuki Odin is indeed from Wano-kuni, but he is also Kaido's sworn brother, and was brought by Kaido to Hachinosu, the Hive Island in the Outer Sea. Since he and Kaido are sworn brothers, then he must be a subordinate of Rock's Demo Laike just like Kaido. We are just asking people to be dignified like this. Is this really okay? Copper Jabba didn't speak clearly, but the meaning behind his words was very clear. Roger, on the other hand, was still like a child, sitting cross-legged directly on the ground, with his index finger and thumb making an 8-like shape and supporting his chin. It is true that some, Zhao Li Zhao, are not very good. He thought about it for a while, then nodded seriously. Upon seeing this, Rayleigh and Copper Jabba looked at each other, and then both breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, although my own captain sometimes behaves like a child, he never loses control at critical moments. So, it's better to call him and let him know. Gold D. Roger suddenly patted his forehead there, and he came up with such a very etiquette behavior. But if I talk on the phone, it would seem a bit unofficial and polite. Gold D. Roger frowned again, thinking carefully under the utter despair and giving up looks in Jabba and Rayleigh's eyes. Generally speaking, in situations like this, it's best to communicate through letters. But that guy didn't say where he was. Even if he might be in Wano-kuni, he was in a state of seclusion. Letters couldn't get in at all. There is not enough time to send letters back and forth. When the time comes, the daylilies will be cold, that's it. So, what should I do? Hey, I have it, then let me write an IOU to Mo Laike. 118 Mo Laike's car. Open black lens bracket Pluton close black lens bracket battleship. There's no way we can cooperate with Marine, right? Gold D. Roger's eyes suddenly lit up, and he came up with what he thought was a perfect method. Give Mo Laike an IOU in advance. In this case, even if he catches him, I will have a reason to do this, hee. Rayleigh and Copper Jabba. This is not something you can unilaterally write an IOU and get the other party's recognition and consent. The other party will not buy it at all. Even if he has had a relationship with you before, it is too shallow. Of course, although if you do this, the probability of being beaten up by Fatty will be higher. You also know that you will be beaten by Fatty? And you are just a little older? Obviously you will definitely suffer such a situation, okay? Silver Rayleigh and Copper Jabba are both powerless to complain. But with such an IOU, when I get beaten, I should be beaten a few less times. Gold D. Roger rubbed his chin there and thought seriously. Rayleigh and Copper Jabba, so the purpose of you writing this IOU is to avoid being beaten by Mo Laike, right? The two of them spread their hands together and almost slapped Roger on the face, just like Usopp slapped Luffy. However, the two of them were almost immune to Gold D. Roger's own captain's outrageous actions. They all knew clearly that their captain was so good at playing around, just like a child, playing with all kinds of tiring and unexpected methods. However, who made them choose such a captain? Rayleigh and Jabba looked at each other again, and then sighed at the same time. We can only talk to the other companions first, and then we will go to the Valley of the Gods. At the same time, we must also be mentally prepared to be besieged by Marine, World Government's CP organization, Rock's Pirate, and the hidden Mo-Lai from all sides.
Well, as pirates, they rashly headed to the Valley of the Gods, obviously posing a threat to the celestial dragons living there. And it is easy to be misunderstood as an accomplice of the Rock's Pirate, or a fisherman who wants to take advantage of the situation and get a piece of the pie. Under such a situation, it is obvious that the Roger pirates will not get a good look from Marine and World Government. Maybe they will also classify them as intruders like the Rock's Pirate, and cause a focused fire attack on them. And they are equally unwelcome on the Rock's Pirate side. After all, at this point in time, it is hard not to think about the pirates coming with them.
In addition, the hidden World Government CP organization, and the main purpose of their trip, is to find Kazuki Odin, and his boss Laike is very likely to be watching.
No matter which way you look at it, both Rayleigh and Jabba feel that this action is not very optimistic, and may even suffer some setbacks.
If we are attacked by Rock's Pirate and Marine together, our situation will be even more dangerous. Rayleigh sighed and said this with a worried look on her face. Be more open-minded, advertisement. Jabba patted his shoulder. Perhaps, it's also possible that we join forces with Rock's Pirate and others to move Marine down first. After all, we are both pirates, and we have a friendship like Laike, so we can still live up to our reputation, right?
It would be better if it could really be like this. Rayleigh shook his head and said sarcastically, it's not like you don't know what kind of characters those guys on the Rock's ship have. Counting on such a group of guys, let alone the cooperation between the two of us, I doubt whether they can reach an agreement among themselves. At this point, Rayleigh couldn't help but laugh. Instead of making me believe that they can coordinate internally and fight the enemy with one heart, I would rather believe that we will work together with Marine to end them. Rayleigh shrugged, spread his hands, and expected a group of guys within Rock's Pirate to cooperate sincerely. It was better to believe that they, Roger pirates, would cooperate with Marine. What makes Rock's Pirate famous and famous all over the world is the strength of Rock's Pirate, and their unique way of getting along within them. What you said is true. Jabba smacked his lips and felt that it was indeed the case. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly. As for Laike, instead of placing our hopes on others, we should try our best to solve the problem ourselves. He said slowly, after all, the guy Captain Roger wants this time is Laike's subordinate, and he won't hand him over so easily. Furthermore, there are two Rocks in one sentence. He is Zebek's younger brother, and there is a real blood relationship between the two parties. Instead of believing in the friendship between us, it is better to think about how to deal with him, which is more practical. Copper Jabba rubbed his head. He had a hunch that this trip to the Valley of the Gods would definitely not be so stable, and there might be many huge twists and turns. As for what Rayleigh said before, joining forces with Marine to eliminate the Rock's Pirate. How could this be possible? Copper Jabba subconsciously ignored this situation. How could BGCF thieves join forces with Marine? This is too ridiculous. And just as everyone in the Roger Pirate group was discussing their next trip to the Valley of the Gods, the Oro Jackson was sailing there in the wind and waves. Wano-Kuni, Guri area. At this time, there was no figure of the legendary big man, Laike, in the main city of Julie. At this moment, he was watching something deep underground in Wano-Kuni. It's almost time. In the quaint cave filled with darkness, Laike couldn't help but show a look of satisfaction on his face as he looked at the huge battleship in front of him. It was covered with all kinds of moss, and it was obvious that it had been there for quite some time. But it has been stored here for hundreds of years, and it still seems to be as new as ever. Advertisement. Even if the entire huge battleship exudes the thick, simple, and vicissitudes of life atmosphere, it still cannot change its essence. BWGB. B. The entire battleship is covered by a strong and ferocious offensive aura, which can make people know at a glance. This battleship is an extremely powerful weapon. And it is one of the three ancient weapons that have been buried deep under Wano-Kuni. According to legend, the most evil battleship in the history of shipbuilding, the super battleship built by the Seven Rivers, can destroy an island with one shot. Open black lens bracket Pluton close black lens bracket Pluton. The world government has always been afraid of and longed for Pluton. Later, the top leaders of the world government repeatedly expressed their hope to obtain Pluton to end the era of great pirates. But they have always wanted Pluton, and even in order to obtain Pluton, they framed Tom Boatman to achieve their sinister purpose. In the end, they still had nothing, and everything was in vain. Logically speaking, Pluton is a weapon from 800 years ago. Times are developing and society is progressing. 800 years have passed, and modern technology is still higher than it was back then. However, this is not the case. 800 years ago, in this world, there stood a huge kingdom with a high degree of civilization and advanced ideas. The technology possessed by that kingdom and the huge machines left behind were all astonishing to Vegapunk, a genius who ate the brain fruit and was 500 years ahead of human technology. One can imagine how advanced the technology of that huge kingdom 800 years ago was. The Pluton battleship is very likely to be the most successful product of their technology, so looking at the world today, it will also be a rare, huge and powerful weapon. Molai has been working on Wano Kuni for 3 years, and finally excavated this Pluton today. In fact, as early as 3 years ago, Laike had already found the existence of this Pluton battleship through Captain Jack's compass. But after all, 800 years and the passage of time have inevitably affected the performance of its warships to some extent. If you want to start it again, it may be fine, but the driving, handling and power are likely to be affected to a certain extent. Even the power may not be as exaggerated as the previous statements, which can destroy an entire island with one shot. For this reason, True Lake will certainly not allow this to happen. Finally, he found the whereabouts of the Pluton battleship, and he happened to be missing a vehicle. Although the flying magic carpet is good, he is a pirate after all, a pirate sailing on the sea. In the future, when his power becomes stronger, he will form a team and go to sea. Kaido, Brook, Kazuki Oden, Bullet, the Baboon Group. These characters one after another cannot be represented by just one case, flying magic carpet. 119 New energy. Huge power after further strengthening. Therefore, it is necessary to have a vehicle like Pluton. What's even more rare is that the power possessed by such a ship is truly terrifying. In itself, it can be measured as a huge combat power. With such an equipped weapon, Laike must of course study it carefully. Not to mention that it can be made more powerful and more functional, at the very least, its own power cannot be degraded or weakened. Therefore, in the past 3 years, in addition to his own practice, Laike has been repairing and strengthening this banquet warship. He collected some precious rare metals and materials on the sea outside through the channels of Morgans, as well as the treasured items from other worlds that he obtained from the instant kill column. In addition, Laike himself went out to find some specific targets. As well as the knowledge and skills in ship repair and strengthening, and related professional knowledge, Laike also continued to learn and study intensively, and finally, it took 3 full years to finally complete the repairs of this Pluton battleship. Although the appearance still looks so primitive and vicissitudes of life, the more it looks like this, the more deceptive it becomes. What other people can't see, underneath the entangled moss, is the layer of fine gold, steel and silver poured into it, the hardest surface in the world. No matter what kind of attack, it is almost impossible to shake this Pluton battleship. And in addition to the appearance of defense, there are also aspects of control, driving and attack. In Laike's hand, a delicate and compact handle appeared, just like the handle similar to remote control cars and remote control airplanes. Kaka, Laike gently pressed the button above twice, as if it were a switch. And then, at the next moment, a slight chime sounded, and then, beams of shining lights instantly lit up, illuminating the entire underground cave extremely brightly. The ferocious muzzles are even more terrifying and make people tremble. Wow, Laike ducked and his figure appeared on the deck of the Pluton battleship. At this time, the deck was completely different from the moss outside. Instead, it was extremely clean and tidy. Moreover, the space is huge, and the surrounding materials are constantly poured with certain materials to become what it is now. It also looks very technological. Laike is quite satisfied with the appearance, but what's going on inside? After he gets all the crew members on board, he will naturally let them tidy up the rooms they like. Click. Advertisement. Then, Laike gently operated the handle and saw that the wheel energy of the Pluton warship also changed in the direction of his control. Laike tried it again. No matter it is forward, backward, rotation direction, or power, propulsion, weakening and so on. Even the adjustment of the muzzle, parking and many other aspects are all controlled very clearly by this small handle. As expected of Pluton, Laike just did a simple operation, and then checked the corresponding functions on it, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Pluton battleship has all the excellent features of ordinary ships. This is why Laike feels that it is not simply used as a weapon. It is more than enough to be used as a pirate ship. At the same time, he also looked at the one at the front, which seemed ordinary but contained a huge muzzle with astonishing power, thoughtfully. Pluton battleships usually have the power to destroy an island with one shot. Whitebeard's Sea Shock can easily do this, Marine's Buster Call can also do it, and Vegapunk later made it for IM. The Flame Mother weapon that destroyed Lulusia Kingdom can also do the same. There are many weapons that can only destroy an island, and there are already many that Laike knows. Therefore, it is not surprising that this Pluton battleship has special features. Although the world government later pursued the Pluton battleship so eagerly, it shows that it has something unique. But for Laike, this power is still not enough. The power still needs to be strengthened a little bit. This is the most important issue that Laike has been thinking about besides repairing it in the past 3 years. The power often comes from the cannonballs of the Pluton battleship, and the cannonballs come from the energy it launches. It has to be said that the guy who created the Pluton battleship is a genius. He successfully used the huge energy emitted by carbonated drinks such as Coke to act as the gunfire power of the Pluton battleship. Well, that's right, it's the Coke and other carbonated power devices used by Frankie himself. After Frankie transformed his body into an artificial human, he found his senior brother Mr. Bingshan, who was the mayor of the Seven Waters City and the boss of Carrera Company. From his hand, he got the banquet design drawing left by Mr. Tom. For a shipbuilder, nothing is more valuable and attractive than a blueprint. Pluton, the design drawings of the battleship fell into Frankie's hands, even though he had vowed never to build a ship again. But, I don't want to build a ship anymore. Let me look at the design drawings. It's okay after all. With this mentality, Frankie definitely read through the design drawings himself during the 4 years he guarded them. He was even able to think of a good reason for himself. Well, this was to prevent the design drawings from being lost, damaged, omitted, or stolen by people from the world government, so he could read them and take them for himself. Otherwise, in Annie's lobby, Frankie was really so decisive as to burn the Pluton design drawings. That is the most precious relic left by his master, Mr. Tom. Could he not cherish it? Unless, he had memorized all the contents in his mind early. Advertisement. Please give me flowers. Moreover, although Frankie said that he swore not to build ships, but it's okay to use some of the power devices on these Pluton design drawings on your own body, right? I am just transforming myself, not building a ship. Otherwise, with his body transformed from a pile of ordinary steel, he would be able to compete with the masters of Grandmaster 6th form. Unless, it is powered by the Pluton battleship. And not only Frankie, but even his senior brother Mr. Binkshan has probably read Pluton's design drawings carefully. Otherwise, he would not be so confident in handing over the design drawings to Frankie. What if he changes his temper outside? What if something unexpected happens to him? As a senior, don't you have to leave a backup just in case? Therefore, Binkshan, who had seen the design drawings of the Pluton battleship, began to plan to build the Seven Waters capital into a ship. A ship that will never be shaken by the gods of water. Only the Pluton battleship can withstand that huge tsunami. These two brothers have basically learned some of the essence of the Pluton battleship skills. Although Laike's skills as a shipwright are not as good as those two young people learned from Mr. Tom. However, if it was just an energy issue, it would be easy for him to solve it. The power mechanism of carbonic acid remains unchanged, and on this basis, Waysai adds a new energy source. Wow, a rock-like object that exuded a faint purple light and was wrapped in a burst of carbonic acid gas appeared in Laike's hands. Ancient Weapons Pluton Battleship, paired with the ultimate weapon that is comparable to the power of ancient weapon, Dynamite Rock, the power caused by it is a first-class powerful existence. Laike looked at the little thing in his hand that could easily cause shocking explosions, and smiled. Dynamite Rock, the main prop that appears in One Piece the movie, Strongest Enemy Z, is said to have the power to destroy the world comparable to ancient musical instruments. It was always under strict guard by the Marines, but the base was captured by the former Admiral Zephyr who defected from the Marines. Explosive Rock is the main prop used by Zephyr to destroy New World. In the plot, it has been used to destroy 2 volcanic node endpoints in New World. It will destroy another one. It can set off a huge volcanic eruption and swallow up the New World. When Zephyr was just one step away from success, he was stopped by Luffy. This strange rock will explode super powerfully as long as it comes into contact with oxygen. Therefore, Laike is also using this carbonic acid gas to wrap it to prevent it from contacting the outside world. Although it is not easy to get this kind of thing, it is not too difficult for a person like Morgans who has great hands and eyes in the underground world. What's more, subsequent imitations of dynamite rocks are being circulated on the outside black market. It is normal for Morgans to get some. 120 the most powerful Pluton. The stage for a grand debut. Celestial Dragons PSS *X. Explosive Rock is said to be an energy bomb that is comparable to the power of ancient weapon. When paired with Pluton, the power that explodes is definitely 1 + 1 than 2. Explosive Rock has huge power, but it naturally has problems such as difficulty in use and low output. The problem of output can be easily solved by Laike. In the underground world of the sea outside, there are widespread rumors about explosive rock, defective products. The most typical one is the treasure hunter, Mad Torriga, who is looking for pure gold in the future. He has many defective, explosive rocks in his hands. Even Mad Torriga can get these defective products, not to mention Laike's status in the underground world. Laike himself will not personally intervene in it, which will actually lower his own level a bit. He chose Morgans as his white glove. Once he had any needs in the underground world, he would ask Morgans to come forward to help him achieve his goals. Of course, correspondingly, Laike also provided Morgans with a lot of publicity and efforts in the media. The most typical ones are shock, disbelief that Chi-Chi-san is not from East Blue, etc. Various slogans are used. The results achieved in the world are quite good, and sales are also rising steadily. In this sea, the reputation and influence of world news and economic news are also spreading rapidly. This cooperation between Morgans and Laike can be described as a win-win situation. Morgans can definitely obtain the defective products of explosive rock from the underground world. And the formula for making these defective products. Laike got the formula, samples, and ready-made finished products here. He can naturally use these as a basis to deduce the true method of making explosive rocks. 3 years later, Laike already had a certain amount of explosive rocks in his hands. Not to mention there are too many, but the minimum is enough if used in a war. The only drawback is that it explodes immediately when exposed to oxygen. Laike weighed the dynamite rock wrapped in carbonic acid gas in his hand. No matter how violently he swayed, the dynamite rock was still safe. Wrapped in carbonic acid gas, the outside oxygen is isolated. The carbonic acid gas is all carbon dioxide. There is no need to worry about the presence and influence of oxygen. The cannonballs fired by the carbonic acid power in Pluton are all composed of carbonic acid, which is a perfect match for the explosive rocks. The carbonated cannonball explodes out, enveloping the explosive rock, and after hitting the target. The huge power that was originally enough to destroy an island with one shot, when it exploded. The explosive rock energy contained in it will also completely detonate at this time. On top of the power of the Pluton artillery fire, there is also an explosive zone that is no less powerful than the ancient weapon. Not even Laike himself dared to say that he could remain unscathed in the face of such power. The combined power of the two is so terrifying that it exceeds everyone's imagination. Advertisement. This time, the Pluton battleship can be said to be resurrected with full health. Laike smiled softly, and it's not just as simple as resurrection. The power it now has is far more powerful than the legendary ancient weapon. Such a powerful weapon cannot just be unknown after it has been awakened and resurrected. That soft whisper sounded in the cave beneath the ground. Only the most violent war in the world can make a grand debut that matches its tone. The vague sound echoed in the void. Laike had already prepared the opportunity for this Pluton battleship to make its grand debut. In this world, there can be a battle more powerful than that which gathers the most powerful pirate group on the sea today, the overlord of the New World, the Rocks Pirate, the future Pirate King, the Roger Pirate Group, the world government, and is it more appropriate for a war between the three powerful forces of the naval headquarters, the most powerful violent organization under his command. Even though Laike was thinking about farming and development in the upcoming Valley of Gods battle, he was also very interested in it. If you want to have a good experience, go and experience this war that will affect the future of the world and be comparable to the Summit War in later generations. Even under the influence of Laike, it will be even grander than the Summit War. At the same time, we also need to pull out the Pluton battleship and give it a good walk. So, just when Laike was ready. On the other side, there are sea areas and islands that will be erased in the future. Thin mist floated around, blocking people's vision. Generally speaking, in such a dangerous and harsh environment as this new world, pirates would not come to such an unknown environment. Either he is stupid and bold, or he dislikes his longevity. Of course, there is also the third possibility, which is to have extremely sufficient confidence in one's own strength. The people at Rocks Pirate are undoubtedly such a group of people. The flag of the Rocks Pirate was fluttering in the wind in midair. On the deck, there are a bunch of guys with their tongues hanging out, almost eager to see, eager to try, licking blood from the knife edge. Is that the Valley of the Gods? A group of tiger and wolf villains looked at the vague island in front of them, and couldn't help but grin with excited smiles. Lousy is going to tear those celestial dragons bastards into pieces. Hey, don't be stupid. Marine can't hide the news that we are going to the Valley of the Gods. The guys from the celestial dragons may have fled early when they heard the news. After all, it's about their own lives. They won't be stupid enough to stay here and wait for us to find them. That's right, it would be better to focus on the treasure they have accumulated. Although they have received the news, they may not necessarily take away all the treasure in such a short period of time. There must be some treasures they left behind on this island. They are treasures in the world. As he said this, a group of pirates came towards this area with greedy expressions on their faces. Some guys couldn't help but sneer. You guys are overestimating those celestial dragons, right? Advertisement. They are a bunch of complete rubbish. They don't care about the life and death of others, and they don't even realize the seriousness of the problem. In their eyes, maybe we are just a group of little pirates who don't deserve to be on the stage, and we can just leave it to Marine to deal with it. And even if something happens, Marine will protect them, and so many other weird ideas. Don't treat these trash as normal people. Their brain circuits are completely different. They can do anything that hinders them. Maybe those guys just don't care, or even have disdain for us. They live on that island and just refuse to leave. Having said this, the pirate who spoke had a mocking look on his face. Perhaps even if the guys from the Marine and CP organizations try to persuade them to hurry up and retreat, they will not only stop, but will scold those guys. What's it like? Ah, it's all you useless guys who actually let us hide. You're trash. You can't even deal with a mere pirate and cause us trouble. What use do you need? Close black lens bracket. As he spoke, he gestured with two gun-shaped fingers and struck twice in the air. Then he fired 2 shots and knocked the guy who advised them to the ground. The truth is that they only live in their own world and feel that everything in the world is serving them, so they take it for granted. The pirate said this, and finally grinned at the group of thoughtful pirates. Believe me, they can definitely do such a thing. Other pirates. Listening to what he said, it seems that 5.8 is indeed the case. Aren't those guys from the celestial dragons such crazy-minded creatures? When everyone in Rock's Pirate was distracted by these words, they began to think about matters related to celestial dragons. On the other side of the mist, there was a marine warship not far from the Valley of the Gods. Are there still celestial dragons that haven't left yet? When Grey Sheep Admiral heard such news, even he couldn't help but fall into silence. Didn't they inform them of the great danger of this war? He paused for a moment, and then asked this question. said. The subordinate adjutant was also at a loss for words. We have already pointed out the seriousness of the problem and even listed the disadvantages, but having said this, he couldn't help but lower his head. Is that really the case? Gray Sheep rubbed his head with a slight headache. Those guys are really not ordinary idiots. Gray Sheep also kept the latter part of his words in his heart and did not dare to say them out. 121 I accidentally injured 1 or 2 celestial dragons, so it's no big deal, right? Okay, you go down first and call the marine who explained the situation to celestial dragons. I have something to ask him. Gray Sheep Admiral ordered so, and then saw that marine in front of him was still motionless, and instead lowered his head lower. Huh, what are you doing? Go call someone quickly. Gray Sheep Admiral couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and at the same time, a bad feeling emerged in his heart. According to his understanding of the guys from Celestial Dragons, after receiving such a reminder, it would be easy for them too. But it shouldn't be. This time, just in case, I specially sent a Grandmaster Iron Body's Rear Admiral. Even if something goes wrong, he can retreat in time or fake death to escape. Just when Gray Sheep frowned, the subordinate adjutant in front of him also said in that low and sad tone. The Rear Admiral of Karamanri was sentenced by the Celestial Dragons. Sentence. Hearing this, Gray Sheep Admiral couldn't sit still. What on earth is going on? Because of Karamanli's Rear Admiral's advice, he offended Saint Jago Lucia and was sentenced to be beheaded. The adjutant Rear Admiral's tone was obviously sad. Saint Jago Lucia just got a devil fruit called weapon fruit. And he fed this fruit to his slave, turning the slave into a hard 16-inch sword. And that slave is also Grandmaster Armament Haki's strange tongue Iodiran with a bounty of 143 million berry. The sword he turned into was stained with a layer of armament Haki. But the armor color of Karamanli's Rear Admiral is also not weak. Gray Sheep Admiral directly interrupted the adjutant's subordinate. I personally captured that strange tongue Iodilan. I know the level of his Haki. Even to the death, it is about the same level as the Rear Admiral of Karamanri. How could he give the Rear Admiral of Karamanri? He didn't say much else, waiting for an answer. That's because Saint Jago Lucia said that only one of them can survive. When the subordinate adjutant said this, his body was still shaking, he said, wanting to see if it was the Marine Rear Admiral's body that was hard, or the quality of the weapon fruit he got. Hard. Unless one party dies and gets results, he will not give up. Then, that strange tongue Iodiran concentrated all his Haki on the blade, and then Karamanri Rear Admiral was chopped down by him, right? Gray Sheep Admiral couldn't help but take a deep breath, but he didn't say the word, killed. No. Unexpectedly, the subordinate adjutant just shook his head slowly. It's a lose-lose situation. Strange tongue, the sword that Iodiran transformed into was also shattered by Haki from the Rear Admiral in Karaman. Both of them. Neither survived. Saint Jago Lucia smiled very happily because he also got the results he wanted to see. Gray Sheep Admiral couldn't help but remain silent. He didn't take life seriously, trampled on it wantonly, and scolded him. It was really in line with their style. Advertisement. Thinking of this, he stood up directly without looking at the adjutant's subordinate. Since Lord Jago Lucia and the Celestial Dragons are not willing to leave, Gray Sheep Admiral turned around and said in an extremely calm voice, then let them do whatever they want. I have received orders from Marshal Kong Kong, and he has also received corresponding instructions from the world government. In other words, defeating the Rocks pirate is the first priority. So, in such a grand war, if 1 or 2 celestial dragons were accidentally injured, it would be no big deal, right? Gray Sheep Admiral also did not say this last sentence. Then, the news about what happened to the Rear Admiral in Karamanli soon spread throughout the entire Marine fleet. The atmosphere among the Marines on all fleet ships was extremely silent and depressing. Karamanli, the Rear Admiral with a good reputation, is dedicated to justice and runs on the sea. All the scars on his body were left in pursuit of pirates. But the fatal injury he suffered at the last moment of his life was actually caused by celestial dragons, and for such a ridiculous reason. All Marines who knew about this incident felt unworthy of Karamanri Rear Admiral, and even felt that such a man would die because of this incident instead of dying on the battlefield. It is simply too unfair. A speechless atmosphere permeated the entire Marine fleet. This is not a good phenomenon or situation for the upcoming battle in the Valley of Gods. The resourceful general, both Sengoku and Commander He were aware of this, but there was nothing they could do. After all, it was the celestial dragons who did this kind of thing. Even if 2 people have thoughts in their hearts, they cannot express them openly. It can even be said that even the 2 of them have almost the same thoughts as the other Marines. There are also thoughts of pain and worthlessness in my heart. It's not worth it for the Karamanri Rear Admiral, and it's not worth it for themselves. They gave up their great advantages and plans just to come here and protect the celestial dragons. As a result, I received such an encounter and treatment even though I knew what kind of urinal nature those celestial dragons had. But when it happened, the chill in my heart still enveloped my whole body. Zephyr on the side was very straightforward, just squatting there and sulking without saying anything. Next to him, Garp was still chewing senbei biscuits. From time to time, you could hear a few words coming out of his mouth. I've told you a long time ago, those guys are all a bunch of rubbish, rubbish among rubbish. These future mainstays of Marine, with the highest combat power, all have the same mood at this time. There has never been anything that can offend all Marines so much. Apart from pirates, there are only celestial dragons. But there is no way. Money is hard to make, shit is hard to eat. After all, Marines' military funding comes from the world government, so they are naturally subject to the orders and jurisdiction of the world government. Advertisement. No matter how reluctant you are in your heart, you can only bite the bullet and go to the customs of God. But, among these Marines, there are also many people with twinkling eyes, who have almost the same idea as the Grey Sheep Admiral. Soon, when the Rock's pirate and Marine fleets all broke through the clouds, they all arrived at the coast of the Valley of the Gods. The two sides happened to land at the front and back ends of the Valley of the Gods Island, without touching each other. But this does not prevent both parties from feeling each other's presence. Those Marines are here too. Lousy can smell their stench even from so far away. The hypocritical face of pretending to be righteous is so damn disgusting. This group of guys usually don't move so fast when rescuing ordinary people. So, they are just a bunch of lackeys of the celestial dragons. It's better to bury these guys as soon as possible. A group of pirates roared and boarded the land. 033 and on the other side of the island. The pirates have also landed, right? This will be a tough battle. We must give him such a hard nut to crack. They are a bunch of rubbish. It just so happens that we are so angry and have nowhere to vent our anger. The Marines also set foot on this island with the fire in their hearts burning brighter and stronger. Because of the celestial dragons and Caramanry Rear Admiral affairs, they really held their breath. The accumulated emotions must be poured out on these pirates. As this where the so-called celestial dragons live. After Kazuki Oden set foot on this island, he patrolled back and forth like a bumpkin from the countryside to the city. Full of interest, I looked at the surrounding environment that was completely different from the Beehive Island Hashinosu. Cheer up Lousy, you be ******************. Kaido glanced at him and couldn't help but give him a final reminder. This is not a game of Pirate House, but a real, most cruel war. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. After Kaido said that, he saw a group of guys dressed in black clothes and dressed as secret agents coming towards him. The celestial dragons have not left, so these agents will naturally guard their master's side. Even though they all knew that such behavior was tantamount to committing suicide, they still stayed here. It seems that those celestial dragons really haven't left. Kaido knew what was going on when he saw this scene and these people. He couldn't help but laugh loudly, full of ridicule and ridicule. They are really a bunch of idiots who don't have any brains. 122 Let celestial dragons recognize the reality. The next era is called rocks. Kaido himself doesn't have a good impression of celestial dragons. The reason why his hometown, the Kingdom of Vodka, was suffering from war was because of the existence of heavenly gold. Later, Kaido himself was betrayed by his hometown, also because of the gold in the sky and the World Summit quota. It can be said that there were no quiet days in the first half of Kaido's life when he was a child, and there were not even many memories worth recalling. They were all miserable memories. Celestial dragons accounted for at least 99% of the reasons. Now Kaido's ambition is to drag those people in power who were born into the so-called nobles, and indulge in comfort into the battlefield. In his opinion, that is true equality and freedom. They, the suffering people, have suffered the consequences of war, so these nobles and nobles in power must also taste this taste. And the current war in the Valley of the Gods will undoubtedly involve the celestial dragons. Especially since they haven't evacuated the island yet, they gave Kaido a chance. An opportunity to draw these so-called world nobles into the battlefield. Celestial dragons. Kaido grinned, then waved the Hachiji mace that he had long felt thirsty for, and charged towards the oncoming agents ahead. Not just him, there were many big pirates on the side who also rushed over eagerly. They crave blood and killing, especially against the lackeys of the world government. There are also some pirates who have been ruined by Marine, or who have a natural dislike for world government, and they just come to vent their anger on these guys in front of them. Of course, more of them were captured alive and began to interrogate them where the celestial dragons were and where they hid their treasures. Crackling. In less than a few seconds, Kazuki Oden had no time to take action, and all the CP agents in black were knocked to the ground. Some people died directly, and some people were worse off than dead, falling into the pain of being interrogated. These are not even CP0, a group of agents who cannot stand up to the stage, facing this group of wolf-like pirates, the Rocks Pirate, the strongest pirate group in the world. That's true, even a face-to-face confrontation can't stop it. Such a group of black agents, no matter how many people come, can't stop the Rocks Pirate from landing. Guys like these, not to mention Kaido, even if other pirates stand up, they can sweep them away with 1 against 100. In the face of absolute strength, sometimes the quantity seems particularly ridiculous. Slow and powerful footsteps sounded from a distance. Rocks D. Zebek stepped down from the sword of Zebek step by step with steady steps. He just raised his eyes and looked at the black-clothed agents in front of him, and a trace of ridicule appeared in his eyes. Sure enough, those celestial dragons who think they are sacred and aloof, still think that the world rotates according to their will. Advertisement. Rocks D. Right here, let those ignorant guys first recognize the reality. Rocks D. Zebek opened his arms, stretched them to the left and right, and made a hug toward the front. Young ones. Tell everyone on this island, especially those celestial dragons. Rocks D. Zebek laughed loudly. Their era is over. The world government has ruled the sea for 800 years, which is completely enough. The next era is called Rocks. Ha 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 ha. The endless ambition is vented wantonly, and all around him, the extremely wild and domineering Conqueror's Haki, at this moment, is also releasing it as the ambition is gradually realized, climbing to the extreme. Boom. The black and red lightning arcs intertwined and danced wantonly in the midair, and the tyrannical power stirred the sea behind everyone, setting off waves of huge waves. The boundless power, at this moment, has become the background of Rocks D. Wow. The huge waves that were set off and the storm that stirred up the sky completely affected the entire island of the Valley of the Gods at this moment. Is this what Rocks D. Zebek did? Many Marines raised their heads, looking at the scene in front of them with serious expressions. Other than him, I can't imagine anyone else in the current Rocks pirate who can have such a strong spirit. Sure enough, those guys have already landed. The faces of the Marines were all solemn, they were discussing in low voices and were fully prepared. Among these people, there was a man wearing Vice Admiral fashion. He looked at the power on the horizon with a complicated expression. Not only that guy Rocks D. Zebek can have such a Haki. The Marine Vice Admiral murmured to himself, but there is a more powerful guy, Haki of Rocks D. Zebek, who is more terrifying and more powerful than him. Marine Vice Admiral sighed, and then a black-red thunder arc streaked across the sky, reflecting a pair of familiar faces with pale and complicated expressions. Vice Admiral, what's wrong with you? The Marine soldier on the side was quite considerate and asked. Nothing. Vice Admiral, who had dealt with Rocks D. Laike twice and met once, shook his head there. The Marine soldier wanted to say something, but was pulled away by his companions, who were muttering something. How dare you get close to this Vice Admiral? His partner reminded him in a low voice. Advertisement. The Marine soldier looked confused. What's wrong? Vice Admiral looks pretty good. Aren't you too ignorant and ignorant? The partner curled his lips and said, you may not know that Vice Admiral looks fine on weekdays, but sometimes he gets sick from time to time and gets nervous. Going crazy. The Marine soldier was startled when he heard this. What do you mean? Normally, Vice Admiral is fine, but when it comes to every Marine meeting, or when talking about Rocks pirate and their pirates, Vice Admiral's mood is a little off. My partner lowered his voice again and explained to the Marine soldier. Quote. Whenever this time comes, the crowned Rat Vice Admiral will go crazy there, almost shouting at the top of his lungs, inciting the Marshal, Lord Admiral, and other Lord Vice Admirals to avoid a pirate. Quote. We have determined that the current Marine and world government are unable to deal with that pirate, and we must stay away from him when we encounter him. When his partner said this, even he felt that this approach was a bit inappropriate, and he twitched his eyebrows. The Marine soldier was even more unconvinced when he heard this. Marine is shunning the pirates. Want to avoid the pirates. Generally speaking, when a pirate sees Marine, isn't it supposed to be like a mouse seeing a cat and scurrying around? Or some brainless pirates chose to fight hard and attack Marine. Some even shouted, who do you think lousy is, please get the boat closer to me. After the boat came close, Marine and the boat were blasted into the sea. All in all, pirates are naturally weak when facing Marine. Even the pirates of Rocks pirate have no fear of Marine, but they don't get along easily. And this Vice Admiral actually suggested at the meeting that they should give in to the pirates good money, and he is also their number one enemy of the Marines, the Rocks pirate. This is simply unimaginable. For a moment, the Marine soldier who originally had a good opinion of Vice Admiral, had a bad opinion of him at this moment. After all, no soldier would like a superior who chooses to retreat in the face of evil pirates, and he is also a Vice Admiral. Why would Vice Admiral make such a proposal? Even though he felt disgusted in his heart, he couldn't conceal the curiosity in the Marine soldier's heart. Also, who is the pirate he wants to give in to? I must have been scared out of my wits by that pirate. The companion couldn't help but glance at the crowned rat next to him who was still in a daze, quite distracted. Vice Admiral. I heard from other friends and colleagues that the crowned rat Vice Admiral was also a very good Vice Admiral before. Not only do they uphold justice, but their own strength is not weak either. They are a very powerful team. But since he participated in 2 operations and fell into the hands of the same pirate, he has become what he is now. That pirate, if I remember correctly, seems to be our target this time, the captain of Rocks pirate, the biological brother of Rocks D. Zebek. 123 The most difficult existence in the entire Rocks pirate. I actually forgot his specific name. It's Rocks D. Laike. The Marine soldier blurted out, the legendary Lord of the Night, the extremely cruel pirate who once killed Blue Dragon Admiral. Well, the death of the most powerful and admiral-level figure in naval headquarters 3 years ago really had a profound impact on Marine. Many Marines have firmly remembered the name of the pirate who committed such an extremely bad and extremely terrible thing. Rocks D. Laike. It was so shocking that no one could forget it. In fact, for some Marines, this name is even louder than Zebek. At least, although Rocks D. Zebek has a great reputation, he does not have many extremely powerful achievements. For example, achievements such as fighting against Admiral and killing Admiral. In addition, Rock's demo Laike has been missing for the past 3 years, and there is no trace at all. It was as if he had disappeared, casting a mysterious veil over himself. The unknown is the scariest thing. In the minds of many Marines, Rock's demo Laike may be the most difficult existence to solve in the entire Rock's pirate. Vice Admiral thinks so, and so does the Marine soldier. So, the pirate proposed by Vice Admiral is Rock's demo Laike, right? The Marine soldier's expression also turned completely serious. However, he thought for a moment and shook his head. Although Rock's demo Lai is very powerful, it doesn't make people 623 afraid to this extent. The Vice Admiral of the Crown Rat, his reaction was a bit too intense. He is the Vice Admiral. Who says it's not? The partner also agreed from the side. The Vice Admiral has such a proposal in every meeting. Many colleagues, as well as admirals and admirals, have tried to persuade him, but he still goes his own way, and even wants to continue to persuade the marshal and admirals in turn. Isn't this ungrateful? What's more, it only makes others' ambitions destroy their own prestige. No matter how well educated the marshals and admirals are, they are still half infuriated by Vice Admiral's unsatisfactory performance. In the language of my partner, the meaning of Vice Admiral is also somewhat disdainful. Obviously he is a Vice Admiral, but he still behaves like this. Although he did face Rock's demo Lai twice before, his performance every time was unbearable. One time was at Hashinosu on Beehive Island. I faced Haki from Rock's demo Lai. It was said that Haki was so suppressed by his opponent that he almost knelt down. He gritted his teeth and held on. Advertisement. There, I guess Vice Admiral left quite a psychological shadow. Later on Krikana Island, he witnessed the death of Blue Dragon Admiral with his own eyes. This may have left a bigger psychological shadow in Vice Admiral's heart. The indelible haze remains. And it is said that they suffered a terrifying attack from the Lord of the Night and Marines' casualties were extremely heavy. Perhaps, this is the reason why he persuades people like this. Later, Dr. Marine's test results on the crested rat Vice Admiral showed that he had severe stress syndrome. So when facing the Lord of the Night and things related to him, I will become emotional and extremely irrational. No matter how irrational you are, Zibai is still a general. And in the words of Brown Python Admiral, even if the enemy's strength is much greater than ours, we must face the enemy with the courage to go forward and risk our lives. So, Brown Python Admiral is now the most disgusted with Vice Admiral. He believes that as a Marine, he can recognize his own weakness, but he cannot be so incompetent and timid, especially since he is also a Vice Admiral. Quote. If you don't even have this awareness, what kind of Marine do you think you are? I heard that he and Vice Admiral had a big fight in the Marshal's office. If it weren't for the resourceful General Sengoku, who replaced Admiral at that time, he stopped him. Maybe among the teams participating in the battle today, there is no such number one figure as Vice Admiral. There was quite a bit of gloating in his partner's voice. Apparently, he was one of those who looked down on Vice Admiral. But after all, he is also a Vice Admiral, and he can also exert a good combat ability. The Marine soldier obviously realized something, so, this is why, when we encounter the Rock's pirate next, we arrange for the Vice Admiral to lead the battle together with the group of CP agents, as the vanguard. With the lineup as the vanguard in the front row, it is obvious that they will go head to head with Rock's pirate immediately. After such a wave of battle, the possibility of surviving is greatly reduced. I think Vice Admiral himself is aware of this, right? But there's nothing much to say. If you spread such remarks in the headquarters and are not sent to a military court, you are considered Marshal Kong, and you have done your best to him. The Marine soldiers and their companions all thought this at the same time, and then, suddenly, an unusually cold voice came to their ears. Attention all Marines, the target is at 11 o'clock, heading forward. Brown Python's indifferent voice full of murderous intent sounded. Facing enemies like pirates, Brown Python hated them the most, and it also treated them with the worst and cruelest winter. Set off. Immediately afterwards, Grey Sheep Admiral's voice also sounded, and this team of many elite Marines gathered together and immediately started moving forward. The sense of urgency of the war began to spread at this moment. At the rear, on the shore, Marshal Kong put down the phone in his hand and rubbed his temples with a headache. Just now, the celestial dragons living on the Valley of the Gods Island called him. He was scolded all over his face, blaming him for putting pirates in this sacred place where the celestial dragons lived. Their arrival will pollute the air they breathe, causing them to wear isolation hoods. Moreover, there was such a scary noise that frightened some of the celestial dragons' saints who were having fun. Advertisement. Disturbing the celestial dragons is a crime worthy of death. Among them, Saint Jagolucia even said bluntly that after letting Kong quickly deal with that group of bastards, disgusting and low-quality pirates, he came over and knelt down to apologize to them. This left Kong speechless for a while, and his head was also extremely troubled by the chatter of this group of rubbish. Although after he reported these situations to the five elders would suppress these things for him. It's not so ugly to kneel down in front of those celestial dragons to apologize, but they said this. In my heart, I was still quite unhappy after all. Being scolded by such a group of guys made me feel extremely disgusted in my heart. It's best to let the guys from Rock's Pirate find these celestial dragons first. Even if Kong is empty, at this moment, it is inevitable that such thoughts appear in his mind. Master Marshal. At this moment, a marine messenger rushed forward in a panic. It's not good. Before Kong could ask any questions, the ordering soldier was out of breath and said in horror. The Roger pirates, they are also coming towards this direction. Roger pirates. Open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket Kong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard such a name. As one of the few pirates on this sea who can compete with the Rocks pirate without losing momentum, they are also famous in the world. Open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket Kong is also particularly concerned about people like Gall D. Roger. He also knew that Gall D. Roger and his group were purely adventurous guys who wanted to explore the legendary secret treasure and find the final place. It's not like there haven't been such pure adventurer pirates in the past 800 years, and there are many more. But their fate is all the same, they all end in vain. Open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket Kong doesn't think that Gall D. Roger and his group can achieve anything. Even their captain, Gall D. Roger, with the name D, may need more attention and attention. But compared to the Rocks pirate that is flourishing on the sea, it is already beginning to be detrimental to the world government and celestial dragons. Open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket Kong still feels that Gall D. Roger and the others are far less of a threat than the Rocks pirate. On weekdays, I don't pay much attention, especially at such a time slot. I just didn't expect that this group of guys would jump out on such a sensitive situation. It also made Kong stand up straight about this, and had to pay attention again, and examine the intentions of such a group of guys coming here. 124, Pluton, move out. The Knights of God intervene. Marine Admiral takes action. Roger pirates, they are not the kind of guys who like to join in the fun, but we don't rule out the possibility of people's minds changing. Open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket Kong pondered, and then made a decisive decision. Ask Agent CP to pay more attention to the Roger pirates. If they come here with other intentions, report them as soon as possible. If the Roger pirates really have other ideas. A cold light flashed in Kong's eyes. Let the guards at the Holy Land Mariajoy deal with it. Didn't they come with very powerful guys this time? It is said that there are also pillars of this generation, Knights of God. Fegaland Geringer. Is that the name? Right. I heard that he is a very good swordsman, and he came here specifically to deal with the Rocks pirate. He is the most powerful guy among this generation of celestial dragons. The future leader of the Knights of God, Saint Fegaland Geringer, also intervened in this battle. He is the supreme commander of the Knights of God, and at the same time, he is also known as the king who shows off his skills in the Valley of Gods. Being able to face Rocks pirate with the participation of Tekken, Garp and Pirate King Roger, this is the evaluation. Fegaland Geringer, his strength cannot be underestimated. Therefore, with the intervention of the Knights of God, Kong didn't feel too worried. Even if they face the Rocks pirate and the Roger pirates at the same time, they still have a good chance of winning. What's more, this world is far beyond your imagination. Kong murmured to himself, and his thoughts couldn't help but drift to Mariajoy, the Holy Land far above the Red Line. When he came to a position like his, he already understood most of the situations in this world. Even if it is some secrets of the world government, he can get a glimpse of it. Coupled with some of his own speculations, Kong almost had certain guesses in his mind. Within the world government, there is definitely a terrifying Emperor Li. Over the past 800 years, there must have been many powerful men with amazing talents, and maybe some were even more powerful than Rocks. But what about their results? They all disappeared in the long river of history. There are many teams that are stronger, more solid, and more cohesive than Rocks pirate. Just relying on such a group of people to challenge the world government is so naive. Under Kong's arrangements, soon, Marine and World Headquarters all took action. This is the most elite combat force in the world, with the Celestial Dragons urging them to ensure their safety. The soldiers at Naval Headquarters did not retreat at all, and most of them started to move, and it didn't take long. Soon, they crossed over this small island and arrived at an extremely vast valley on the outskirts where the Celestial Dragons lived. After getting in touch with the folks at Rocks pirate, there's not much else to say. The two sides were on the verge of breaking out. Really, relying on their hard power, the fight started instantly. Advertisement. Without too many words or too many pre-war slogans, facing this group of extremely vicious people, the Marines calmly started to take action. When the pirates of Rocks pirate saw the guys they had been unhappy with appearing in front of them, they opened their mouths and rushed forward with howls. Boom. The fierce flames of war instantly spread throughout the entire venue. Did a fight start? Far away in Wano-Kuni, Laike on the Pluton battleship seemed to feel something, and he couldn't help but slowly opened his eyes. The many useful things he obtained in an instant allowed him to clearly feel the movements happening far away in the Valley of Gods. Then it's time for you to show up. Laike glanced at the Pluton battleship at his feet, and couldn't help but slowly smiled. Based on the distance and time, it would be just right if we rush there. Laike raised his head and looked straight ahead, at the space channel specially set aside for the Pluton battleship to activate an exit. Even the person who originally buried the Pluton battleship here was sure that it would see the light of day and reappear in the world. Therefore, the passage out of the warship Pluton was specially set aside. Boom. When Laike took the delicate handle and started it, the entire Wano-Kuni underground cave began to shake violently. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? The people on the ground in Wano-kuni also clearly felt the shaking of the surrounding land. Run quickly, there's going to be an earthquake again. A group of people shouted to each other in an orderly manner, greeting each other without too much panic. After all, earthquakes are too common for people on this island. It's just that it's in the general's mansion in the flower capital. Such a shock. General Wano-kuni, Kazuki Sukiyaki frowned a little, he always felt that something was not right. However, he didn't think much about it. Instead, at the urging of his retainers, he shook his head and went out to take refuge first. As for the battleship below, he didn't think of it at all. After all, there has been no movement for 800 years, and no one would think of going there. As a result, everyone in Wano-kuni didn't pay attention, just thinking that this was just a daily shock. Under the Wano-kuni, an ancient powerful weapon slowly sailed out. The legendary weapon from 800 years ago, at this moment, has seen the light of day again. And, flying towards the direction of the Valley of Gods, at an extremely slow speed. On the highest level battlefield in the world, we must recreate its original glory, do it well, and shine. Advertisement. At the same time, over there in the Valley of Gods. Asterisk. After the contact between the two sides, a fierce battle began. There is no doubt that both sides entered the battlefield with full energy at the beginning. The Marine side was at an absolute disadvantage when they first came into contact. Even with a Vice Admiral like the Vice Admiral, there was no way they could stop a character like Kaido. Not to mention, there are many other powerful and famous pirates. When these rocks pirates started fighting, they all pounced on them one by one. He directly gave Marine's vanguard a slap in the face and knocked them all out. This group of pirates seems to have no idea what team coordination is, and they just keep making rapid progress. There is no order at all, let alone a tacit understanding of cooperation between them. Some pirates even quarreled because the other party killed their chosen target first, or the impact of the battle affected their side. Even the quarrels became more and more fierce, and they had to roll up their sleeves and start a fight. The Marines were all looking at this scene with black question marks. It was clear that they were enemies, but looking at each other, it seemed like internal strife. They are indeed such a thing. When the news reached the middle and rear areas, Brown Python Admiral, who was sitting in command, couldn't help but reveal a completely unexpected sneer on his face. This group of Rocks pirate guys have no discipline at all. Their ability to coordinate and cooperate is completely zero. If such a group of guys can win such a war, that would be a real weird thing. Having said that, Brown Python Admiral stepped on Moonwalk and instantly rushed towards the battlefield ahead. Now that they know the actions taken by the other party, and their previous judgment based on Rocks pirates' consistent behavior, there is no error. Then the follow-up will naturally be carried out according to the normal plan. The vanguard troops in front cannot be abandoned like this. Those soldiers are also Marine soldiers. Brown Python Admiral will not just stand by and watch those soldiers lose their lives like this. Whoosh. His figure rushed quickly in midair, and in a blink of an eye, he arrived at the battlefield in the valley. The rich smell of blood had already spread, and the bright red blood flowing out of it, as well as the corpses lying on the ground, made Brown Python Admiral's face turn cold. Peat acid rain bomb. With a loud shout, the brown-green swamp peat turned into acid balls, which poured down towards the battlefields below like a violent storm. Some pirates were killing people there, venting their killing intent on the Marine soldiers. But before such a group of guys could laugh out loud, they felt something was wrong and subconsciously raised their heads. Then, the acid balls and peat became larger and larger in their field of vision, until boom. The violent explosion instantly covered the entire battlefield. 125 The power of Logia. Open black lens bracket marsh fruit close black lens bracket. The power of Admiral, Brown Python. Brown Python Admiral, Logia, marsh fruit ability user. This generation of Marine 3 Admiral includes the capabilities of the three major series, Paramesha, Zone and Logia. The previous Blue Dragon Admiral had the ability to take the form of a fish fruit phantom beast, the Blue Dragon. And what this Brown Python Admiral possesses is the power of Logia marsh fruit. The whole body can be turned into liquid mud, any part of the body can be turned into a muddy bottomless swamp, and the surrounding environment can also be changed into a swamp. Any object that touches the muddy body will be sucked into the body of the Esper like being trapped in a bottomless swamp. It is currently known that there is no upper limit to the amount of objects that the body can sink into. But in a slurry state, it is easy to be afraid of being locked in a closed container. This marsh fruit, the ability user after it, is the new generation supernova decades later, Wet Hair Caribou. He was the guy who looked down on Zone and thought he was Logia's invincible existence, but was easily knocked down by Pockmusk on the Fishman Island with a punch. The strength of marsh fruit he showed was very average. In addition to Logia's body, there are 260 knives, machine guns, etc. hidden in the swamp body, which are used for surprise attacks, loading and hiding items. At most, the body is turned into a swamp to trap, restrain, and kidnap the other party. It is really a waste of such an excellent Logia devil fruit. The power of this marsh fruit is actually very powerful, and in the hands of this Brown Python Admiral, it exerts a very strong effect. What is this? Ah! A group of pirates covered in acid rain bombs died instantly on the spot after being hit head-on by the bomb. And even the guy who was lucky enough not to die was still injured twice after the bomb exploded. He was holding his corroded body and rolling on the ground. Weihao is living in pain. The brown-green swamp peat is corrupting their bodies all the time. In nature, a swamp is a land where the surface and subsurface soil are often overly wet. Wet plants and swamp plants grow on the surface, and there is peat accumulation or there is no peat accumulation but there is a latent layer. Its basic explanation is that it is a large muddy area with low-lying water and overgrown weeds, mainly wetlands and peat. In the swamp, there is a kind of swamp with low ash content and poor nutrition, which is called high swamp, also known as oligotrophic swamp. This type of swamp is collectively called acid bog, and the water and peat are highly acidic. The water flowing out of the acid swamp will show a unique brown color, and this is the origin of the code name of Brown Python Admiral. This is his special skill. He combines the strong acidity in the acid swamp with the flammability, explosiveness and devouring and binding power of peat to create a wide range of AoE damage. And every move has almost secondary damage, and every damage is also extremely powerful and destructive. This also makes the pirates in the outside world think of the Brown Python as the most vicious lion majesty. Once he is targeted, it will be difficult to escape, and he will also be in great trouble. Therefore, after seeing this type of attack coming, the members of the Lux pirates were all frightened. They paid no attention to their companions who were struggling and wailing in pain on the ground, but suddenly raised their heads and saw the figure in midair. Admiral, Brown Python. Has an admiral intervened so quickly? The Rock's pirate guys subconsciously stepped back. Admiral level figures are not something they can handle. At least, those at the cadre level must step forward. Advertisement. It's Brown Python Admiral. That's great. The Marine Vanguard, who were under attack and were about to lose their support, all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the appearance of Brown Python. If Brown Python Admiral hadn't arrived in time, this group of people would have ended up here. Moreover, those peat acid rain bombs, Brown Python Admiral also avoided their marines, so that they did not suffer much damage. Now, Brown Python Admiral is here, which also makes the marines excited again. Did I let you go? In the sky, Brown Python Admiral's calm voice came, and the Rock's pirates who were really preparing to evacuate were also stunned. What do you want to do? Some pirates were shouting and asking, not knowing whether to live or die, while others were keeping their heads down, quickening their pace and retreating quickly. Others were watching with cold eyes, ready to wait for an opportunity. But no matter what actions they took, the Brown Python Admiral in midair still had an extremely cold face. Then, I saw his palms suddenly clenched. Peat Abyss Forbidden Land. Wow. In an instant, the boundless swamps and wetlands popped up from the surface. Many pirates keenly noticed that after the acid rain bombs fell just now, they splashed some wet peat mud on the ground. And those endless swamps all emerged from the wet mud of these peat blocks. Based on them, they spread in all directions instantly, forming that large wetland and swamp area. Damn. Brown Python, he was already prepared before, right? If you use these damn swamp bombs to blow up people, they won't fall to the ground, and they can turn them into swamps, right? After all, it's Marine Admiral. This level of control over devil fruit is indeed beyond compare. Damn it. The pirates' faces changed wildly, they cursed and resented, and they evacuated quickly. At the same time, I have to admit that Brown Python Admiral controls devil fruit's abilities and uses the above design. It really made them feel a deep sense of powerlessness and despair when facing this monstrous swamp mud. I can't pull out my leg, ah. Some pirates who had no time to retreat and ran a little slower were suddenly eroded by the swampy wetland under their feet to the point of their legs. Not only did it completely restrain them, but the extremely corrosive nature contained in the acid swamp was also constantly destroying their bodies, causing them to scream in agony one after another. And such a sound also made the retreating Rock's pirates run faster. However, advertisement. I told you, are you beautiful? Brown Python Admiral's voice became increasingly cold. Swamp Hell Walker 0. A cold and cruel cry resounded through the sky, and a swamp emerged from the ground. The swamp inside was rolling, and then a huge mud wave rose into the sky. Zhelang emptied out and gathered on the horizon, turning into huge pythons, spitting out brown-green snakes. A pair of faint brown-black eyes stared at the fleeing crowd without any emotion. Then, hiss. As if making bursts of piercing screams, countless large brown-green pythons pounced on the crowd below. Run quickly. A group of Rock's pirates were scurrying around there. The huge python, just in size, makes people's scalp numb when they look at it, because they feel completely unable to compete with it. Coupled with the huge swamp mud that is laden with strong acidity, if it touches even a little bit, it will corrode the bones. Brown Python, in Admiral's hands, the ability of this marsh fruit can be fully utilized. It has control, damage, and operation, and its destructive power in all aspects is no weaker than those of large-scale natural disasters. Even compared to other devil fruits that are known for their destructive power, marsh fruit is known for its damaging and suppressive properties. Brown Python Admiral, being able to become an admiral does not just rely on Logia's devil fruit ability. He is also an extremely powerful character in his own right. 1.1 Aha, what a big python. Among the retreating crowd, Kazuki Odin ran without forgetting to turn around and look at the situation behind him. The huge python that covered the sky and the sun, its shadow shrouded the entire sight, overwhelming and overwhelming. Kazuki Odin has been out at sea for so long, and this is the first time he has seen such a situation. Go quickly. At this time, Kaido had scales growing on his head, dragging a long dragon tail, and kept urging him beside him. Having transformed into a human animal form, he pulled Kazuki Odin, an idiot who still wanted to look back, and ran all the way. It was already late, and Kaido wanted to press his head down just because he was still trying to watch the fun. Well, although Kaido also has a desire to challenge powerful enemies, this does not mean 3. The opponent is obviously Lodia's ability to control large-scale damage. His huge green dragon body was completely defeated by the opponent. Whether it is the swallowing, restraint and imprisonment of the mud swamp, or the large-scale AoE strong acid peat block bomb. If you receive any attack, you will be punished. 126 Did I let you move? Golden Lion is filled with rain. Don't think that Lodia's body, which is huge and solid, can block all attacks. Kaido has not forgotten how his phantom beast, Devil Fruit, came from. The previous generation was also Marine Admiral, that blue dragon, died so tragically. Kaido clearly remembers that the opponent was cut into several pieces by Laike because his body was too big. Well, it's almost like sashimi. Kaido naturally doesn't want to deal with this very troublesome Lodia ability user. After temporarily retreating, he will naturally continue to find other suitable opponents. Compared to the mages of Lodia, Kaido prefers fist-to-flesh confrontations. If possible, he would like to have a good fight with that old guy Kong. Kaido and Kazuki Odin were running back with their heads down, but as soon as they met, the pirates from Rock's Pirate were running away. The intimidating and powerful force of Marine Admiral 16 is also visible in Madara. Of course, Rock's Pirate cannot pretend that nothing happened. When Brown Python Admiral used his marsh fruit ability to kill everyone. Gia ha 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 ha, do you want to be so wild and wild just after the competition begins? From the horizon, a ruthless voice came, and the big scorpion that looked like a golden lion made a hunting sound in the midair. Don't think you can do whatever you want here, we are rocks. An arrogant voice followed, and the man's laughter resounded throughout the sky. Lion Majesty. Earth coiling. Boom. The ground of the entire valley trembled in an instant. The land on the ground and the surrounding rocks and mountains were also driven into the sky by the huge floating force. Golden Lion, Shiki. Brown Python Admiral looked at this scene coldly, as one of the few masters among Rock's Pirate. Advertisement. Marine has naturally made a lot of preparations for their intelligence. Golden Lion, Shiki. Lion Fruit's ability user, Pialiongren, can make himself or objects escape from gravity and float in the air, and can control touched objects, that is, inanimate objects to float. The maximum load weight of floating items is currently unknown and has no upper limit. Not only is its maneuverability extremely powerful, but its floating control ability is also extremely tricky. Within Rock's Pirate, he is known as the most difficult guy to solve. It's even more difficult than Captain Rock's. After all, if you can't beat him, you can just run away. Without the ability to fly, it will be difficult for anyone to intercept him. And, what's particularly troublesome, is the ability to levitate and control other objects. Boom. The huge lion heads roared, and collided with the brown python Admiral's swamp pythons. In an instant, the explosion was silent. Countless peat blocks were flying and gravel exploded. They were bigger than those in the crazy area. It's just that such an attack is completely indistinguishable, especially the countless rubbles that fall down after the collision. It also included all the pirates and marines below. Not good. The faces of everyone below changed drastically. If it were the big brown python just now, they could still avoid it. And this sealed almost all the space on the horizon, making it impossible for them to avoid it. Not good. Brown Python Admiral's face also darkened. As a Marine Admiral, he couldn't care less about life and death below. On the other hand, Golden Lion, Shiki in front of him was holding a cigar in his mouth, looking completely indifferent. Well, in his opinion, the guys in his pirate group don't have to care about their life or death at all. This group of scum will die if they die. Advertisement. A-hole. Brown Python, a flash of anger flashed in Admiral's eyes, sure enough pirates are pirates. Golden Lion, Shiki's behavior of not caring about the safety of his companions made Brown Python Admiral full of anger, and he became even more disgusted with pirates. The quagmire and the cages are everywhere. Gia ha 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 ha, did I let you move? Brown Python, before Admiral could use his move, he heard a burst of wanton laughter from Golden Lion on the opposite side. Just stay where you are. Lion Majesty Gosha Water Scroll. In an instant, a huge shadow instantly enveloped the sky over the valley, wrapping up all the countless terrain and people below. Brown Python Admiral noticed the situation and raised his head suddenly, and then his pupils shrank suddenly. I saw that in the high sky, among the huge clouds that covered the sky and the sun, huge mountains emerged one after another. Why put the double quotation marks, 297, but those mountains are not made of soil, they are mountains in the conventional sense. Rather, it is a water mountain made up of huge seawater blocks and constructed of water blocks. For those with abilities, seawater is the most restrained existence, Gia ha 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 ha. Golden Lion, Haki laughed wildly, his eyes one big and one small, squirming there, wantonly venting his condescending tyranny. He waved fiercely towards Brown Python, Admiral and below. In an instant, the seawater formed a huge mountain of water and crashed down towards the package below. This is a more terrifying existence than the Brown Python, Admiral's Swamp Python. At least, when Brown Python, Admiral looked at it, his expression became increasingly ugly. Well, it is expected that this book will end after finishing the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. There will definitely be an ending by then. After all, Abin's high school grades are not ideal. No, it's because the grades of this book are not ideal. It may be true that I have written too much about pirates, and I am a bit tired and aesthetically tired. I should rewrite the next book about King of Nets to adjust my mood. Just like that, I would like to say sorry to the readers who have been following this book for a long time. Close black lens bracket. Deployment of 127 Marine. Against the Dead Rocks Pirate. As expected, Golden Lion, Haki is also a very difficult person. Gray Sheep Admiral, who was far away on the other side of the Valley of Gods, looked up at the water and mountains blocking the sun in the sky, and couldn't help but look a little more solemn. However, with the strength of Brown Python, it is not difficult to deal with it. The main thing is that Golden Lion should have brought all the Marines and pirates below into his attack range. In this case, Gray Sheep couldn't help but shook his head. On the contrary, that guy, Brown Python, will be a little helpless. Gray Sheep, who is also one of the 3 admirals, knows very well what kind of situation his colleague is in. He has a cold face and a warm heart. On the surface, he seems to be disdainful of everything else. The only thing in his mind is to destroy the pirates. They are also extremely strict with subordinate soldiers, and their training and requirements are also extremely demanding. But in fact, Brown Python is very concerned about the safety of the soldiers. Except for the hopeless and irritating guys like Vice Admiral, Admiral still cares about other people, Brown Python. Golden Lion, Haki can care about the life and death of his men, but Brown Python, he cannot care about the safety of the Marines. But fortunately, this situation is not the most dangerous. Gray Sheep was talking to himself there. According to the information we have, this guy Golden Lion, Haki is definitely not willing to be inferior to others. Even if Rox D. Zebek has such a huge momentum, he will never surrender to the opponent so willingly. Otherwise, I'm afraid the fighting will become more intense now, instead of simply using this kind of water and mountain to suppress people. With his Lion Fruit ability, if he really wants to fight with all his strength, it will definitely not be just like this. Sure enough, this guy definitely has other ideas in mind and will not fight to the death for Rox dominance. So, he should be more waiting and watching for the final result. Advertisement. If Rox D. But if Rox loses, then this guy will run away immediately and leave the island without hesitation. Then, facing this Golden Lion, we only need to contain it, and we can completely limit this threat from high in the sky. If we say that the 2 admirals, Blue Dragon and Gray Sheep, focus on strength and training soldiers. Then, Gray Sheep focuses on the overall situation and analysis, and is considered a member of the intellectual staff group. Long before the war with Rox Pirate started, he had almost made a comprehensive analysis and planning of the many guys on the opponent's island. Golden Lion, Haki has other ambitions, but there is nothing to fear. Just let Brown Python contain him. As for other aspects of their combat capabilities, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin's dream is not to conquer the world at all. Her will conflicts with Rox, and she will not try her best. And Whitebeard Edward Newgate is even more incompatible with the atmosphere on the entire ship, and he obviously can't fit in. Maybe he has a stronger desire to escape than Golden Lion, Haki. Let Zephyr and Sengoku deal with these 2 guys properly, enough to tie them down and prevent them from getting involved in the most important battle situation. Gray Sheep Admiral said, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The most important battle situation he identified was naturally the war with Rox D. Zebek, the most important figure. Only by getting rid of the most powerful person in Rox can they truly win this battle. Rox D. Zebek, Marshal Kong will take action personally, and I will also support him. At the same time, Monkey D. Garp, the monster of the monkey family, will also follow. Equals power. I don't believe that even a pirate from New World can come down. Even though this pirate is currently recognized as the most powerful pirate in the world. In this world, no powerful figure at the 4 Emperors level can withstand the joint attack of 2 levels of figures. What's more, what appeared in front of Rox were 3 Marine Admiral level combatants. Advertisement. Quote. Although the situation has changed, with the intervention of the Roger pirates, but Gray Sheep Admiral was unusually calm, and dialed the phone in his hand. Advisor, is everything arranged properly? Go back to Admiral, the Knights of God are already in place. From the phone bug, there was a voice about Staff Officer Suru. That's good. Gray Sheep Admiral nodded slightly, leaving it to the Knights of God to resist the Roger pirates. There was no need to destroy them all, they just needed to contain them. This way, they can be given enough time to defeat Rox Pirate. At that time, they will be able to free up their hands and besiege the Roger pirates together. Eliminate the 2 most troublesome pirate groups in the world here. I have to say that Gray Sheep Admiral has arranged it very well, and it really has a high chance of success. Jiao Hao Hao, and if it succeeds, the entire sea will usher in at least a few decades of peace. But it's a pity. Things are often not as satisfactory and will develop according to their ideas and will. But the gray sheep will. Suru's hesitant voice came from among the phone bugs. The Knights of God did not respond in the direction we imagined. Huh, what does this mean? Gray Sheep Admiral suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Saint Fegaland Geringer of the Knights of God said personally that they did not care about the pirates on the sea outside and were rushing towards them, but were more concerned about cleaning up the evildoers currently on the island. Trash and bugs. Counselor, he repeated the words of the Celestial Dragon's Knight as tactfully as possible. 128. It's all those Celestial Dragons' fault. It can be said that Marine is attacked from both sides and from both sides. The thing is actually very simple. In the eyes of Celestial Dragons, only Celestial Dragons is crucial. They only care about the safety of their own kind and don't care about the life or death of others. Even if they have made a very good plan, as long as it slightly harms the interests of the Celestial Dragons and threatens the safety of the Celestial Dragons, they will not adopt it and implement it. Even if this is followed, it will have a very penultimate effect, solve the incident well, and minimize the cost and casualties. Celestial Dragons and others will be dismissive of this, completely ignoring the consequences of doing so, the price they will pay, and the casualties they will cause. Even in their opinion, everything should be subject to their Celestial Dragons, even if they have to pay a huge price, that is what they should be. Moreover, those who paid the price and suffered casualties should be honored by this. It's an honor to be able to help them Celestial Dragons. There is no doubt that Saint Fegaland Geringer, or in other words, everyone in the Knights of God, are such Celestial Dragons. And because they are members of Knights of God 037, they have a greater sense of glory and arrogance than ordinary Celestial Dragons. Then it is only reasonable to completely ignore Gray Sheep Admiral's arrangements. However, when this situation fell into the ears of Gray Sheep Admiral, it was not good news. In other words, the Roger pirates are unmarked, right? Gray Sheep Admiral couldn't help but frown, but his expression did not change. Plans never keep up with changes. No matter how well made the plan is, there will always be situations where it cannot be completed. Therefore, he never thought that the plan could be implemented perfectly, let alone the situation involving the existence of Celestial Dragons. Since the Knights of God can't be counted on, then the Roger pirates will have to allocate extra excess combat power. Gray Sheep Admiral rubbed his eyebrows. Kong, what did Marshal Kong say? Advertisement. Marshal Kong said that he plans to stop the Roger pirates himself. From the phone, the slightly helpless voice of Staff Officer Suru came. As a staff officer, she also hated the existence of uncertain factors beyond the original plan. In that case, we have to prepare for the worst. Gray Sheep Admiral whispered there, that Knights of God are going to the island to protect the safety of the Celestial Dragons. Assuming that they regard protection as their first priority, they cannot effectively help us besiege Rock's pirate. And Marshal Kong wants to stop the Roger pirates and cannot join us in the siege of Rock's D. Zebek. If you calculate it this way, one thing will go up and the other will go up. Our combat power against Rock's D. And to be more serious, Marshal Kong, he failed to intercept the Roger pirates and put them on this island. By fate, he will reach an agreement with the Rock's pirate and cooperate with us to deal with us. Well, although this possibility is very small, it does not exist. If this happens, it will be quite unfavorable for our situation, and our actions will become quite passive again. Gray Sheep Admiral thought about almost all the bad situations and consequences that he could think of. In fact, there was a more troublesome situation, which he did not mention. That is, if the Knights of God surround them to protect the Celestial Dragons (BGEG), or because the Celestial Dragons are dissatisfied with their actions. For example, if they can't protect them all, they will take action against their Marines, or punish their leading generals. Well, don't have the slightest doubt, these Celestial Dragons are completely capable of doing such a thing. In this case, Marine can be said to be attacked from both sides and from both sides. Not only must they face the onslaught of the Rock's pirates in front, but they must also always be on guard against the pursuit of the Roger pirates in the rear. Advertisement. At the same time, we must also be wary of those Celestial Dragons who are convulsing and whether they will take some stupid and helpless measures. Gray Sheep Admiral has never commanded a war, but he has never been as tired as he is now. It's all those Celestial Dragons' fault. All of this was caused by those Celestial Dragons who refused to leave and brought them such big trouble. Gray Sheep Admiral was filled with hatred, but there was nothing he could do about those so-called world nobles. Having said that, the Roger pirates shouldn't be the most important ones to deal with. Gray Sheep, while Admiral was helpless, it also triggered more thinking. Logically speaking, Marshal Kong cannot afford to use his own strength to fight against the Roger pirates. I think Iron Fist Garp's strength is enough to deal with the Roger pirates. There is even information reported by Marine that Monkey D. Garp once chased the Roger pirates and achieved good results. If Garp is allowed to deal with the Roger pirates, then the combat power can be planned more rationally. Gray Sheep, just as Admiral was thinking this, suddenly, the phone bug in his hand trembled again. Marshal Kong has given an order to change the arrangement and send Monkey D. Garp to fight against the Roger pirates. Suru's low tone rang out from among the phone bugs. Really? It seems that Marshal Kong has figured it out. Gray Sheep Admiral's eyes showed a hint of joy. In this case, Kong, Marshal Kong and I, if we work together, our chances of winning against Rox-D Zebek will be even greater. Well, in the opinion of Gray Sheep Admiral, compared to Vice Admirals Iron Fist, Monkey D. Garp, the probability of joining forces with Kong, Marshal Kong to kill Rox-D Zebek is higher. However, sorry, Gray Sheep Admiral, 0.129 the power of dust. Special Paramesha, the user with Dust Fruit ability. Suru among the phone bugs said in an extremely heavy tone. Perhaps, you can only deal with Rox-D Zebek by yourself. Open black lens bracket Gray Sheep close black lens bracket Admiral. Based on reliable news and intelligence. Staff Officer Suru on the other side of the phone looked at the information in front of him and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The Red Earl of Aloof Red Earl, Valoric Redfield is also heading towards this island. His powerful strength, I don't need to give it to you again. Open black lens bracket Gray Sheep close black lens bracket Admiral. There really is no need for any unnecessary introduction. He is able to walk on the New World Ocean alone, and he is as famous as other powerful pirates. This is enough to show his terrifying strength. But why did Red Earl come here at such a moment? Gray Sheep Admiral's face finally lost its strength and became ugly. Red Earl has always been a loner and has almost no interest in anything outside. Not to mention getting involved in a war like theirs, which you have no intention of participating in. It will increase your troubles, and you may even be injured or even lose your life. Gray Sheep Admiral can't figure it out at all. Why would a guy like Red Earl suddenly join this thankless war when he is alone and has enough to eat and the whole family is not hungry? It was obvious that he would face the risk of being hunted down by Marine and the world government afterwards, but he still came here to join in. Gray Sheep Admiral really can't figure out why Red Earl did this. But no matter what, when the situation changes, it is even more necessary for him to make the most appropriate choice in the face of unexpected changes. Kong, Sora Admiral is going to deal with Red Earl, Monkey D. Garp is going to deal with Galdi Roger, then facing Rox Pirate, am I the only one who has to deal with Rox-D Zebek? Gray Sheep Admiral couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling deeply the responsibility and the heavy pressure on his shoulders. Advertisement. However, Rox-D Zebek won't take action easily under normal circumstances. With his character, he will probably wait until the situation on his side becomes clear before he takes action to make a final decision. Then, before Rox-D Zebek takes action, I still have a chance. Gray Sheep Admiral's head moved quickly, while Rox-D Zebek hasn't taken action yet, I'll go help the others and take down their opponents. For example, Zephyr, Sengoku, etc. In this way, they can fight with me against Rox-D Zebek. Actually, the best choice is to work with that guy, Brown Python, to deal with the opponent, and let Brown Python join forces with me to fight against Rox-D Zebek. However, that guy's opponent, Golden Lion, Shiki is a slippery guy with extremely strong mobility. If you are not careful, he will slip away. Otherwise, if Brown Python joins me to deal with Rox-D Zebek, the chance of winning will be greater. Gray Sheep Admiral silently pondered these thoughts in his mind, and then his body turned into wisps of dust, drifting forward with the breeze. Special Paramesha, Dust Fruit ability user. Can turn his body into dust, and manipulate and use it at will. Gray Sheep Admiral's ability is this Special Paramesha. Although it is similar to Logia's elementalization, it is still an entity after all and can be attacked. Just like Katakori's glutinous fruit and Magellan's poisonous fruit. However, he can control his body to create holes at will to avoid the enemy's attacks. Compared to the elementalization of Logia, the Gray Sheep Admiral, who has a superhuman body of dust, is obviously more proactive. And with his resourcefulness, he naturally developed this Chen fruit to a pretty good level. Please give me flowers. Dust Ghost. As this faint sound sounded, a large amount of dust began to spread over the entire island. And as the Gray Sheep Admiral fluttered, the dust was scattered to all directions on the island. Advertisement. That world can be called a dusty world. How is this going? The Rox pirates who were starting to scatter on the island also noticed that something was not right. In their sight, the sky suddenly turned gray, blocking their vision. Then, my eyes felt a sharp pain, and instead, there was endless darkness. Zero. Ah, my eyes, my eyes. Countless pirates wailed, covered their eyes, and fell to the ground rolling in pain. However, they did not suppress their pain. Instead, after the substances under the gray sky floated into my ears and nostrils one after another. Their bodies suddenly stiffened, and then their bodies twitched for a while before falling to the ground motionless. As long as you are a human being, you must breathe. In the sky, the faint voice of Gray Sheep Admiral came, then my dust can invade into every corner of the human body through the respiratory tract. Gray Sheep under his control, Admiral's dust can be turned into granules or into thick ash mist, which can achieve the most deadly and effective blow to the enemy. Compared to the physical strength of Blue Dragon and the AoE damage of Brown Python, Gray Sheep focuses more on the control of the spirit. At the same time, the power of this dust can also cause huge harm. The next step is to deal with those troublesome guys one by one. The dusty Gray Sheep Admiral was floating in the sky, silently chanting the names of Charlotte Linlin and so on. Behind him, there was the corpse of Rock's pirate lying on the ground. 130 The style of a top hunter. No matter what level of pirate you are, you need to be killed. Wherever the power of dust filled the air, there were corpses of pirates. Gray Sheep Admiral and Brown Mango are two completely different types of admiral, but they all have one thing in common. That is his undisguised disgust for pirates, and his willingness to kill pirates without mercy. As the Gray Sheep Admiral drifted all the way, there was no grass growing wherever it went, not to mention those extremely ugly pirate faces. While Gray Sheep Admiral was moving forward, Rock's pirates' large forces had also landed on the island and were heading in all directions of the island. They were very excited and planned to find the celestial dragons on this island and play with them. Find their treasure by the way and make a fortune. For most pirates with numbers of 040, aren't they going to sea to become pirates just to pursue their own desires wantonly, gain wealth and enjoy themselves? However, it was not until they obtained the treasure, punched the celestial dragons, and reached the peak of their lives. The cruel reality gave them a wake-up call. Marine prepared for their actions early and made various deployments and arrangements. When this group of Rock's pirates spread to the entire island, the Marines also got in position early and came to the ambush place. Well, the Valley of the Gods, as the residence of celestial dragons, naturally has a related island terrain map. With the map in their hands, the Marines can naturally find the most suitable position on the island to occupy the most advantageous terrain position for them. As a result, the excited pirates who came to the island were attacked mercilessly. Led by Black Arm, Zephyr and the resourceful general, Sengoku, the newly emerged pirates of Rock's Pirate were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. Zephyr and Sengoku will both be Marine admirals in the future, the highest combat power of the world government. Now they are all in their prime, and their bodies are at their peak at this age. Coupled with his own level of Haki training and the powerful Devil Fruit ability, the ordinary pirate members of Rock's Pirate have no ability to resist the two of them. Advertisement. Basically, it can be said that God blocks the killing of God, and Buddha blocks the killing. Well, Sengoku himself is the Buddha. Not to mention, there is an entire staff like a Gen behind them to advise them. If they can no longer achieve results, it will really be unjustifiable. Therefore, in addition to those powerful characters on the frontal battlefield, such as Whitebeard, Big Mom, Silver Axe, and other characters on the Rock's ship, these strong men are very capable on the battlefield. The other pirates were simply unable to cope with this attack from the admiral level. One by one, they either screamed in pain as the dust invaded their eyes, mouths and noses, until they completely invaded their respiratory tracts and lost their lives. Either it would be covered by the billowing ashes and swallowed directly. In terms of control, Gray Sheep Admiral also excels. He can use his fingers to control the granular dust and the ashes and dust wind formed by gathering them. At the same time, Gray Sheep Admiral is also extremely smart. He knew that if he massacred Rock's pirate members on such a large scale and wantonly, he would definitely attract many cadres and even Rock's D. Zebek himself. However, if he quietly kills these pirates one by one without making any big noise, it will not attract anyone's attention. These Rock's pirate guys basically have no trust between their companions. As long as you avoid their sight so that they don't see the scene of yourself doing it, then you won't attract attention. Even if they saw many of their companions dying on the ground, they would just sneer or even laugh. The so-called companions who laughed at these guys who fell on the ground looked like they were weak, incompetent, and deserved to be killed, and their joking and sarcastic faces were so vivid. Then he laughed loudly, thinking that he would not be killed and died so unjustly, and he strode forward. Then he died quietly again in the hands of Gray Sheep Admiral. Advertisement. It can be said that Gray Sheep Admiral has a very thorough understanding of Rock's Pirate, the entire pirate group's mode of getting along with each other. As long as you don't appear in front of their eyes, show your side of death in front of them. Then they will not attract much attention at all, and they will have no idea of revenge for their companions. In this way, Gray Sheep Admiral can start his hunting under this gray sky. Among the ghosts floating in the ashes, he showed his style as a top hunter. As for doing this, it is like a sneak attack, and it is also aimed at these ordinary pirate members. Will it damage the majesty and figure of Admiral? That's totally out of the question. Pirates are pirates, no matter what level they are, they all need to be killed. Gray Sheep Admiral maintains the same views as Brown Python in terms of eradicating evil. There is no feeling at all that the big one is bullying the small ones. Instead, I think that I am just carrying out the justice that belongs to them. In this way, Gray Sheep Admiral relied on his own abilities and how he knew how to deal with these pirates. Without 0.9 paying attention, he hunted a large number of pirates. Of course, after reaching a certain level, he also knows when enough is enough. After all, there are also strong people in observation Haki who sense the decrease in the number of people on the island and the disappearance of sounds. If he goes too far, it will attract a lot of attention. Therefore, after feeling that it was almost done, Gray Sheep Admiral was very self-controlled and stopped when it was good, and did not continue blindly. Turning around, he looked towards the side of the huge canyon. It's time to deal with those cadres. He muttered to himself, and the message transmitted back by observation Haki told him that at that location, Sengoku and Zephyr were also fighting fiercely with the enemy. 131 The attraction between Zephyr and Sengoku. The path to the future that each one takes. After dealing with those pirates who acted as cannon fodder who were blinded by their passion and greed. The commotion they caused also attracted the attention of the Rock's pirate cadres. Well, this is the kind of situation that Grey Sheep Admiral tried his best to avoid before. The noise caused by Sengoku and Zephyr attracted the enemy's firepower and attention in a short time. This is also a normal thing. With the way Sengoku and Zephyr fight, it is difficult to come out without making a huge noise. Moreover, Grey Sheep Admiral was able to kill so many ordinary pirates quietly without attracting much attention. Among them, Zephyr and Sengoku are also there to attract firepower. As for the battle between Brown Mang Admiral and Golden Lion Shiki, few people go to it, naturally because the large-scale AoE damage on their side is too sufficient. If ordinary people dare to get close, they will most likely be directly affected by the collision of the two people's abilities and moves. 16 as a result, they may not even be able to make a sound and fall to the ground without saying a word. The more powerful a cadre level person is, the more he understands what level of battle is going on there. It is completely impossible to defeat them based on their strength alone. So naturally, they retreated to the next best thing and stayed away from that battlefield, and then turned their attention to other places where fierce battles were taking place. For example, the battle situation between Zephyr and Sengoku. Well, we can't afford to offend the Admiral of Headquarters, but you, the Admiral candidates, who are only in their 30s, have actually created such a big momentum and staged such a big battle. You really don't take us, the older generation of strong people who are wandering around the sea, seriously, right? Those pirates who came to this island and wanted to show off their muscles, including the following pirates, all targeted Zephyr and Sengoku. In the eyes of this group of pirates, these two future stars of Marine are qualified in terms of strength, status, and reputation. They are completely qualified to become the stepping stones they step on. A group of pirates laughed, licking the corners of their lips with scarlet tongues, and moved closer to Zephyr and Sengoku. Zephyr and Sengoku also gradually realized that the pressure on their side was gradually increasing. Advertisement. The number of Rock's pirates who came to besiege them was gradually increasing, and their strength was also very strong. The two of them did not have many emotional changes in this situation. On the contrary, they had already expected it. They had already made mental preparations for this before participating in such a war. What's more, Suru and other Marines from the staff had informed them in advance that this might happen. Naturally, they all have the awareness they should have and face the current situation calmly. They also did the same thing, their reaction and the most effective counterattack. Buzz. The golden human Buddha shines in the world, just like the Buddha Mingwang who has descended into the world, full of philosophical Buddha nature, just like the true Buddha coming into the world, full of majesty and holiness. Bang. Zephyr's arms also turned pitch black to purple in an instant. Under the entanglement of the strongest armament Haki, it transcends ordinary high-level techniques such as hardening, entanglement, internal destruction, and emission. After countless forgings, and accumulated hard work over time, Zephyr has formed a unique armament Haki that is unique to Zephyr and is most suitable for him. Just like Kawamatsu developed emission Haki and developed his own, or emission Haki. Zephyr's accomplishments in armament Haki are already the best in the entire Marine. Marine has even surpassed many in previous years and has become a living legend. Use his purple-black iron walls to create the most resounding name for himself. In the eyes of outsiders, both Sengoku and Zephyr are extremely powerful. But if they look at it themselves, it is still obviously not enough and lacks a lot of heat. Such power has not yet been developed to a higher level. Raising his hand and waving a strong shock wave, the Golden Buddha's face was extremely serious. Advertisement. With just this kind of impact, it's impossible to destroy Rock's pirate. We still need more powerful power to assist. Then we need the Haki winding and strengthening with Conquerors. Sengoku looked at his big Buddha palm thoughtfully. With his wisdom, he can naturally see that Haki is the most mainstream and powerful force in this world. Then if you combine it with Devil Fruit's ability, the effect of 1+1 will be far greater than 2. He is not like Zephyr, who specializes in physical exercise and physical skills. Among Conqueror's Haki, the most suitable one for his shock wave is the fishiest Conqueror's. Conqueror's entanglement, paired with his air blast, is simply perfect without being too perfect. Sengoku himself also knows clearly that that is the Haki that suits him best. However, there are two situations, one good and one bad, in this regard. The worst situation is that if you want to awaken Conqueror's Haki, you must have the qualifications of a tyrant. But only one person will be born among millions of people, which is a rare qualification. The good thing is, Sengoku happens to be one of these millions of people. He himself has the qualifications of a king, and the justice he believes in is also the justice that rules the world. When I become the Admiral of Headquarters, or even the future Marshal, standing at the top of all Marines, then my Haki and strength will reach their peak state. The eyes of Sengoku's Golden Buddha shone with blazing fire. He has seen his future path clearly. This pair of black arm is still not tempered enough. Zephyr next to him also frowned at his wrist after hammering away the pirate. I specialize in armed colors and have found my own way, but the strength is still not as good as those of real monsters. 132 Kill Zephyr and Sengoku. Thankless. The price is too serious. Both Zephyr and Sengoku are thinking about their future options. However, The movements of their hands were extremely slow, and they eliminated all the invading pirates one after another. Until, they began to gradually encounter the more notorious and vicious Rocks pirates who had made a name for themselves on the sea. Ghost Hand Le Monroe, Knife Crab de Barakat, Black-Haired Wolf Derelga, Blood Butcher Kuso Babada, Dead-Eye Archer Erdo. These titles and names that the two men chanted were all existences in this sea with bounties worth over 100 million. On the sea outside, they are all famous, powerful enough to become the captain of the 10,000 New World pirates. But now, on this island, they are just a group of Rocks pirates who are not even senior officials. Such a group of people gathered around, with obviously malicious smiles on their faces, obviously intending to give Zephyr and Sengoku a good boost of strength. Faced with the situation that their side was about to be deeply surrounded, Zephyr and Sengoku still had calm expressions. It can even be said that the meaning in the eyes of the two people looking at the group of people was like looking at a group of dead people and corpses. Buddha's Wrath and God's Chong. Strong Arm Heavy Hammer. The two people did not reserve their own moves, and they all attacked the famous pirates who were invading. As for the final result, these pirates all disappeared on the sea later, but Zephyr and Sengoku were still active on the sea. And one became Marine Admiral, and the other became Marine Marshal, which is enough to know the final outcome. Lin, are we sure we can't go together? Backquote. Advertisement. On the other side, Food Knight's long bread was hidden in a remote corner. He was holding a piece of freshly cut meat in his hand and was stuffing it into his thick mouth to replenish energy. Why are we going up? Charlotte Linlin took a deep look at the battle situation on the other side, and her scarlet lips grinned. Well, only brainless idiots would attack those two guys. Besieging those two people is simply the stupidest and most failed deal. Charlotte Linlin was completely dismissive of this, and could even be said to be scornful. Those two guys are so difficult to deal with. If you really fight with them, you will suffer a big loss if you are not careful. You will suffer a lot of damage and the price you pay is really not small. If you don't even pay attention, you may lose your life directly. And even if you are lucky enough to escape with a life, it is a serious injury in such an environment, and you are basically not far away from death. Charlotte Linlin grinned and said, I didn't dare to be careless on Rocks ship, let alone on such a battlefield. Even if we can really take down those two guys, we will have to pay such a high price, but will we get anything in the end? Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but ask, and before she could think about it, she said bluntly. Not at all. Killing them will not gain any benefits. There will be no treasures or treasures. Do you just want that illusory moment of happiness? I would never do such a stupid thing. Or is it a praise reward from Rocks Pirate? Or is it making a name for itself on the sea outside? Stop joking. Whether Rocks can survive in this battle is still one thing. Its praise rewards are simply worthless. Even if Rocks wins the final victory, it will be a thorn in the side of others if it makes a big splash. This is a good situation now. Advertisement. As for making my name known in the outside world, within a few years, my reputation will be enough to spread throughout the world, and there is no need to adopt such a method. Having said this, Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes again and laughed. Killing these two future Marine stars will not only result in no benefits, but will also pay a price and bear very cruel and serious consequences. Marine will never let go of the pirates who killed their two future admiral seedlings. Mom, I don't want to be stared at by guys like Marine all the time for the rest of my life. They use dog skin plaster to bother me all the time, disturbing my peace obo. Well, Charlotte Linlin saw it clearly, and killing these two guys Zephyr and Sengoku certainly seemed to be a temporary success. But after the pressure from all parties, especially Marine and world government, they would never let go of the pirates who killed two of their admiral seedlings so easily. Although Charlotte Linlin is not afraid, there is absolutely no need to do such a thankless task. As this so, Food Knight Bao then showed a look of surprise. No wonder, I saw Captain John, Silver Axe, and Akoku just now. In the blink of an eye, they completely disappeared. I think they realized this, so they left here. Bao patted his forehead and nodded repeatedly. It's really your fault, Linlin, for being able to think about such things so clearly. He was quite surprised and glanced at his partner of many years beside him. When the other party was a little girl, after he saw everything that happened in the nun's home with his own eyes, he found her and went to sea to travel together. Longbread saw something very interesting happening, and decided that Charlotte Linlin had the potential to dominate the sea. Therefore, he immediately grasped this potential stock and caught a ride along the way. With the help of Charlotte Linlin's strong strength, she gained a lot of wealth, and was also appreciated by Rocks D. Zebek, becoming a member of the Rocks pirate ship. Advertisement 133. Where are all those powerful pirates? Why haven't you seen it yet? From a frustrated and incompetent pirate, he suddenly became a famous pirate on this sea. It can be said that all of this is thanks to Charlotte Linlin beside him, who has monster-like power. But at the same time, after so many years of getting along, Longbread knows her very well. Such an idea is completely unlike what Linlin could come up with. Of course, these are not the most important. While the baguette was thinking about it, Charlotte Linlin also coughed twice. The point is, these two guys are very strong, and they are not ordinary fishy. Charlotte Linlin paused, and then, under the slightly surprised gaze of Bao, she grinned. They don't just have the strength of a simple admiral candidate. Even in my opinion, the strength of these two guys is not much different from the two admirals Brown Python and Gray Sheep. The one called Black Arm, Zephyr may still lack a little bit. It doesn't have the powerful Devil Fruit ability of 730 like Brown Python and Gray Sheep. But that guy named Sengoku, with the help of Zone, the Phantom Beast species, definitely has first-class admiral level strength. Charlotte Linlin said, slowly narrowing her eyes. Even if my guess is good, if he can survive this battle in the Valley of the Gods, 11. Then the admiral position vacated by Marine must be filled by him. Charlotte Linlin said with great certainty that she had already seen the not-too-distant future. So if you go up against these guys, you won't be able to win at all. Charlotte Linlin took another look at the situation over there. There was still a huge momentum, then turned around and left without any nostalgia. Instead of fighting these guys, consuming unnecessary energy and wasting unnecessary time on them, it is better to find a place to observe the entire situation in a hidden way. Advertisement. At the last moment, let's see what choices we have to make. BGEB, Charlotte Linlin dropped these words and left quietly without looking back, taking the baguette with her. She has decided that she will never jump out to attract attention until the last moment of this war. This is also the approach adopted by a few smart people on the Rocks pirate ship. Not only Charlotte Linlin, but also other guys who lived on the Rocks pirate ship, watched indifferently and did not participate too much in this war. For example, Bajan Gom Stussy, who didn't have much strength, relied on her brains, scientific research, and contacts to thrive on the Rocks pirate ship. But in this battlefield where dangers are everywhere and life is not guaranteed at all, she can only choose to hide in a corner and tremble. There are also others who do not want to waste their physical strength and energy, are very cold and cruel, and watch their so-called companions being killed without doing anything. Well, they are just companions in name only, and they don't have any feelings that companions should have. They don't care about the life or death of those around them. It is precisely because of this that the middle and lower classes of Rocks pirate were defeated beyond imagination. When the top management Mingzi did not take action, the pirates in the middle and lower levels of the ship would face a joint attack from both teammates and enemies. After taking on this huge pressure, naturally, it is extremely normal to collapse, and even collapse. Did it go so well? The other Marine vice admirals fighting on various battlefields were all a little surprised. They could clearly feel that the suppression of their own forces and combat power was much easier. Could it be that the famous Rocks pirate is so vulnerable? Such an idea just appeared in everyone's mind, and then they were quickly discarded. No, Big Mom, Whitebeard, Silver Axe, etc. on the Rocks pirate ship are all rare strong men on the sea. They have not yet. Advertisement. Exclamation mark quote. They are the foundation and proof of Rocks pirates' powerful power. These pirates in front of us are nothing. So, where are those powerful pirates? Why haven't I seen them yet? Could it be that Rocks pirate is brewing some other conspiracy? The Marines were very cautious and were not dazzled by this short-term suppression and advantage. Instead, they were very vigilant and looked around to prevent the Rocks pirates' conspiracy. But those powerful pirates were hiding in secret to accumulate strength, and were also observing Marines' plans. Ever since, the two sides remained silent, forming a strange balance. This also leads to the fact that there are only two places on this island where the war is more obvious. One place is the battle between Golden Lion, Haki and Brown Python, Admiral. And the Golden Lion guy also knows how to preserve his strength, and just controls his lion fruit ability to deal with the Brown Python, Admiral as much as possible. As cunning as he is, he will not have any head-on collision with the opponent at all, which will damage his own strength. The second battlefield was the one where Zephyr and Sengoku joined forces to suppress the famous pirates. Well, apart from being slightly more powerful and slightly more wolf-like in blood, the rest are basically useless pirates who were basically blasted by Zephyr and Sengoku. In addition, there is the Gray Sheep Admiral who is constantly harvesting the battlefield, floating like a ghost. As far as the overall battle situation is concerned, Marine is gradually gaining the upper hand. However, no matter whether Marine is aware of this or not, no one on their side dares to be careless in the slightest. Because they all know clearly that Rocks pirate, the ultimate figure who will truly determine the final situation of this war, has not yet appeared. Once that man joins the battle, everything will change drastically. 134 We surrender. The Roger pirates surrender. While Marine was standing ready, there were many high-ranking officers of Rocks pirate who were watching indifferently. On the sea outside the Valley of the Gods, a conversation that is enough to change the direction of the next war and the entire battle is taking place. Crash, boom, rumble. On the dangerous sea area, there were rolling huge waves. Among those huge waves, a rather luxurious and spectacular ship was cutting through the waves. At the highest point of the ship's mast, a smiling skull pirate flag with a golden curly beard was hung, indicating the arrival of pirates from some direction. There are currently few Roger pirates on the sea, and they are as famous as the Rocks pirates. They also came to this scene under the current situation. But their current situation is not that good. It is not the current harsh maritime environment that affects them. Under the command of excellent navigators, these are all trivial matters. What really gives the Roger pirates a headache and trouble is the numerous cannonballs that fall from the sky at an unknown time, from what angle, and in what quantity. Moreover, What is unbelievable is that these cannonballs were not fired by marine warships, but by a certain marine who laughed and threw these cannonballs with his bare hands. Wow, ha 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 ha, you have no way to escape, Roger. On the dog-headed warship, Garp bare his upper body, revealing his extremely strong muscles, while laughing. While constantly picking up the cannonballs that the marine soldiers nearby brought over on the transport rack. Then, these cannonballs were thrown violently towards the ship of the Roger pirates in the distance. Fist bone meteorite. The cannonballs are thrown at the enemy ship by hand like throwing baseballs. The speed and power of the cannonballs thrown are even stronger than the cannonballs fired by the warship's main gun. The airflow generated after the explosion can spread dozens of miles away. In the capital of Seven Waters, as a grandfather, Garp gave his grandson a little lesson, and he showed such power by casually beating him. Not to mention that at the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, even if Garp was not serious, he could still realize the importance of the problem. Immediately, he didn't hold back, and exploded directly there with full firepower. And with his performance like this, he naturally made the pirates of the Roger pirates there like ants on a hot pot, busy on the deck until their heads were about to explode. Advertisement. This guy is outrageous. Navigator Spencer had a strong desire to complain. This is the first time I have seen a marine like this. This is the first time I've seen using your hands as a cannon barrel. Are you sure this guy isn't a walking ancient weapon? I doubt he's even human. That being said, the cannonballs still had to be avoided. A group of people were driving their boats to avoid these powerful cannonballs as much as possible. As for the ones that couldn't be avoided, they could only rely on Rayleigh and Roger to stop them all. Tisk. This is not a problem. Rayleigh casually split a bomb in half and couldn't help but push up the glasses on her face. Captain, if Garp is wasted here, Kazuki Odin might die on the battlefield. Copper Jabba on the side also gave a kind reminder after using his double axe to chop away a bunch of bombs. Don't wait until then. The battle over there will be over before we can get to the battlefield. Well, this is indeed a problem. The captain with two tufts of nose hair and beard, Galdi Roger couldn't help but slap his mouth, and then grinned at the corner of his mouth. Then let's get rid of the trouble caused by Garp as soon as possible. Get rid of Garp. The crew members of the Roger pirates behind him couldn't help but look at their captain in surprise when they heard the first half of the words. When did their captain become so brave and fierce? Hey, Garp. Roger jumped to the bow of the ship, where he shouted at the warship on the opposite side. While shouting, he seemed to be groping for something in his jacket pocket. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Roger pirates stretched their necks, curiously waiting for their captain to come up with something. Even on the dog-headed warship opposite, Garp, who was preparing to show off his skills again, put down the 10 cannonballs he held in his hands. Well, with his amazing grip strength, it is extremely normal to hold 5 cannonballs in one hand. What kind of unscrupulous thing does that unscrupulous guy want to do again? Garp clasped his nostrils with one hand and muttered casually. The Marines behind him said. 0. Not serious. Out of tune. Vice Admiral Garp, are you sure you're not talking about yourself? It doesn't matter who says this, but if you say it. How dare you say this? Those Marines all had weird faces, twitching expressions, and kept silent. But they were also together with Garp, waiting for Roger's next move. In other words, it looked like he was going to take out something strange, and he kept groping around there. Is it some powerful new weapon? With this thought in mind, the Marines invariably raised their spirits and prepared themselves for precautions. However, the next second, Roger took out something, and beyond the expectations of all Marine and his fellow pirates, the thing Roger took out. We surrender. Roger threw a piece of brand new white cloth from his jacket pocket into the sky and laughed loudly. A pitch-black crow floated across the sky, and the entire ocean was silent. Even the rolling waves suddenly stopped and returned to calm under Roger's words, and the entire sea was frozen here. It was as if the whole world was also shocked by Roger's earth-shattering words. 135 What an extremely interesting future. Roger's invitation and Ryder's prediction. What the hell is he planning? The future Marine hero Garp scratched his head there, a little confused about Roger's behavior. Is he a little sick now? Not only Garp thinks so, but the Marines behind him also think the same thing. The famous pirates on the sea actually surrendered to their side, Marine. Is this a joke? Immediately, a group of Marines subconsciously chose not to believe it, and then reacted, full of suspicion, looking at the Roger pirates opposite with vigilant eyes on guard. How could the pirates surrender so easily? Most of them had some other evil idea in mind. And completely opposite to the reaction of these Marines, 0, is the appearance of these pirates, who are holding their foreheads and patting their heads. Sure enough, Captain, he did something stupid again. A group of pirates from the Roger pirates are full of useless complaints. Roger's unconventional character is very clear to them. Sure enough, it looks like this again. Rayleigh and Jabba looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. They all know that it is impossible for Roger to give in and surrender to Marine. It is no different from seeking death. Roger, but he still has an unfulfilled dream and has not yet become the Pirate King. Even if you want to surrender, you have to become the Queen of the Pirate King. So, he probably had other plans, and he also wanted to avoid a head-on collision with Marine. Don't look at me with that look. Roger grinned and smiled nonchalantly. My reputation has always been very good. Advertisement. Well, indeed, except for the Roger pirates who were angry because their companions were humiliated before they launched an attack. Others really haven't done anything excessive, hurting people and a series of other things, they are just like simple adventurers. In addition, the information provided about the characters of the members of Roger's pirate group is not so vicious, but it gives Roger's words some credibility. Of course, the most important thing is Garp's own feelings about Roger. He thinks this guy is quite good and suits his taste. Therefore, when Roger raised this question, Garp asked noncommittally, "How do you say that?" So, Roger's other hand took out a bag of senbei that was well packaged and looked extremely crispy. It's not easy for me, I just intercepted the snack specialty senbei from the fried fruit country and handed it over as a tribute to the celestial dragons. Roger gently shook the bag of senbei in his hand. Would you like to try it together? Garp, if you say this, then I won't be sleepy. But having said that, you use this to test cadres. Which cadre can't stand such a test like you? But, I don't seem to be a cadre, hee. Since you said so. Garp's mouth is completely grinning, so I won't be polite. Amidst the exclamations of the Marines behind him, Garp directly stepped on the moonwalk and flew in the direction of the Roger pirates. Gall D. Roger also smiled when he saw this, and also ran towards Garp under the helpless eyes of his companions. The two top figures among the Marines and pirates met in this magical angle. And when Garp and Roger got together, the other side. Somewhere on the sea not far from the Valley of the Gods Island. What are you doing here, Ryder? Open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket Kong looked at the figure in front of him with his feet on the sea with an expressionless expression. Advertisement. In front of Kong, a tall and thin figure with white hair braided into two braids hanging on his shoulders stood there. He was wearing a plum red shirt and blood red trousers, black leather shoes with gold rims on his feet, and a large blood red cloak with a plaid pattern on the inside. He wore a blue rose around his neck and a slender bat-handled umbrella. Ho 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 ho, there's no need for such a big battle. Relax, I don't have any ill intentions when I come here. I have no interest at all in the behavior of those celestial dragons and you Marines. You know, although I am not afraid of trouble, I am not stupid enough to cause trouble. The crimson eyebrows were raised, the corners of the mouth hanging with a gold chain slowly curved up, and an evil smile appeared on his face. Red Earl Beloric Redfield held up the bat umbrella in his hand. And for him, a single guy, to ignore the troubles and threats from the celestial dragons and Marines and to happily join so many people. When I came here, I just saw some extremely interesting scenes that were going to happen here. The legendary great pirate, the aloof Red Earl who made his name famous all over the world alone. He said that he saw an extremely interesting scene here, so he thought about what big action would happen on this island in the Valley of the Gods. Naturally, observation Haki, whether it is predicting the future or listening to the voice of the heart, is easy for Beloric Redfield. He can even be said to be the #1 observation Haki in the world, the strongest observation Haki, etc., and he is fully worthy of it. Presumably the scene he saw must be extremely extraordinary.
Open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket Kong's brows furrowed involuntarily. That innate, God-given powerful talent of 0.7 makes Beloric Redfield proud of the world in terms of knowledge and S**X. As he spoke, a flash of red light flashed in his eyes under his red eyebrows. As he spoke, the evil smile on his lips did not diminish at all.
He knew that in the current world, Beloric Redfield's observation Haki had reached its pinnacle. At this moment, even with Kong's empty composure, after realizing this situation, he couldn't help but feel his heart sinking. 136 open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket an empty gamble. The wrath of celestial dragons. It is simply an unforgivable sin. After all, Beloric Redfield is a pirate in his identity and position. And the scene that made him find it interesting, if you think about it, must have been seen and thought from his perspective as a pirate. In other words, for Marine, it may not be so friendly. Open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket Kong has no doubt about the authenticity of Beloric Redfield's words. As the top pirate in this sea, there is no need to lie about his specifications and level. What's more, his nickname is Aloof, which means he doesn't bother to lie at all. Then unless Beloric Redfield saw the picture he saw was wrong. With his observation Haki, this situation is basically impossible. In this case, it seems that the current situation is not very friendly to Marine. I said, I came here just to watch the excitement and be a simple bystander. 16 Beloric Redfield gracefully held up the delicate rose on his chest. I suggest that instead of paying extra attention to me, an irrelevant person, it is better to pay more attention to what is going on the island. Beloric Redfield chuckled. After all, the celestial dragons on the island need you the most. Kong, hearing this, Kong could not help but remain silent, and then took a deep look at Beloric Redfield. What the other party said was almost Kai Guguo's obvious ridicule. How could he not hear it? But similarly, the other party's words are also reasonable. Currently, due to the Roger pirates and his arrival, Marine's combat power, which was already somewhat stretched, has become even worse. The top priority right now is to get rid of Rock's pirate. Especially on the island, there are many wailing celestial dragons. Those guys are not generally difficult to deal with. Once you are entangled with those guys and refuse to let them go, it will be quite troublesome. Advertisement. Even if Kong is alone, if he is targeted by the group of celestial dragons, he will probably be quite troublesome and helpless. Therefore, Kong really has no other good choice for Beloric Redfield's proposal. Especially after knowing that Marine might be in an extremely disadvantageous situation, he had to make a decision. If you plan to take this opportunity to do something. Open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket Kong's tone gradually became colder, then after this war is over. No matter how hard I fight for these old bones, I still want to kill you and impel down. Just be prepared to die there of old age. Ho 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 ho, this kind of situation will never happen. I don't know if Beloric Redfield is saying that he will not get involved in this matter, or if he is saying that he will not be caught by Kong in the future. But there is no doubt that Kong cannot afford to waste time here. Knowing the character of Beloric Redfield, he decided to take a gamble and no longer pay too much attention to the other party. Now their top priority for Marine is Rock's pirate. As long as this group of pirates is dealt with, any other pirates that will follow are completely out of the scope of consideration. After leaving such words, Kong quickly ran towards the Valley of God's Island without stopping. On the sea, Beloric Redfield looked at Kong flying on Moonwalk, and his smiling eyes gradually became darker. Ho 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 ho, Rock's pirate, the two Rock's brothers, it's so interesting. Bursts of laughter with unknown meanings echoed across the sea. At this time, on the Valley of the God's Island, the war between Rock's pirate and naval headquarters has completely entered a white-hot stage. Before the strong men at the top took action and used all their strength, the younger brothers and soldiers below had gradually become red-eyed and began to fight each other crazily. The noise became louder and louder, and finally it surprised the celestial dragons who were hiding on the island. Advertisement. Deep in the island of the Valley of Gods, in the extremely luxurious official palace. The ground and walls paved with gold and diamonds are inlaid with treasures that are priceless to the outside world. But here, it seems like I have no money, everywhere, hanging there casually. And deep in the extremely luxurious palace, several bloated guys wearing bubble helmets and white spacesuits were lying on the soft and silky cushions. They closed their eyes slightly, seeming to be resting and enjoying something. Beside them, there are beautiful beauties with stunning looks, holding the leaves of a sea coconut tree from a certain new world summer island, gently fanning the breeze in that 393. Boom. Suddenly, there were bursts of muffled sounds outside, breaking the tranquility in the palace. The fat-looking guys wearing bubble helmets couldn't help but frown. Snapped. In particular, the snot bubble in the helmet of one of the guys with fat heads and big ears suddenly burst, making a crisp sound. At this moment, all the guys wearing bubble helmets opened their sleepy eyes. At the same time, the beautiful maids who were fanning the breeze were so frightened that they quickly fell to the ground, knelt down on their knees, and buried their heads deeply. He was afraid that the group of big shots in front of him who had been disturbed from their rest would notice him. It's really noisy. One of them, an old man with a gray beard and hair like cotton candy, wrinkled his chrysanthemum-like brows. Isn't the matter outside over yet? Those pirates haven't been dealt with yet. Are all the Marines just a bunch of freeloaders? You actually allowed those pirates to cause chaos and disturbed our daily nap. It's an unforgivable sin. 137 Celestial Dragons treasure. Stussy, who seeks death, faces off against Whitebeard of Celestial Dragons. While the Celestial Dragons roared, there was a battlefield somewhere outside. Gu la 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 la, what a coincidence. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate, smiling and squinting his eyes slightly, looked at the man opposite who stood tall and proud with a famous sword on his waist. The man with the other moon hairstyle. Gula la la la, is this the crescent moon hairstyle and beard? Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate looked at the other person up and down. The upper part of his head seemed to be the upper half of the moon. The beard below is also the curved lower half of the moon, and matches the same thin cheeks in the middle. And the slightly bulging arc of the moon behind his head is really like a vertical crescent moon. Thinking of this, Whitebeard Edward Newgate's two hooked moon beards under his nose couldn't help but tremble. He also has a moon beard, but his beard is curved horizontally, while the other person's beard is erect. The same moonbird made Whitebeard Edward Newgate even more concerned about the guy in front of him who suddenly blocked his walk. In particular, those characteristics that the other party possesses, such as, are they celestial dragons? He looked at the bubble helmet on the head of the man opposite him and couldn't help but grin. I thought the celestial dragons were hiding in some room or basement, cuddling up on the bed and sleeping there. That unabashed ridicule also made the celestial dragon's opposite, who was holding a long knife in his arms, slightly raise his head. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. He also looked at the two conspicuous beards at the corners of Whitebeard's mouth, and then nodded slightly. Well, you are still self-aware, but you just called him the nickname Whitebeard instead of Moonbird. 11. In this way, because you are more aware of current affairs, I can still leave you a complete body today. The man with a moon face and a beard said calmly. Advertisement. Hearing these words, Whitebeard Edward Newgate couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Such a tone sounds very celestial dragons, Gula la la la. Whitebeard Edward Newgate chuckled there, and then the sword in his hand Kongyun cut towards the ground and paused vigorously. So, you showed up here to block Lousy's way. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate said in a deep voice, and his tone gradually became a little uncomfortable. He could naturally feel that the celestial dragons in front of him were completely different from the celestial dragons pigs in the past who only knew how to eat, drink, have fun and enjoy themselves. These are the real high-level elites among celestial dragons, right? A guy who was created with 800 years of experience and enjoys the world's top resources. Definitely not an ordinary product. Even a pig can be promoted to the level of a fairy, let alone the best among celestial dragons. This road is blocked. Moon Man Celestial Dragons has no intention of explaining the situation to Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Just throwing out such a sentence, there is no follow-up. You know, he is one of the superior celestial dragons, and he has nothing to do with these lowly and despicable pirates. In the eyes of this moon dragon man, saying a word to Whitebeard Edward Newgate is already a great gift. And the reason why he will not give in is because behind him is where the celestial dragons live. As one of the Knights of God, he naturally has to protect the land belonging to the celestial dragons. Otherwise, given their character and temperament, they would not even be able to show up in front of Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Of course, it was impossible for him to tell Whitebeard the truth behind this, and he didn't even bother to tell him. Gla la la la, are you still so arrogant? Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate laughed softly, but I also have a reason to go through here. Advertisement. Well, just now, through a special channel, the Bajingam Stussy sent him a message. Claiming that she has found the location of a large amount of treasure, as long as Whitebeard is willing to help her take out all these treasures. Then everything between them in the past will be cleared up, and no one will owe money. It has to be said that although this woman Bajingam Stussy is not very powerful, she is also extremely greedy. It can only be said that Bajingam Stussy is indeed a woman with sophisticated skills and a very high rank. But her eyes were covered by greed, but she didn't think so at all. Instead, her eyes were filled with money. And now, there are still some celestial dragons on the island that have not left. But he also knew that he could not persuade Bajingam Stussy. In the past 3 years, the two people, well, they still have a lot of friendship. He kept thinking about how to get all these treasures. It's just that this place is not that good. Completely ignoring the possibility of encountering celestial dragons or being besieged by Marines King Zhao. Needless to say, she is indeed a typical person who wants money rather than her life. Well, she didn't even think about where the most treasures could be on this island. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate is also helpless. He is almost aware of the current situation of Barkingolm Stussy. Isn't that where the celestial dragons live? You may not want to worry about her, but there was indeed some friendship between the two before. But Laike has been gone for 3 years. But her greed also allowed her to accurately find the hidden treasures on the island while avoiding Marine's siege. To just leave things alone would be a lack of kindness among pirates. Bajingam Stussy just went there to look for treasures in plain sight. Isn't it obvious that he was caught in the crossfire? Although Bajingam Stussy said before that because of Laike's acquaintance, the relationship between them was cleared. 138 The strongest paramesha devil fruit in the world, this is simply the funniest joke in the world. It is really normal for such a woman to handle a man like Whitebeard Edward Newgate, who is forthright and whose character is immediately apparent. It was precisely because of Bajingam Stussy's coquettish operation that Whitebeard Edward Newgate became more determined to leave here. At the same time, the last bit of friendship with Bajingam Stussy was severed. Let me ask you one last time, will you get out of the way for lousy? Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate asked in a deep voice. He also lost his patience. On this island where the situation is changing rapidly, if there is a slight delay, the situation will usher in a completely different direction. He didn't want to continue to waste time in this confrontation. Kaka. The Moon Man Celestial Dragons opposite did not speak, but just raised the long knife in the handle. That unyielding posture clearly expressed his attitude. Gu la 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 la, is that so? Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate chuckled, and the muscles in his arms began to vibrate violently. If that's the case, then lousy won't be polite. 263. Buzz. In an instant, extremely powerful vibrations erupted from his shoulders and arms. That dazzling white luster almost covered his entire head. The so-called paramesha devil fruit, shock fruit, the strongest in the world. After seeing this scene, the Moon Man Celestial Dragons finally couldn't help but cheer up, and looked at the opponent's posture with great seriousness under his sunglasses. He said expressionlessly and slowly, placing his hand on the scabbard of the long knife in his arms. Click. Advertisement. The blade is slightly unsheathed, reflecting Tien's extremely sharp cutting edge. The sharp edge of the blade that can almost blind people's eyes clearly shows that this is also a top-notch knife. At least, judging from the level, it definitely does not belong to Whitebeard. The naginata in the hands of Edward Newgate is Kumojiri. This is also a famous sword of the supreme fast knife level. Although he looks down on pirates like Whitebeard Edward Newgate in his mouth and in his heart. But I still respect the opponent's strength and devil fruit's abilities. Let me weigh how powerful the world's strongest paramesha devil fruit is. Moon Man Celestial Dragon said slowly, and also put on a posture ready for battle. Gu la 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 la, then you should try it. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate laughed, watch the move. Click. The huge bright white fist hit the air, causing cracks in the entire space. At the same time, the extremely sharp sword energy flashed across, making the entire sky dim. The top battle in this sea officially started at this moment. At the same time, behind the battlefield where the two of them were, in the extremely hidden luxurious palace. This place has not been affected at all, but continues to pursue the crime of disturbing the nap before. The celestial dragons woke up, hissing and roaring. It's an unforgivable sin. The angry voice that had interrupted the nap sounded in this gorgeous palace, causing the maids on the side to lower their heads and tremble. Marines are becoming more and more useless now. Advertisement. In the center of the gorgeous palace, the chubby celestial dragons with burst nose bubbles and big ears stood up and cursed at BGEB. There was a big fuss about the pirate attack before, and you actually want us to leave here or hide. He seemed to be saying something incredible, using an exaggerated tone to vent the anger in his heart. We are the descendants of the creator of this world, the gods of this world. How dare we, who are so noble, have to give way and retreat when facing a group of cheap and vicious pirates? This is simply the funniest joke in the world. This can only show that Marines are a bunch of incompetent idiots. If these idiots can't solve those pirate cities, we Wylong people will be in a dangerous situation. So is it still necessary for them to exist? Take the time to ban substitutions and find other guys to replace those losers. The fat-headed and big-eared celestial dragon sat upright and picked up a fresh and extremely fresh red peach beside him. I think that young man Spangdine is quite good. He can always understand what we need and what needs to be done in a timely manner, and solve it in a timely manner. He keeps our affairs and life in order and serves us comfortably. I think it will be no problem if we leave this group of pirates to him. I think it would be just right for him to be Marine Marshal. As he spoke, the fat celestial dragons took a bite of the peach, and then his face suddenly darkened. Didn't I tell you? The peaches I want to eat cannot be soft. Why has this peach become soft? Come here. Send me the peach gatherers and the guys who brought the peaches up to the slave room. The bloated celestial dragons spit out the innermost peach on the ground and cursed loudly there. The bodies of the maids began to tremble slightly in fear, but they did not dare to use excessive force for fear of affecting themselves. Even before they were served, they were tested to see if the peaches were poisonous. They all tasted them and knew it. When these peaches were delivered, they actually had the right taste according to the taste of the celestial dragon's master. But who delayed the celestial dragon's master for such a long time without having time to eat? As a result, the taste of the peach was naturally deviated. It's not that no one wanted to come over and replace these peaches, but this celestial dragons was taking a nap, and the movement of changing peaches would disturb him. Therefore, no matter how you do it, this is a dead end. 139 Where are the officers of our pirate group? Where are they? It's true, there's simply nothing going well lately. The fat celestial dragons tugged on his collar and looked at the other celestial dragons standing up slowly beside him. I said, Saint Fegaland, why don't you seem angry at all? Is it useful to be angry? Don't you understand that being angry can hurt your health? The somewhat thin celestial dragons known as Fegaland Saint slowly raised his head and glanced at him, and then said slowly as before. Is it worth getting so angry for a group of lowly pirates and marine, who is a subordinate servant? That is simply the most stupid thing to do. So, we can only watch and let the current situation worsen like this. The fat celestial dragons grinned. I was just thinking about taking my newly acquired slave back to the Mariajoy arena to show off. I said, Saint Jagolucia, why are you so excited over there? Fegaland Saint still said lightly. Leave professional matters to professionals. Instead of worrying so much, it's better to enjoy the moment peacefully. You can indeed enjoy it in peace. The obese Saint Jagolucia couldn't help but curled his lips. Who doesn't know that your family's Geringer holds a high position in the Knights of God and he is outside? With him guarding you outside, you can naturally sit back and relax. Hey, this sounds like the man who rules the top of the world is not from your family. Fegaland also glanced sideways at him, then sneered and said no more. They're all the same. We belong to the same type of people. Saint Jagolucia was not annoyed when he saw this, but grinned and continued to pick at the fruits. Advertisement. The Fegaland family has always controlled the Knights of God, an organization with important authority within the Celestial Dragons. The usual trials of Celestial Dragons, and even the sentencing of various punishments, are all done by the Knights of God. Holding the power of punishment is enough to show how important the Knights of God are among world nobles like the Celestial Dragons, who no one in the world dares to provoke. Naturally, the Fegaland family, even among the 20 major families of Celestial Dragons, is ranked among the top families. It is precisely because of this that Saint Jagolucia, who was born in the Jagolucia family, is also willing to get together with Fegaland. After all, the elder of their family also has authority that does not belong to the Knights of God. He is one of the 5 people who rule this world. Then I'll wait and see what kind of surprises that genius from your Fegaland family can bring us. Oh, you will see it. The chatter belonging to the 2 celestial dragons also sounded in this luxurious palace. The maids, who had their heads lowered and did not dare to raise their heads at all, were quietly waiting for the 2 adults' orders. If these 2 noble celestial dragons had never said anything to ask them to get up, even if they had forgotten about them, they can only keep kneeling like this until the end. At the same time, there is the Valley of God's Island outside. The battle on the entire island is also in full swing, with many main battlefields opened, but the effect is not very satisfactory. Especially in the battle between Sengoku and Zephyr, no pirate could successfully break through. In the entire battle, Rock's pirate was at a disadvantage. Damn it, these marines are too difficult and troublesome, aren't they? After all, they are admiral candidates. Such strength is indeed worthy of their status and military rank. Marine has such a character. Where are the leaders of our pirate group? Where are they? Advertisement. I don't know. I saw Captain John and Akoku just now. How come I can't find them in the blink of an eye? I actually saw Golden Lion, Shiki fighting against the Admiral, Brown Python, in the naval headquarters, and Whitebeard Edward Newgate, who was also fighting with a master among the celestial dragons there. Did that guy from Newgate directly go to the celestial dragons? That's amazing. He doesn't consider the consequences at all. He is worthy of being a monster on our ship. But except for the two of them, where are the others? Where are you going? Are so many of our cadres just like deserters after arriving on the battlefield? The pirates were wailing, complaining, and angry, especially when they saw that the progress of the entire battlefield was not as they expected. Marine was killed by these pirates, and he found the treasures of the celestial dragons and took them for himself to gain wealth, etc. On the contrary, they themselves were beaten to the point of collapse by Marine's 1,000 troops. The defeat on the battlefield, coupled with the suspected lack of departure of the cadres, could not help but make the resentment among these pirates even stronger. It almost turned into reality, and the morale of the entire Rock's pirate was rapidly collapsing. If this continues, Rock's pirate will be defeated and completely defeated by Marine. And by that time, after the pirates of Rock's pirate have withdrawn from the battlefield on the Valley of the Gods Island, it will only be a matter of time before the entire pirate group falls apart. I don't know if Rock's pirate will still exist by then, I don't know for sure. As this happened, the Rock's pirate cadres who were hiding knew they could no longer hide. Otherwise, when this war is over, Rock's will die. But if their side wins, or that B************* D Zebek himself is still alive, it is inevitable to liquidate them afterwards. So when it's time to take action, it's natural to take action. As for the outcome, that is a matter of speculation. 140 The fate of the cadres. Soon, we Marine will achieve this final victory. Ha 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 ha, so you have to pay attention to the timing when you appear. Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, one of the future 4 emperors, smiled lowly and slowly walked out of the shadow. Besides me, there are many other people with ideas who have the same plan as us. She looked around and found those powerful guys on the ship who were hiding. At this moment, he appeared on the battlefield almost at the same time. Akoku with a classical beard, a tall man holding 2 silver axes, and Captain John with a bottle of wine and a knife on his waist. These guys are also human beings who know when to hide and when to show up. In particular, it is not only 770 that mediates the atmosphere within the pirate group, but also the opponents they have to face. After fighting for such a long time, these 2 guys must be a little tired. Silver axe, he said in a deep voice, the 2 silver axes in his hands shining brightly under the sun, and his eyes gradually filled with murderous intent as he looked at Sengoku and Zephyr opposite. Even if you are not tired, fighting so many long battles will consume a lot of your own physical strength and haki. Akoku stroked his long beard on his chin and spoke calmly. Since there has been a lot of consumption, Captain John drank a few sips of wine for himself and said with a smile, then just lie down and have a good rest. The best is the kind that never gets up. The 3 people there were talking to each other, and the strong murderous intention was also permeated around them. For these 2 Marine Admiral candidate monsters, if they are allowed to continue to grow, then they will reach the sea in the future. It will definitely become the biggest obstacle to your freedom on the sea. It would be better to kill these 2 guys here as soon as possible. Although killing the 2 of them may lead to a crazy counterattack by Marine, as long as there are more people besieging him. Advertisement. Hiding in the dark, the next gangster or something, you can try it a little. They had also calculated before that besieging these 2 guys was the most uneconomical deal. But even if you can't kill them, blocking their future path is still a good choice. And even if they couldn't be stopped, at least their side had to show off to avoid being liquidated by the Rocks guy later. Anyway, they just need to give Rocks an explanation. If something is really impossible, then just evacuate as soon as possible. Several people stood there with a tacit understanding, silently looking at the Admiral candidate duo opposite who were still waving their fists. Is it Silver Axe and Akoku? And Charlotte Linlin, are these guys finally willing to give up? Even Captain John showed up, it seems they are serious about it. The Rocks pirates who had been complaining just now also discovered the appearance of their own leaders. Involuntarily, he also became energetic and spoke a little passionately. At the same time, because of this discovery, many pirates surrounding Zephyr and Sengoku gradually retreated quietly. This battlefield was left to these cadres and these 2 Admiral candidate monsters. Are we finally going to take action? Zephyr was also aware of the change in the atmosphere at the scene when he casually punched a toothless pirate. The strong murderous intent was aimed at them, making it particularly conspicuous. Akoku, Silver Axe, Captain John, all are really the famous officers on the Rocks pirate ship. Sengoku pushed the toad mirror on his face and said in an extremely calm tone. It seems that they can't keep their composure, or in other words, they know how to size up the situation and seize the opportunity. The clear sarcasm in Zephyr's tone was not concealed at all. Advertisement. He could almost guess the evil thoughts of this group of pirates. Therefore, from the bottom of his heart, he looked down on this group of guys who were ready to take advantage of the opportunity to pick peaches. Send death and let other men go, but when it's time to harvest and get the results, do you want to come up instead? Zephyr fist bumped his hands and raised the dark black sunglasses on his face. If they think they can defeat us just like this, they are totally wrong. Even when facing this group of extremely vicious and famous pirate villains on the sea, Zephyr was not afraid at all. Under his pair of black arms, no pirate can survive. It's going to be a tough battle next. Sengoku shook his shoulders, and his aura became more and more powerful. Although many of the previous pirates had bounties worth over 100 million, none of them were enough in front of the two of them. Only the group of senior officers on the Rocks pirate ship in front of them have the qualifications worthy of being truly taken seriously by the two of them. And when Sengoku and Zephyr were building up their momentum and getting ready to go, they were in a hidden corner of the battlefield. Are the top officials of Rocks pirate finally planning to take action? The delicate dust slowly gathered in the air. Just in time, it's time to close the network in 0.317. Grey Sheep Admiral, who had been observing the situation and developments nearby, saw that all the senior cadres of Rocks pirate were gone, and knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. As long as all these senior cadres are eliminated, only the last captain, Rocks D. Zebek, will be left. If we free up a lot of troops to besiege and kill them, the victory of this war will basically be established. Right away, we Marine will achieve this final victory. The so-called strongest pirate group in the world will finally cease to exist. The Grey Sheep Admiral controlled the dust in the sky and slowly moved closer to the battlefield. 141 Zebek is over. I've never killed a celestial dragons. Looking at the current situation, it has actually become quite clear. Those at the bottom do not affect the overall battle situation. The battle between pirate combatants and marine soldiers does not need to be considered too much. The battle situation between the middle level does not affect the overall situation. The only battle situation that needs to be considered and paid attention to is at least the Marine Vice Admiral level or above. This also highlights that some battle situations are particularly important and have an extraordinary impact on the overall battle situation. The most typical one is the battlefield where Zephyr and Sengoku are. Their sensitive identities are of great importance to Marine and represent the future of Marine for an era. The opponents they are facing now are Captain John, Silver Axe, Akoku, etc. Nearly 40 years later, they are all famous pirates on the sea, and are firmly remembered by Sengoku and Marines. It can be said that the battle situation here has the qualification to affect the overall direction of the battle 16. Therefore, Grey Sheep Admiral, who also saw this clearly, controlled the dust in the sky and quietly moved closer here. He wants to catch all these pirates in one catch. However, just when he was thinking about taking action soon and planned to put it into practice, suddenly, his body suddenly stopped there. Not only him, but everyone on this Valley of God's Island all froze in place. Even on the battlefield outside the gorgeous palace where the celestial dragons were located, the news of the fierce battle between Whitebeard Edward Newgate and the Moon Man celestial dragons was startling. The two people stopped what they were doing, and then quickly moved away from each other. What's the momentum of this one? Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate's eyes couldn't help but look somewhere in the distance. The black-red thunder flashing into the sky was reflected in his pupils, and his gaze gradually became deeper. Such power, such Haki. Advertisement. The expression on the opposite side of the Moon Man, celestial dragons, also became unusually serious. Because he clearly knew that the person who released this kind of Haki would be the one who released the Haki. In such a battle situation, there is only one person who can have such a powerful Haki. That one, the man who reigns at the top of the entire new world, the man who stands at the top of all pirates. Are you finally planning to take action? Moon Man Celestial Dragons, shouted there in a low voice, Captain of the Rocks Pirate. King of New World, Rocks Zebek. To be able to have such power and show such boundless and domineering power, no one can think of anyone except the most powerful pirate in the New World. Things have reached this point, and even he can't bear it anymore. Is he going to end it immediately? Grr, the monster finally can't hold it back anymore. Whitebeard Edward Newgate was there laughing. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore, because the phone bug in his arms, which represented Bajingam Stussy, called 10 times again. Also, after Rocks D. It is understandable that Bajingam Stussy became anxious in order to prevent unexpected changes. I really can't wait any longer. It seems I have to speed up some actions. Thinking of this, Whitebeard Edward Newgate couldn't help but focus on the Moon Man Celestial Dragons in front of him again. I have to say that among the Celestial Dragons, your strength is indeed one of the best, but... Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate couldn't help but take a deep breath. The situation on my side is urgent. I want to ask you one last time, will you get out of the way for lousy? The low voice of the words was extremely solemn and serious. Obviously, Whitebeard Edward Newgate is also thorough and does not intend to waste time here. His patience and other thoughts were all restrained, and he began to deal with the battle in front of him with the most serious attitude. Advertisement. What do you think? This time, the bright man celestial dragons finally gave his face. At this moment, he is the same age as Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and is at his peak at the same time. Tell me your name, celestial dragons. It seems that there is no need to talk about it. Although I usually hate celestial dragons, you are fully qualified to die in my hands. First get rid of the Whitebeard pirate in front of you, and then protect the celestial dragons behind you. If those trash guys from Marine can't stop Rox D. Zebek. Moon Man celestial dragons gently stroked the long knife in his hand. At this time, you are still so naive and ask such a stupid question. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate. Under the strong pressure of Rox D. Zebek, the Moon Man celestial dragons lost some of his reserve and began to answer Whitebeard's questions. Gu la 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 la, I have never killed a celestial dragons. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate suddenly laughed loudly and said, let me see if you will become the first celestial dragons to die in my hands. If you get serious, you must use all your strength to kill the unknown person with his sword. Moon Man celestial dragons, the future leader of the Knights of God, is evaluated as the king who will show off his skills in this Battle of the Valley of Gods. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard close black lens bracket Edward Newgate pointed the naginata forward. Street. Fagarland Garinger. After seeing that the opponent was going to use all his strength to fight against the enemy, and that Rox D. Zebek was going to take action, he no longer held back at all. Isn't this an obvious answer? I have responded with practical actions. Although he had known such a result for a long time, Whitebeard Edward Newgate couldn't help but touch the big knife in his hand. 142 Another Rox. Join our Marines in taking on the Rox pirate. In this world that has extraordinary power and is dominated by it. What affects the final result of a battle is nothing more than the most high-end combat power. This time the Rox pirate attacking the Valley of the Gods, its most powerful combat power is the one who is famous all over the world and is known as the most powerful pirate. He is also the great pirate that Marines are most afraid of and care about, Rox D. Zebek. Naturally, the key to the outcome of this battle lies in whether he can win the battle with Rox D. Zebek. If this man had the last laugh, Marine and the world government would be at a disadvantage. Unless some other details are revealed later, it will be difficult to stop this man from moving forward. And similarly, if Rox D. Zebek is defeated, then naturally, Rox pirate will cease to exist. Such a pirate group that threatens the whole world will be completely disintegrated and will end with Marines' complete victory, once again showing the world the power of their world government. It can be said that although the previous battle was very fierce, it still did not have too much impact on the situation. But after Rox D. Zebek left the field, everything became different. The most typical thing is that the atmosphere of the entire battlefield has changed solemnly. When the extremely powerful Haki spread in all directions, everyone on the island had completely different reactions. Marine's expression changed, becoming extremely solemn. Thick sweat began to flow from his forehead or neck, and he swallowed the saliva in his mouth. The pirates belonging to the Rox pirate side were very excited and even cheered and shouted happily. The morale of the entire team has increased significantly. Rox D. Zebek is the backbone of all pirates and the sea-fixing needle. In the eyes of all pirates, as long as he takes action, there is nothing that cannot be solved. Because of this, no matter how embarrassed they were before by Marine, they still had no tendency to flee. Advertisement. Just waiting for Rox D. Zebek to take action. But now, they have obviously waited. That guy. At the same time, Kong, who was about to arrive at the battlefield, couldn't help but raise his head and look at the sky in the distance. I saw countless black lights flashing with thunder in the sky near the coast, blooming and shining in the sky. The dark clouds above the entire sky gathered, almost solidified, gathered together, and turned into the huge Uzumaki. As if it were an inverted funnel, Uzumaki became the center of the entire sky. Even if you end up in person, do you have to create such a huge momentum and put on such a show before actually taking action? Rox D. Zebek. Open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket Kong muttered in his heart, and then his steps couldn't help but become a little faster. This kind of power is enough to show the power of Rox D. Zebek. If he is not contained in time, Marine will be hit even harder. Is it finally starting? At the same time, on another coast, a certain aloof Earl of Red, who had just landed on the island, was caressing the enchanting blue enchantress on his chest. Once Rox D. Zebek appears, that extremely interesting scene will not be far away. He has not forgotten the purpose of his coming here, which is to witness with his own eyes that such an extremely interesting scene actually happened. Rox. Hehehehe. Beloric Redfield's eyes could not help but look towards the sea somewhere in the distance, and he let out an incomprehensible laugh. You are coming soon, another Rox on this sea. That guy is more powerful and terrifying than Rox D. Zebek, and he also gives Marine a headache and trouble. Advertisement. And on the sea some distance away from Beloric Redfield. Rox D. That B asterisk 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 D Zebek finally couldn't hold back and wanted to take action. But, if you think about it carefully, based on what he wants to do, poaching the Rox pirate, doesn't that mean going to war with the Rox pirate? Gall D. Roger, who was already a little bruised and swollen, couldn't help adjusting his somewhat messy clothes and looked at the Marine Vice Admiral in front of him who was pretending to be nonchalant and holding his nostrils. Since you said so. In his worldview, as long as he can achieve his goals without violating his own bottom line and perseverance, there is no problem in being flexible. This kind of thing is really a bit too ridiculous. Quote. So you understand what I just said, right, Garp? Garp, on the other hand, became somewhat silent after hearing what Roger said. I just said so much, co-author, you didn't listen at all. Don't you mean to join us, Marine, in dealing with the Rocks pirate? Did I mean that? I just said that I wanted the other party's Kazuki Odin, and I had no intention of getting involved. As the saying goes, the enemy of your enemy is your friend. Good job. No, strictly speaking, the Roger pirates are really in an alliance with Marine in terms of strategy. Gall D. Roger was completely indifferent to this. When he thought of this, Gall D. Roger couldn't help but smack his mouth twice. Gall D. Roger, Marine Vice Admiral, Iron Fist Monkey D. Garp blinked his bright panda eyes, and then continued to twitch his nostrils. As a Marine, in order to deal with one group of pirates, he has to join forces with another group of pirates. How come you are telling me that we are going to join forces with Marine to deal with Rock's pirate? He also scratched his head. Then it's not impossible to join forces with Marine. 143 Roger action. There must be other reasons that motivate you to do this, Rocks. Even Garp, who was usually very unreliable, couldn't help but fall silent when he heard such things. Now, he is at his peak. If he wants to join forces with the pirates, he will resist it from the bottom of his heart. But if the opponent is the Roger pirates, it seems that they can't stop the opponent. When he thought of this, Garp couldn't help but grin, twitching at the injury on his face. Before, he and Gall D. Roger briefly greeted each other and gave each other a good greeting. Well, in a very manly way, greeting with fists and fists. It has to be said that although in the eyes of outsiders, Gall D. Roger is inferior to Rocks D. Zebek. But in Garp's opinion, if we really want to compare, maybe Gall D. Roger is more troublesome and difficult to deal with than Rocks D. Zebek, maybe.
Whether you are willing to join forces with us or not, I must go to the Valley of the Gods. Seeing that Garp remained silent, Gall D. Roger simply acted like a rogue and said extremely firmly. Even if you want to stop me, I will go there. 340. Having said this, he suddenly smiled at Garp. Of course, the premise is that you can stop me. Gall D. Roger has had several confrontations with Garp before, and it can be said that they know each other completely. If he only wanted to jump to the island, Garp really couldn't stop him. You are really a troublesome guy. Garp spoke confidently and made Sengoku and Zephyr speechless after hearing this. Ahahaha, each other, you are also the troublesome guy among Marine. Gall D. Roger laughed and stood up. We are pirates, isn't it normal to cause trouble for others? That guy Rocks D. Zebek has already left the game. For me, there isn't much time left. Advertisement, I have informed you in advance. If those Marines still want to attack me and my companions when we get to the island, I will be quite rude. Gall, BGDH, D. Roger left these words, and regardless of Garp's reaction, he turned around and ran towards the direction of his own pirate group behind him. Garp was left there watching directly, watching Gall D. Roger return to the ship, then summoning his companions, driving the Oro Jackson, and quickly set off in the direction of the Valley of the Gods. Garp just watched helplessly, although the justice in his heart told him that it seemed wrong to do so. But, as far as the current situation is concerned, if Marine can cooperate with the Roger pirates to overthrow the Rocks pirate and defeat Rocks D. Zebek, that will be a favorable situation recently. If Sengoku and Suru were here, they would probably let the Roger pirates enter the Valley of Gods by default. Garp touched his head and thought, after all, this is a good thing for Marine. Of course, from a personal emotional point of view, Garp still feels very awkward and difficult to accept. But now is not the time to talk about this. Now that the decision has been made and the Roger pirates have put it into practice, Garp will no longer pay too much attention. Instead, he focused his attention back on the island in the Valley of Gods. To be precise, it was the person who was going to die personally, the supreme figure on the sea, Rocks D. Zebek. The biggest villain in this sea has appeared, so as a hero in this sea, I have to make a good appearance. Garp grinned, rolled up his sleeves, and then stepped on Moonwalk, also running quickly towards the island of the Valley of Gods. Then, the dog-headed warship was left on the sea level and the Marines on it stared there. Vice Admiral Garp. The Marines were stunned for a moment before they reacted. Advertisement under the command of Garp's adjutant, young Bogart, a group of people drove the warship and chased towards the island in a hurry. But it was obvious that the speed at which they were catching up was not as fast as Garp, who was moving quickly using Moonwalk. There were only some faint sounds coming from the breeze. But taking action so early seems a little too anxious. To end up in such a situation at such a time point is not like your usual style. There must be other reasons that prompted you to do this, Rocks. Garp's slight soliloquy floated on the sea. Although he doesn't understand tactics or plans, he has extremely keen intuition and super perception of combat, as well as perfect control of the battle situation. In Garp's view, if he were Rocks D. Zebek, this would obviously not be a good time to debut. There must be something special happening. And just when Garp and Gall D. Roger were rushing towards the Valley of the Gods at the same time. On the other side, on the coast of the Valley of Gods Island. Directly in front of the Rock's pirate's car, a figure walked slowly forward with steady steps. His body is releasing energy almost all the time. For most people, it is completely unmatched, and even if they face it head-on, they will lose their courage. That boundless Conqueror's, who was enough to make the whole world eclipse and tremble in fear in front of it, was played with black lightning and thunder, setting off the boundless domineering and might of that man. However, no matter how powerful the aura that the man exuded made all creatures tremble and tremble, he was holding an aura in his hand that was not affected at all. The phone bug seemed not to notice the strong Haki at all, and was well protected by the most domineering man in the world. Of course, the most important thing is to protect good communication with someone on the other end of the phone. Laike. 144, dear brother, I knew you would never be absent from such a battle. The most powerful overlord of the sea, Rox D. He has not seen him for 3 full years, his most dear brother.
I knew you would never be absent from such a battle. Rox D. Zebek smiled wildly. After all, we have to fight against the world government and deal with the celestial dragons.
Such a battle is rare. With your strength, it would be a waste and a pity if you don't come here to join the battle. The extremely domineering aura set off a fierce wind, and even in the strong wind, it could not cover up Rox D. Zebek's bold laughter. It doesn't matter to me. Laike's plain laughter came from the phone. There is also the sound of the whistling sea breeze, at this time, somewhere on the sea outside. Laike stood on the deck of the Pluton battleship, quickly shuttled across the sea, and said with a chuckle, I just want to see how powerful the world government and marines will be after they use all their power. By the way, if I use my improved and upgraded Pluton battleship, plus the more powerful cannonballs, what kind of effect will it have if I bombard it? Whatever you think. Rox D. Zebek grinned and said, as long as you can come here and work with me to deal with the world government and celestial dragons, then everything will be fine. Well, in Rox D. Zebek's view, his younger brother has committed the so-called arrogant male syndrome again. However, he has always been dissatisfied with his integrity, so he would not care about such things. Rox D. Zebek has an equally urgent need for his brother's strength and Laike's strength. Advertisement, especially now, on this island, some additional ants and bugs will come here. Are Kaido and Kazuki Oden okay? Laike's casual inquiry came again from the phone. Ah, those 2 guys are still alive. Rox D. Zebek's eyes flashed a little red, and he almost got an idea. And these 2 guys are still enjoying it, constantly shuttling between the various battlefields, fighting with various marine vice admirals. Of course, because they are too powerful, they have also attracted the attention of many marines. There are already many powerful elite vice admirals, as well as ability users in the marines, and members of the CP organization, who have begun to pay special attention to Kaido and Kazuki Oden. Kaido and Kazuki Oden have been training with Laike for 3 years, and their strength is undoubtedly strong. At present, except for Marine Admiral level characters and the strongest shield of celestial dragons in CP, there is basically no existence that can suppress them. Even among the characters in Rock's Pirates camp, apart from the captain, there are probably only 2 people, Golden Lion, Haki and Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, who can fight with them without losing. They have become a dazzling duo on this island that cannot be ignored.
But it seems like there are foreign guys who want to take advantage of their business.
The red light in Rox D. Zebek's eyes flashed alternately, and a smile of unknown meaning appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Outsiders. They're trying to get their idea. Is it the Roger Pirates? The phone bug just pondered for a moment before giving an answer that surprised Rox D. Zebek. You know, well, except for that guy Gall D. Roger, there shouldn't be any guy who is short-sighted who dares to intervene in this kind of battle at such a moment. Laike chuckled and replied. Advertisement. Of course, the most important thing is that Gall D. Roger is also in urgent need of someone who can interpret the historical text.
Kazuki Oden fits his requirements very well, and in the original version, Ben was his crew member, following him to interpret the historical texts of road signs and go to the final place of Raftel. Please give me flowers. Moreover, Roger is in urgent need of Kazuki Oden. In the original version, he would rather kneel down to Whitebeard and ask for Kazuki Oden to be brought onto his ship. At that time, Roger had already been diagnosed with a terminal illness and his time was running out. But now Gold D. Roger is in the most energetic and lawless state. Not to mention the Rock's pirate, even if the world government's army pressed in front of him, he would not blink an eye, and would even think about eagerly fighting against them. Not to mention coming here without thinking about what kind of thoughts his actions would cause the Rock's pirate.
All in all, apart from Roger, there will be no other person who can come here with determination under the current situation.
Laike's view is very correct. After listening to Rox D. Zebek, he also suddenly smiled. Indeed, that B*********** D. Roger sometimes likes to do things that make people look extremely stupid. Rox D. Zebek sneered there, and then whispered, it's really in vain that he and I both have the same name of D. Whether it is Rox D. once, Laike also asked Rox D. Zebek what D means. The latter is not very clear, I just know that it seems to represent some kind of will and mission, a will that is specifically against the world government and celestial dragons. This seems to be the idea that Rox D. Zebek doesn't know much about D, and it's very one-sided. If you want to get more information about this aspect, then the only place to go is Raftel.
Or maybe I learned about it from someone hidden behind the scenes deep in the holy land of Mariajoy.
Dark Fruit by 145 Rocks. I am the King of Darkness, awakening ability. Rox D. Zebek, who intends to practice his D-Way, leads his pirate group here. At what he thought was the right moment, he vowed to annihilate the celestial dragons in the Valley of Gods. Then attack the world government and create his own world and era. Rox D. Zebek was full of confidence, his eyes kept flashing red, and he understood all the situation on the island clearly.
That B************ D, Golden Lion, is as ineffective as ever, but if he can help me hold off an admiral, it can be considered that he has done his part. Marine has a rare opportunity to have some good ideas emerge. How about Fahi Sengoku?
Although he only has the rank of admiral candidate, his demonstrated strength is already at the monster level. Equals, except for not having the rank of admiral, there is almost no difference from Marine admiral. Plus that haunting, gray sheep, plus that old guy, Kong. These are the only people Marine needs to pay attention to. Rox D. Zebek automatically ignored a certain unreliable guy who likes to eat senbei and donuts, Tekken Vice Admiral. And that B************* D. Roger is planning to get involved. If I were the only one, I might still have some headaches, but now. Rox D. Zebek gave a disdainful sneer, if you help me, I can crush these ants and bugs with just one kick, Mo Laike. To use your words, these are just chickens and dogs, there is nothing to be afraid of. Rox D. Zebek is full of confidence, and he knows Mo Lake's terrifying strength best. If two people can join forces, then he will not look down on the Marine Admiral or the Marine Marshal. It's better not to be careless and to be more prudent. Listening to Rox D. after all, he clearly remembers the final outcome of Rox D. Zebek. In addition to Roger and Marine Admiral level characters, you should also pay special attention to the Vice Admiral called Monkey D. Garp. He also has the title of D, but he is able to become Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, and he is as famous as Zephyr and Sengoku, which is enough to illustrate his strength. Advertisement, is it also D? The only thing that can attract the attention of Rox D. Zebek is the name D. As for Garp's strength, Rox D. Zebek still doesn't think so. No matter how strong he is, his strength is probably at the same level as Zephyr and Sengoku. He briefly chatted with Mo Laike again, and then hung up the phone. Then, at the moment when the signal was cut off, from under the feet of Rox D. The show is about to officially begin. The eyes that were originally flashing with red light were, at this moment, filled with rich darkness, completely as black as ink, and soaked in black. Under my dark realm, no one can escape from this hellish cage. Rox D. Zebek, with strong confidence, stepped on the land wrapped in black and spreading rapidly into the distance. He was magnificent and elegant, as if he was an emperor in the darkness, dominating the world. Rox D. Zebek, the king of the new world, is also the Esper of Logia, dark fruit. That is said to be the most dangerous, the most vicious ability in the history of devil fruit. He is also the dark fruit of this generation since before Blackbeard. Lord of the Night, Mo Laike did give him a good nickname, but if we talk about darkness. Rox D. Zebek's extremely domineering and powerful declaration sounded in this vast world. I am the real king of darkness, ha 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 ha, unruly and arrogant laughter, as darkness enveloped the island. Black hole, the endless darkness, like a tide, sweeps in all directions, with no tendency to stop at all. Advertisement in an instant, it covered every corner of the island. What is this? Is this the power of Rox? As soon as this dark tide was released, he stepped on the moonwalk early and flew into the air. Then, as far as the eye can see, everything seen is pitch black. Such a dark thing? Is this a good thing done by Rox Pirate? It seems that it has swept across the entire island. Damn it, there is no good place to stay. The other Marine Vice Admiral next to him couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then slowly spit it out. Everyone's faces were extremely solemn. Looking at the endless darkness, they felt extremely heavy in their hearts. The faces of the Marine generals who knew the relevant information about Rox D. Zebek became very ugly. 0.2. The darkness that greeted their eyes almost enveloped the entire land, leaving them with no place to set foot. This is definitely not just a general statement about good development. There was a Marine Vice Admiral who spoke in a deep voice. Have you reached the point of awakening yet? The Marine soldiers were busy there, shouting loudly to remind the Marine generals who could use Moonwalk. Use Moonwalk. If you know how to use Moonwalk, get out of here quickly. But no matter how scary it is, at this level and level, it's a little too scary, right? They also all know that Rox D. Zebek is Logia, Dark Fruit's Esper, and he has developed Devil Fruit into an extremely terrifying situation. Such darkness not only shrouded the world, but also shrouded their hearts. Countless Marines looked at the sudden surge of darkness beneath their feet and couldn't help but scream in surprise. 146 The darkness sweeping the island. The bound Marine is willing to give up his life and look forward to death. Rox can be called the most powerful pirate in the world, able to conquer the entire sea, establish the strongest pirate group in the world, and rule the entire second half of the Grand Line. Known as the King of the New World, countless people live under his powerful shadow. To be able to hold such a status, there is absolutely no doubt about his strength. This also made all the Marines feel their hearts tremble just by hearing Rox D. Zebek's name and seeing him take action. Is this the darkness that can swallow up everything in the world? Even for Gray Sheep, Admiral, the dust all over his body condensed in midair, revealing his tall figure and dignified face. Dark Fruit has infinite gravity and space like a black hole that even light cannot escape. It can suck in everything that comes into contact with darkness and compress and pulverize it with infinite power. Ordinary darkness can produce such an effect, let alone the darkness created by Rox D. Zebek. Not to mention, Rox D. Zebek has spread this darkness to the entire island, covering it all. Ah, what are these things? My body can't move at all. What's going on? I can't struggle at all. I feel trapped and sinking all the time. How can I fix it? Iron Body. Iron Body. Get out of here, Iron Body. There were many Marine generals who took off on the moonwalk and were not trapped by the Dark Earth. But there are also more Marine soldiers. Although they know the basic 6 moves, they have not mastered the steps. This also leads to the fact that they cannot leave the ground at all, like the senior Marine officials, who are above the sky. Naturally, I also began to be invaded by the dark power under my feet. The battlefield, which was still fought in various places, suddenly became chaotic and violent commotion began. Advertisement, ahahaha. No matter how talented you Marines are, you can show off your power. When a group of pirates saw Marine in such a state, they immediately laughed arrogantly. They belong to Rox Pirate, and with Rox D. Zebek's observation Haki, they can naturally easily avoid using darkness to destroy their own troops. Therefore, when one party's high-end combat power enters the scene, it will have an earth-shaking effect on the changes in the entire battle situation. Hee, you damn Marines, just go to this dark hell and repent. The ferocious-looking pirates were laughing and howling, and then rushed forward one after another, using their own swords to fight Marine. In their opinion, the Marines were trapped in the darkness and had no time to take care of themselves. If they take advantage of the situation and enter, they will definitely be able to achieve excellent results, killing all the Marines and causing heavy losses to the opponent. However, they had miscalculated the nature of the Marines who came here. Can't you escape? In that case, realizing that they may not be able to escape from this dark quagmire, the Marines looked sad when they saw the pirates charging at them with a fierce smile, and each one gradually turned towards death. Then let's make a complete end to it. Even if we die, we will have a happy life. When a person is forced into a desperate situation, his or her final potential will be unleashed, disregarding life and death, and completely turning into a life-threatening werewolf lunatic. Unable to escape, the Marines pulled out the swords in their hands with red eyes. Facing the pirates who seemed to have control of their lives and deaths, they also slashed at them as if they were risking their lives. The strength and character of Marine who came here to participate in the Battle of the Valley of Gods go without saying. Once they do not consider the situation of life and death, and even assume that they will not survive, after having this understanding and opinion, their attacks will be much more ruthless than in the previous battle. The stupid pirates are still enjoying themselves in the preparation room, harvesting the lives of Marines. The result was completely unexpected, Marines bottoming out and desperate counterattack ushered in. Peeved, the pirates were all stunned there, clutching their throats or suffering from fatal injuries. Advertisement with confusion and regret, they fell to the ground one after another. The death of these stupid pirates in the first wave and the smell of blood also shocked the pirates behind them. A-hole Marines. You are going to die soon, why are you still so dishonest? The remaining pirates were so angry that they jumped around and yelled. You bastards should just stay there and wait for the lousy to deal with you. Since you don't want to die so much, then we will help you. The pirates who had learned a lesson suddenly grinned ferociously, and began to surround Marine. Some even simply went around and planned to kill Marine from behind, thus taking down the opponent with 883 certainty. Lousy will chop off all the flesh on your body piece by piece. The Rox pirates said with great hatred, I want you to suffer endless pain, taste misery and despair, and die so cruelly. With that said, they came to a place behind or on one side that Marine could not reach normally and prepared to start the massacre again. However, peeved, another coquettish blood splashed, and this splash was indeed Marine's blood, but at the same time. But it is also full of the blood that spurts out from the bodies of these pirates under their completely disbelieving eyes. You. The pirates in Rox pursed their lips as they watched Marine use the knife to pierce their own bodies from an extremely tricky angle. Si Wen's body was so beautiful that they were the pirates. Well, with the position of these pirates, under normal circumstances, Marine cannot kill them, but if Marine is willing to sacrifice himself, at the cost of penetrating his own body, he could just cut them down. The most typical one is to stand behind and make a surprise attack, only to be killed in reverse. This is the same move as the Wudang clan in martial arts novels, where they die together. 147 American EI. We have to eliminate the problem at its source. Facing Marine's counterattack with the same death technique, this group of pirates were instantly caught off guard. Then, he became angry from shame. This group of guys are really more difficult and troublesome than cockroaches. Are you so determined? You want to take us away before you die? As expected of Marine, he did something so despicable. Well, a group of despicable pirates were there to tell about Marine's so-called despicable practices. However, your final death struggle ends here. The pirates smiled ferociously one by one, and took out the American EI from their arms or waists. As long as I don't get close to you and keep a certain distance, then it'll be fine. They were all grinning there, and then pointed the black gun muzzles in their hands at the Marines who were unable to move and began to slide down step by step. Nisunai. Stinky Marines. The pirates laughed loudly and pulled the trigger, and the muzzle of the gun instantly sprayed out unlimited firepower. Iron Body. Flying Slash. the trapped Marines, who are good at physical skills, used their signature, iron body, to resist. Those who are good at swordsmanship wave the sword in their hands and try to build an airtight defense network in front of their bodies to block all the bullets. However, even if the iron body has been trained and perfected, no matter how airtight the defense is, there will always be a moment when the strength is exhausted and it is broken. Talk, peeved, as the coquettish bloodflowers bloomed, many Marines began to fall to the ground one after another. The balance of the battle gradually tilted towards the laughing pirates. Advertisement: we can't let the situation continue like this anymore, W. Naturally, those Marine generals would not just watch the pirates slaughter Marines without restraint. If they die on the battlefield in frontal combat, then they have nothing to say and will not have any complaints. But in such a trapped situation, he can only become a piece of fish on the chopping board and be slaughtered by others. It is so frustrating to lose. This is something that these Marines and generals cannot accept. Therefore, they did not care about other situations and began to attack all pirates on this battlefield, whether they were cadres or ordinary thieves. They were all there, using their full strength and starting to use their deadly hands to protect those Marines. And similarly, the cadres who originally faced off against these Marine generals also started to take action when they saw these general-level Marines. Some people with smarter minds will avoid contact with them for the time being. And more of them are reckless and lackluster, or they feel that after Rox D. Zebek personally left the field, it gave them endless confidence and confidence. I feel that the general situation has been decided, and I want to have a good showdown with these Marine generals. Because of this, they also licked the corners of their mouths, stared at those bloodthirsty eyes, and began to put their own safety behind, and truly began to fight for life and death. The brutality and bloodiness of the entire battlefield began to rise to a new level again with the darkness sweeping Rox D. Zebek. Sure enough, this is the biggest trouble in the entire battlefield. The giant Buddha, covered with golden light and full of divinity, stood in midair. Sengoku's face was slightly solemn as he looked at the scene in front of him. We have to eliminate the problem at its source. Zephyr, who was stepping on Moonwalk next to him, also opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The source they were talking about was, of course, Rox D. Zebek. As long as he was killed, everything would be over. Based on the temperament and character of these guys, if the general falls, the tree will fall and the hosen will scatter. Kong, Marshal Kong is quickly approaching here. Grey Sheep, Admiral is also waiting for the opportunity. Sengoku said in a deep voice, so, if we join forces with them to besiege Rox D. Zebek, then there is a great possibility of ending this battle early. Advertisement as the resourceful general, he can naturally see the true situation of things and see the most essential state. The key points for both sides in this war are Rox D. Zebek and the Celestial Dragons on their side. As long as they defeat Rox D. Zebek, the opponent will be almost defeated. Sengoku had already made a plan. After hearing this, Zephyr nodded slightly and then looked at the group of people in front of him. Ignore these guys. Most of them will just show off to intercept, so. The Conqueror's Haki, that belongs to him and is forged by the justice that reigns over the world also unlocks boundless power. Sengoku can be said to have seen through this group of guys. But before going to find Rox D. Zebek, so even if the Rox pirate is wiped out afterwards, people like them are still to blame. Even if they are forced to take action under pressure, those guys will not really risk their lives. Those guys with zero ability to coordinate operations have never thought about fighting with their lives. Zephyr raised his glasses and couldn't help but look forward, where several senior cadres had occupied every corner and completely surrounded them. And if one of the celestial dragons on their side is caught and injured by the Rox pirate. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he also put on his black arm posture. The next moment, the golden light all over Sengoku's body shined brightly, and the boundless Haki began to emanate. If it weren't for the liquidation of Rox D. Zebek, they wouldn't even take action. De Jows. As long as these pirates are forced back, we can face the real big trouble of Rox D. Zebek. After the battle just now, Sengoku has completely seen the true nature of these guys. Silver Axe, Ochaku, Captain John. These famous pirates on the sea formed a siege network around them. The solemn aura also rose again in the venue. 148 hero. Here we go. They really don't know their position very well. Sengoku and Zephyr knew that the group of guys in front of them would not really risk their lives to kill them. But if you really try to stop them to the maximum extent, it will be an extremely troublesome thing. Not to mention anything else, that Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, with her soul fruit ability, the many Homid soul bodies she created were enough to give them a headache. Especially how smart she is, combined with Rox D. Zebek's darkness. Injecting his soul power into these darkness and giving birth to the dark Homids was enough to make them feel very afraid. Once the abilities of Devil Fruit are matched together, it will be quite terrifying. In addition to Silver Axe, Ochaku, and Captain John, they all have their own methods and abilities. It is entirely possible to implicate them and hinder certain progress. Zephyr and Sengoku also vented their momentum without reservation. Well, are you planning to do something serious? Open black lens bracket Big Mom close black lens bracket Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes, opened her flaming red lips, and revealed the bright white teeth inside. Let's test our strength a little bit. Charlotte Linlin had some thoughts in her heart, and then waved her hand. In an instant, many soul light groups scattered on the ground, in the boundless darkness. Suddenly, those dark tides rose into the sky, and in front of Charlotte Linlin, they condensed into the Homets, who were all black and had only two faint empty eyes. There is nothing better than the darkness produced by dark fruit, and it is the most suitable raw material for homies. Well. That power can offset and swallow up even the fruit abilities of the Esper. After all, after staying on the Rock's pirate ship for such a long time, Charlotte Linlin naturally knows the relevant abilities of Rock's D Zebek. And what are the effects of his abilities? Dark fruit has the infinite gravity of a black hole. It can suck in everything that comes into contact with darkness, compress and crush it infinitely. Advertisement Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but lick her lips. It also has the function of attracting people with abilities from a distance, and touching people with abilities with its hands, temporarily incapacitating them regardless of their species. Even the attacks of fruit ability users can be easily absorbed and neutralized. This can be said to be the nemesis of all demon fruit power. Charlotte Linlin was able to survive on the Rock's pirate ship, which was full of tigers and wolves, and she also gave birth to so many children, created her own family and protected it. Not only relying on her monster strength, but also her ability to complement the dark power of Rock's D Zebek cannot be ignored. With so many dark Homets, coupled with my mother's ability, it is enough to sign paper for them. 11. If only, her eyes were vague, glancing at the group of people on the side. They are these bastards, they just jump out of nowhere and ruin my good deeds. Although they are members of the same ship, Charlotte Linlin has no trust in Captain John and Silver Axe Ochaku. Only her children and Baguette, the chef who had been with her through thick and thin, were worthy of the little tenderness Lot Linlin gave her. And just when Zephyr Sengoku, Charlotte Linlin and others formed a confrontation, it was about to break out. The Grey Sheep Admiral next door also frowned at this. BGED. Can even the dust be swallowed up? The darkness in front of him was more difficult than Grey Sheep Admiral imagined. He has not played against Rock's D Zebek, but he is very clear about the opponent's abilities. His dust ability seemed to have no effect in this darkness. So, the crux still lies with Rock's D Zebek. As long as we knock him down, everything will be fine. But, Grey Sheep Admiral looked at the bloody battle below, and many Marines were forced to stand there, being bullied by the pirates, suffering injuries and even death. Advertisement involuntarily, he also frowned. Aren't these pirates too presumptuous? Grey Sheep Admiral's voice gradually became deep and cold, even with Rock's D. It seems that they really don't know their position. Then let me help you, the lowest, worst, and most despicable pirates, wake up. After saying that, he controlled the darkness and quickly moved towards these hidden pirates. Although the darkness can restrain his dust, it is more than enough to deal with these lil pirates. It's just, wow ha 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 ha. Before Grey Sheep Admiral officially started to take action, an even more exaggerated laugh sounded in the sky. The laughter is so bold, so energetic, and full of confidence. The hero is here. The hearty laughter made many pirates who were showing off their power suddenly startle. Then, they subconsciously raised their heads and looked at the source of the laughter in the sky. I saw in the sky, an extremely strong guy falling from the sky and slowly rolled up his sleeves. That's Marine. Looking at his clothes and standard coat, he should be a Marine General, right? In terms of military rank, it should be Vice Admiral? I know him. His name is Garp, Iron Fist, Garp, Marines Vice Admiral. One of the pirates immediately recognized the figure appearing in the sky and loudly reminded his companions around him. At this time, from above the sky, the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, who finally arrived, was feeling proud of his magnificent debut. 149 Conflict. Clean everything, the pirate's nightmare has begun. Monkey D. Garp, laughing so hard that tears burst out from his eyes. He obviously has such a happy face, but at this moment, the aura around Garp is condensed to its strongest stage. Kaka. Just his overlord-like aura made the atmospheric pressure in the sky unbearable and made it crackle. The overlord momentum instantly exploded through the sky. You pirate bastards, endless black and red lightning flashes intertwined, covering Garp's body surface, and with his loud declaration, it completely surged out. The good days are over. The ultimate's body strength was concentrated on Garp's fist that he had clenched early, and then he slammed it down quickly and violently. The hero made his grand appearance, and the monster-like Marine took action, completely kicking off this top-notch chaotic battle. The Iron Fist that will become a legend in the future, at this moment in its peak state, blasts out a thunderous strike that is enough to destroy everything in the world. Fist-bone clash. Following that hearty laughter, an extremely powerful and brilliant shockwave comparable to the giant's combined attack skills descended from the sky and swooped down. Boom! The unparalleled power hit the island ground heavily, or to be precise, in the turbulent and rolling darkness. The originally extremely rich dark tide that covered the entire island, the surging tide that swallowed up everything on it and made everyone extremely fearful, under this blow. With the violent explosion, the powerful impact force was suddenly dispersed. It is obvious that even many ability users, many masters of physical arts and swordsmanship are helpless against this endless darkness. In front of Garp's explosive personal strength, he seems to be vulnerable. Even the masters of physical arts are helpless. That only means that your fists are not hard enough and not strong enough, ha 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 ha. At this time, Garp, both Haki and body, are at their peak. Advertisement not to mention his tyrannical physical skills that he honed using warships as sandbags. He is at his peak in all aspects, even the darkness of rocks has to retreat in front of Garp. In front of Haki and his physique, which are the most powerful in the world, no matter how terrifying his abilities are, they all pale into shame. In this world, Haki is the real theme, Vice Admiral Garp? Some of the shaky Marines who were exhausted and almost at the end of their rope were about to be knocked to the ground. When they saw this grand and gorgeous debut, they immediately shouted in surprise. Although Garp is extremely unreliable on weekdays, at this critical moment, he still stood up and showed off his skills to help them get out of trouble. Wait. Get out of trouble? As soon as the surprised expressions appeared on the faces of many Marines, an extremely serious question emerged in their minds. It seems that they are currently being restrained by these darknesses? And this means that they cannot break free at all and can effectively avoid it. That is to say, we, the people, are the victims who suffered Garp's blow head-on. The many Marines who realized this suddenly flicked their tongues outwards in waves, and their eyes bulged. Especially when they saw the powerful shockwave that splashed after landing, they were extremely stunned. They are not afraid of death, and they have long had the consciousness to put their lives into practice, but then you can't die too unjustly. Isn't it a little too aggrieved to die in the hands of one's own people for no apparent reason? Fortunately, their worries did not last long, as a strange force came and saved them all. Really, they are all a bunch of guys who make people worry. Advertisement. Although a woman's voice sounded faintly, a layer of washing bubbles like a bath wave seemed to rise on the entire ground and in the sky above. Then, the shock waves shot out by Garp, as well as the dark tide that was scattered and flying, were all resolved. Please give me flowers, purifying shock, the ability to wash away any items and cleanse the sins of all things in the world, under all the cleansing, will dissolve a little of the darkness shrouding the island. Ha 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 ha, it has to be you, Xiaohe. Garp landed on the ground with both feet, causing the ground to crack, splashing up pieces of gravel, and laughed loudly. I don't think about the consequences like you do. Counselor He, who was hiding in the dark, responded slowly. Her washing fruit ability can wash enemies like clothes, and turn them into flat clothes and hang them on a clothes pole. 0. The items being washed will lose their shape, and the living bodies will lose their strength. It can also slightly wash away people's evil thoughts, cleanse their souls, and make people's evil weaker. Naturally, with a certain amount of fruit power and impact, she has developed it to the point where she can wash away some of it. However, facing the darkness of rocks, she tried her best and could only play some role while Garp exploded the ground. Moreover, she only partially diffused Garp's impact, saving Marine who was hit from the front and preventing them from being affected. As for those pirates whose power really exploded and covered many rocks, she would be completely rude. Therefore, after Garp's conflicting fist fell, the situation on the entire Valley of the Gods Island was turned upside down. The old man's move, which can shatter a town with one punch, also exploded with unimaginable power when Garp was at his peak. The boundless impact spread in all directions, even faster than the darkness that covered it before, spreading to the entire island. In an instant, countless pirates were hit head-on by this move before they could react, and then they fell to the ground in unison, and the sounds of falling down also came and went. The nightmare that belongs to the pirates also begins at this moment. 150 Nothing matters, not even the world government can stop us. Rox D. Zebek used his dark abilities to tether all the Marines on the island into the hell he weaved. Almost all of them became desperate and annihilated the entire Marine team in one fell swoop. But at the same time, Garp also used his powerful body strength, coupled with the powerful Haki, to blast away these dark tides with his all-destroying iron fist. Coupled with Suru's fruit washing ability, the situation was reversed, the status was reversed, and the pirates became the suffering party. Because of this, after the whole island was slightly silent for a few seconds. In an instant, the screams of the pirates rang out one after another. And such a movement broke out here, which almost attracted the attention of the entire island. 5, 2, 3. Such an impact, such a fist and Haki. The senior cadres of Rock's pirate all showed fear and solemn expressions. They are not ordinary people, so they can naturally understand what this punch means. That means what an exaggerated power range it has. Who is that guy? How can he have such terrifying strength? With Haki and physical strength like this, it's almost as good as Marine Admiral, isn't it? To put it bluntly, compared with Captain Rox, he is not much different. Who is it? That's definitely not a simple Marine Vice Admiral. Is he the hidden master of Marine? He is indeed the Laike department of the world government, and he still has some background. There were many low voices, and those famous pirates began to pay a lot of attention to Garp. The strength and extent shown by the other party is enough to deserve their attention. Wow, ha 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 ha. What's going on? You are all frightened by this punch from me. Advertisement. Garp held his biceps with one hand and raised his other hand high like a strongman, laughing until tears flew down his face. Get out of my way, Maidenfu, that B*** deluxe who doesn't know how high the sky is. As Garp said this, he directly turned on the Musou mode and went on a rampage. All the pirates who stood in front of him, whether they were not affected by his shockwave just now or whether they were intact, were all knocked away by him who entered the mowing mode. As a result, those pirates who have not yet come to their senses are in a trance, or those who have become conscious but have no time to escape. After Garp rushed over, suddenly, Accompanied by bursts of heart-rending screams, these pirates were basically rushed away heavily. And it was also flown so high that after landing on the ground at such a height, there was a muffled sound of dong. He lay almost lifeless on the ground. After a few twitches, his body completely stopped moving. The pirates all suffered, and the Marines were also frightened, fearing that they would be affected by their indiscriminate behavior. They immediately moved out of the way one by one. Even the officers of Rock's pirate had a tacit understanding and quietly got out of the way when they saw this. Therefore, what appears in front of Garp is the broad road leading straight to Rock's Zebek. Gia ha 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 ha, are there any monsters like this in Marine? High in the sky, Golden Lion, Haki, who had a panoramic view of all this, also looked at the rampaging Marine Vice Admiral with great interest, and raised his hand to light a cigar for himself again. If he fights Zebek, it will be a good battle, Golden Lion. There was absolutely no respect in Haki's words for his titular captain. On the contrary, he was there happily, enjoying the excitement and planning to enjoy the show. When the brown python, Vice Admiral opposite him saw this, a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. For such a long time, the battle situation on their side has been inextricable. Advertisement. The main reason is, Golden Lion, the mobility brought by this guy's lion fruit is not very strong. It's like a slippery loach, it's impossible to restrain it. If you want to defeat this guy, then you have to find him elsewhere, huh? Brown Python, Admiral suddenly noticed, Golden Lion, Haki in front of him, and his expression suddenly became startled. It seemed that he had discovered something that surprised him. Then, before Brown Python, Admiral started to explore the surrounding situation, he started shouting there himself. Roger, did this guy come to the island too? Golden Lion, Haki, who had been confronting Brown Python, Admiral before and kept his mind, finally discovered the traces of the Roger pirates who came here. Moreover, its captain, Goldie Roger, has already landed on the island, and following Garp's footsteps, he is flying towards this side. Even a man like him can't help but participate in this battle. What is his purpose? Golden Lion, Haki's interest suddenly became high, and then he seemed to have thought of some possibility, and his eyes lit up. Could it be that he also has the ambition to conquer the world, so he wants to deal with Marine and the others? In other words, the existence of Rock's 0.4 gang has hindered Roger's progress, so do you want to eradicate them? Golden Lion, Haki suddenly had a lot of thoughts in his mind, and his whole person was also thinking enthusiastically. If it's really what I think. Open black lens bracket Golden Lion close black lens bracket Haki suddenly grinned and rubbed his fingers there subconsciously. Then maybe I can form an alliance with Roger, as long as this man is willing to cooperate with me, then we will have a more powerful fighting force than Rock's. Conquering this sea is more promising and more certain. When the time comes, nothing will matter, not even the world government can stop us. 151 Mo Laike. That man, after he comes to this battlefield, it will become even more lively. Golden Lion values Roger very much and has considerable obsession and demands for Roger. Originally, he wanted to drag Goldie Roger to join him before the Battle of 8 Wall. Haki has great recognition of Roger. On the one hand, it is naturally because of past contacts, which made him recognize Roger's strong strength, personality and behavioral style. On the other hand, naturally after today, Roger will personally send the captain of their Rock's pirate away, so that Haki will care about him so much in the future. Of course, although Haki still doesn't know how today's battle will end. But this does not prevent Haki from admiring Roger because of his past. Have the monsters in the Marine appeared? The troublesome guys from the pirate side have also arrived here. This battle is really getting more and more interesting, Gia ha 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 ha. Golden Lion, Haki now really feels like a 16-year-old whose blood is boiling. In the previous containment battle, the behavior of preserving strength was secretly observed, although it was done for the sake of the situation and subsequent development. But this is not in line with his own fierce personality at all, and he has long been bored and panicked. But now, one strong person after another enters the battlefield, causing the entire battlefield to become increasingly strange and unpredictable. Such a complicated and difficult to understand situation makes Golden Lion feel that this war has become more interesting and more lively. Even as cunning as he is, in such a battle situation, he can't help but feel itchy and want to do something. But when I think of Rock's Zebek, Golden Lion, Haki's eyes couldn't help but flicker, and then he narrowed his eyelids and regained his composure. Their captain was not a simple guy, he was not surprised by anything that ruthless character did. Therefore, he will not act rashly before everything settles. What's more, that Rock's Zebek has an extremely mysterious younger brother who has not shown up. Advertisement, Golden Lion, Haki couldn't help but twitch his face when he thought of that guy. He could clearly remember that in his decades of vigorous career as a pirate, he had only lost his dignity once. And that time, it was on the Beehive Island Hachinosu that Rock's younger brother added an indelible shame to his pirate career. To this day, Golden Lion, Haki remembers it deeply, and it can even be said that it is imprinted in his mind. That guy named Mo Laike, he will definitely come here. Golden Lion, Haki has already engraved this name firmly in his head, and it is constantly lingering in his heart. When he comes here, Golden Lion, Haki's eyes flashed with a cold luster, and then quickly disappeared. In addition to those humiliations, the other party's extremely powerful strength was also imprinted in his heart. At least, when he met Laike a few years ago, the unfathomable aura on the other person's body made him feel fearful. But now, after all these years, the opponent's strength has definitely only increased. Even if Golden Lion thinks it, the younger brother Rox D. Laike is definitely more monster-like and powerful than his elder brother, L. When he comes to this battlefield, it will become even more lively. He had no doubts about Laike's arrival and firmly believed that that man would never remain indifferent in the face of such a battle. At the same time, Golden Lion, Haki Tower also had a hunch that Laike must be brewing some huge plans since he has not shown up for such a long time. It's even possible that if he hasn't shown up in the past few years, he is still acting on his own plans. Well, for him who cultivated his IQ in order to destroy East Blue and lived in anonymity on a floating island for 20 years, he was even more willing to believe it when he compared himself to others. Laike was planning something, so he accumulated and hid it. But in such a war situation, he will definitely show up and show all the preparations and work he has done over the years in front of them. Advertisement: when the time comes, let me take a good look at what kind of secret power you have. But it seems that the goals of the Roger Pirates are very clear, and they seem to have some purpose in coming here. Brown Python Admiral observed the sudden advance of the Roger Pirates and did not attack the surrounding pirates and marines at all. The other party also has certain attainments in his knowledge and color. Coupled with the fact that Haki called out Roger just now, he naturally understood what was going on. If the Roger Pirates are here to deal with rocks, then they might be our help. As the Roger Pirates penetrated deeper and deeper, they gradually began to break away from the circle on Marine's side and ran toward the rocks pirate, where pirates gathered. It was really a fight, and there was no thought of taking their lives. He frowned, feeling quite puzzled. 187. How did these guys from the Roger Pirates come here? They seemed to be heading straight in a certain direction for some goal. Is it Rocks Pirate? Golden Lion? Haki held a cigar in his mouth and thought with a deep gaze, and then glanced at the Brown Python Admiral next to him who was also paying attention below. In other words, after some guys who didn't know whether they were alive or dead approached, they were knocked away smoothly. This adds another difficulty to their grasp of the battlefield. Involuntarily, it also made Brown Python Admiral think about it, and many ideas still popped up in his mind. Logically speaking, the rear area is guarded by the Kong Vice Admiral, and such unstable factors will never be allowed to come in, especially when the opponent is a pirate. Although Golden Lion Haki was a little late, he also noticed the guy rushing towards this side quickly. It's just 152 is coming soon. Kaido's only big brother, the only rocks he recognizes. The thoughts in his mind kept turning over and over again. Brown Python Admiral still understood the saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. He is still relatively supportive of the arrival of the Roger Pirates. Although he also hates pirates and is considered an iron-blooded hawk, he is not as extreme as the future Akainu Sakazuki. On the contrary, I can look at the pirate problem more rationally, just like now. If there is a conflict between the Roger Pirates and the Rocks Pirates, it would be best for both of them to lose. Brown Python Admiral's eyes flickered slightly. In this case, maybe there will be a chance to eliminate the two most difficult pirate groups on the ocean. With this idea in mind, Brown Python Admiral paid more attention to Golden Lion Haki beside him. Because he could feel that the Golden Lion next to him was also particularly interested in the arrival of the Roger Pirates. If he wanted to do something and prevent the two big pirate groups from starting a war, it would not be beautiful. Ever since, the brown swamp rose into the sky again, covering the entire sky, or to be precise, this space again. The two sides are afraid that the fight will become inextricable again. What? Marine, is there something big going on again? On the other side, a duo from a certain realm wiped the sweat from their faces and asked with some confusion. Kaido shook the bloodline on the Bajiji mace in his hand and laid it on the ground. Who knows, but Kazuki Oden, who was next to him as if he was possessed by Erha, wiped the bloodlines on his face, his eyes were shining, and he grinned with great interest. It's really exciting and enjoyable here. This is much bigger than the turmoil on Wano-Kuni Island where I stayed before, and the battles between the daimyo. Kazuki Oden's interest is extremely high and enthusiastic, and he is even in a state of excitement. He has never participated in a war of this level, and now he deeply understands that in Wano-Kuni, it is really a matter of sitting in a well and watching the sky. If he didn't follow Mr. Laike, he really wouldn't have a chance to come here and participate in such a battle. But having said that, Lord Laike really don't plan to come here to participate in the battle. Advertisement. Kazuki Oden suddenly thought of something, mouthed something, and then looked at Kaido who was fighting bloody battles beside him. Then, he stared blankly at Kaido in front of him, who was already on the phone. And with a click, the phone was connected. Are you still alive? As soon as the phone worm opened his mouth, the very familiar flat tone made Kaido and Kazuki Oden exhale at the same time. Of course you're still alive. Kaido chuckled and patted his chest hard, showing how powerful and strong he was at the moment. Besides, we're doing very well now, brother Laike. Kazuki Oden on the side was also full of joy and pointed at himself. There is me, I am also very good now. Is that so? A gentle chuckle came from the phone bug. From the sound of your voice, I can tell that you are in pretty good shape now. It seems that you are quite adaptable to participating in this war with that guy Zebek. Zebek. Kaido grinned there. although Rox D. Zebek is his eldest brother in name only and in real blood relationship. But since Kaido was born, he has only known one big brother so far, and that is the big brother who took him and gave him this strength, Laike. This is what Kaido truly acknowledges Rox. As for other Zebek and the like, it doesn't work at all on his side. Kazuki Oden. Advertisement and me, please mention me and let me have some sense of existence. He opened his mouth to say something about his situation, but before he could speak, Kaido continued hurriedly. Brother, are you still here? He looked full of interest and eagerness. The battlefield here is really quite enjoyable. It would be a pity if people like you don't come here and participate in a war of this level. After Kaido finished speaking, the phone bug continued. I will go, and I'm on my way here, I'll be there soon. Really? Kaido's voice suddenly rose a few degrees, suppressing Kazuki Oden's voice again, leaving him no room at all. Well, but compared to me, you'd better take care of yourselves now. The phone bug chuckled and said, but I think you guys are in pretty good shape, so I guess you don't have to mind. Huh? What's wrong? Kaido was stunned. Is something going to happen? We have an old friend, and if nothing else happens, he should be heading towards you. Old friend? Do you remember when was the first Marine Admiral I killed? The first Marine Admiral killed. Under the eyes of Kazuki Oden, who was completely speechless, Zhao Hao, Kaido reacted immediately. Are they those guys from the Roger Pirates? Kaido has not forgotten the bizarre and profound experiences he encountered when he went on a mission with his boss Mo Laike. Naturally, the power of awakening Haki in Mo Laike was deeply imprinted in my mind, and how did my own devil fruit ability come about? Kaido, I still remember him very clearly. At that time, what we met was the Roger Pirates. I heard that they later became quite famous on the sea. Kaido put Hachiji on his shoulders and slowly grinned. Why, did those group of guys come to this island too? 153 Keep an eye on Roger's ship king. Kaido, boss, who do you think I am? Kaido's impression of Roger still remains that of a few years ago. Although the Roger Pirates and others have gained a lot of fame over the years, Kaido has no time to spare, constantly improving his Haki and tempering his body. Polish your own strength to become more powerful and practice to become more terrifying. He is different from what he was back then. Even if he is confident that if he faces Gold D. Roger again, he will never be easily knocked away by the opponent's divine evasion. Until now, Kaido has not forgotten the loss he suffered in God's Avoidance. Therefore, when he heard that the guys from the Roger Pirates also came to the island, he couldn't help but rub his fingers. Boss Mo Laike, are they coming towards us? Kaido's face showed a little excitement and impatience. Are they targeting us? If the Roger Pirates really target them, that would be great. Kaido is really looking forward to this day to regain his place. He has been looking forward to it for a long time, for 25 years. Well, their target is indeed you, but is it really us? Well, Lousy knows that B*********** D Gold D Roger still values Lousy's potential and threat. Is he afraid that Lousy will attack them when he becomes stronger? Before Mo Laike could finish his words, Kaido burst into laughter with excitement. It seems that although they are bastards, they still know the seriousness of the matter and know how to trouble Lousy. Just in time, his Lousy will go find them in the future. Right here, let's make a good end with them. Kaido laughed with inexplicable confidence there, determined to give the Roger Pirates a good look. Advertisement. The phone bug pondered for a moment, and then nodded slowly. Okay, then you can decide for yourself. Don't wait until then. When I got there, what greeted me was your cold corpses. This situation does not exist, Boss Mo, BGDG, Laike. I don't know who gave him the courage and confidence. Kaido patted his chest and said in a positive tone. Just watch, I will entertain them well, Kaido said. The mace in his hand was already shaking uncontrollably with excitement. The howling whirlwind that was set off also made the phone bug feel it, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Forget it, you just have to figure it out yourself. Mo Laike was too lazy to reveal the true purpose of the Roger Pirates. According to his understanding and inference, the main reason why the Roger Pirates went to the Valley of Gods and rushed in the direction of Kaido and Kazuki Oden was probably. It's still about Kazuki Oden. After all, they want to reach Raftel. Naturally, we need someone who can understand the text of ancient history, that is, the bullet of generations of stonemason families like Kazuki Oden. Kaido's words. Mo Laike had something to say, fearing that Kaido would be sad, but he didn't say it out loud. Maybe, the Roger Pirates may have forgotten him a long time ago, maybe. Moreover, although Kaido's strength has indeed become stronger than before, he will never be easily knocked away by God's Avoidance against Gold D Roger like before. But, this is not the confidence he thinks he can deal with Gold D Roger. Does he really think that his mace can crush Gold D Roger's head? Not to mention, the other party didn't come alone, there was also a large group of pirates following him. Do you really think that someone else's crew is there to have a good meal? If the Roger Pirates were to swarm him, Kaido would probably end up in the same fate as before. Advertisement, especially since their original purpose was not with him, I think he would be even more injured. At the same time, on the sea outside the Valley of the Gods, one can already vaguely see the outline of the Valley of the Gods island. The blowing sea breeze faced me, and the phone in my hand hung up in a very comfortable posture. The call on the other end of the link has obviously ended. Now I understand a little bit why Drought Jack was so stubborn at the time and went straight forward. Well, under the supervision of the current Admiral of Headquarters and the former Marshal on the opposite side, and under the circumstances where our own pirates gave frightened reminders and warnings. Drought, Jack remained unmoved, even full of contempt. He looked up to the sky and roared, shouting out the classic from the pirate world. Who do you think I am? Pull the boat over. The horrifying momentum and Haki's sidestepping declaration simply make people wonder if he is really so scary and terrifying. Even Laike himself reflected later on. When he saw this scene, he was really worried about Yishao and Sengoku. Then there is no more. Facts have proved that even if the combat power collapses again, it has not collapsed to an extremely outrageous level. Drought, Jack was immediately beaten up by Yishao and Sengoku, and a shadow was cast afterwards, which frightened him into a nightmare. Since then, Drought, Jack has been known as the king of ships and has been active in everyone's jokes. It seems now that Jack, who was only in his 20s and became one of the 3 disasters at that time, was obviously influenced by Kaido. Well, the current Kaido obviously already has the initial image of being a ship king. I hope that by then, he will not be given a good education by the Roger pirates. Laike stood on the bow of the Pluton battleship, looking at the island vaguely emerging in front of him, and couldn't help but slowly reveal a smile. Soon, he will come to this battlefield to see for himself. This is a war that will affect the direction of the sea for decades to come. There will also be a lot of familiar faces that you will see. 154 Living Darkness. It would be great if I could eat 2 devil fruit. The stickman, no, Laike, is still on his way. However, it is not far from the Valley of the Gods. We have already seen the outline and we are about to land on the island. He just hopes that before he lands on the island, Kaido won't be beaten up by the Roger Pirates gang. The sea breeze blew across the sea, slightly dispersing the thick smoke above the battlefield. And in the very center of the battlefield, deep in the island of the Valley of Gods. WWW. Kazuki Oden looked at the hung-up phone bug with a speechless expression on his face. The smile on his face was worse than crying. I haven't had a phone call with Boss Laike yet, so I just hung up. Hey, are those guys from the Roger Pirates so eager to die? Kaido completely ignored his little brother's aggrieved mood. Instead, he smiled happily, full of excitement and eagerness to try. He really wants to fight Gold D. Roger again. For Oden, you don't know much about the Roger Pirates and their captain Gold D. Roger, right? Only then did Kaido remember that there was a little brother beside him who was confused. Not sure. Kazuki Oden looked confused and shook his head. Then it seems I need to talk to you properly. Kaido felt that it was necessary to educate his little brother about their experiences back then, as well as how difficult and dangerous Gold D. Roger was. This was to save Kazuki Oden from being caught off guard by a divine avoidance move when they met Gold D. Roger's group and he was sent flying. I think back then, when I followed Boss Laike, 2 people went to investigate because Roger's pirates had offended our pirate group. Boss Laike killed everyone. I am not willing to lag behind. Advertisement. While Kaido was preaching to Kazuki Oden about his great and glorious history, with the entry of the Roger Pirates, the war on this island quickly passed the intense stage. Well, go directly to the highest peak. The most important thing is that the man who affects the most critical direction of this war has taken action. Do you think I will fall here and come here eager to inherit my throne? Sensing the aura of the Roger Pirates that was constantly coming towards them, Rox D. Zebek crossed his arms and strode forward. Or, you want to take advantage of the war between me and the world government, thinking that we will both lose, so you came here specifically to take advantage of the situation, right? Although, these are not like your usual behavior, D. Roger. If you are really that naive, I still think that you are just a man with this kind of magnanimity, and you are not worthy of being ranked with me. But, it doesn't matter anymore. Rox D. Zebek slowly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a wanton and unruly look. The moment you set foot on this island, it means that you will also participate in this war. When you come towards me like this, it means that you are going to declare war on me. Even though, I don't feel any hostility or aggression in you, but you act like you don't take me seriously at all. It's hard not to let me take some measures against you. Since you have chosen to come here, then please stay here completely. Rox D. Zebek whispered softly, his eyes gradually becoming deeper. Let these celestial dragons and marines, all of them, rest on this island. Boom, as Rox D. advertisement, but unlike the previous ones that covered all the ground, the ones that flowed without any consciousness were just dark water rolling towards the surroundings. This time Rox D. Zebek, the boundless darkness he released seemed to be given life, dancing wildly in the sky. Asterisk. I have to say that Charlotte Linlin's soul fruit is indeed the best match for my darkness. Rox D. Zebek stroked his chin, quite satisfied with the masterpiece in front of him, and then shook his head with some regret. It's a pity. I can only make the darkness have the same effect as the soul fruit as much as possible. The actual situation of the Dark Homits is still much different. Well, in past battles, Charlotte Linlin used her soul fruit ability, combined with the darkness of Rox D. Naturally, this was noticed by Rox D. Zebek, who was interested in this, and he also tried to use it himself. Of course, although the effect was pretty good, it was still somewhat unsatisfactory for him. It would be great if I could eat 2 devil fruit. Rox D, wait a minute, if I can really eat 2 devil fruits, why do I need soul fruit juice? Isn't the power of Newgate's shock fruit better? If not, there's Kaido's blue dragon fruit. These 2 devil fruits are obviously more powerful. Rox D. Zebek continued to walk forward while thinking. At the same time, the most powerful observation Haki is also on and scanning all the time. Feeling the movement coming from the front. Apart from the bunch of bastards from the Roger Pirates, that guy from Marine named Monkey D. Garp also made a lot of noise, right? I have underestimated these guys who like to eat snacks. Speaking of which, Charlotte Linlin also likes to eat snacks, yee. 155 Is it finally here? They're destined to be a group of unworthy people, and they will be eliminated with this war. Well, according to some unknown gossip, it seems that Sengoku, who is also an admiral candidate, also likes to eat senbei. It feels like these powerful guys all have their own unique hobbies. But they are destined to be a group of unworthy people. They will be eliminated with this war. Rox D. Zebek's momentum and belief have never changed. He has always firmly believed that he is the strongest in the world and the ultimate winner of this war. Therefore, no matter what changes happen on the field or in the battle situation, he doesn't care at all. He has the confidence to end everything. Wow, the darkness is boundless, and it seems to be a life like black tide, which is constantly surging forward. Suddenly, 090, Rox D. Zebek's progress was stopped. Open black lens bracket Shein evasion close black lens bracket. That hearty laughter instantly resounded through the sky, and the sound spread to every place on the island. What appeared together with it was the dazzling sword light that penetrated the sky. Whoosh, that represents the most powerful blow of the unparalleled swordsman in the world, which almost cuts the sky open. At the same time, Conqueror's Haki, which contains boundless power, also splits the darkness created by Rox D. Zebek. Haki is the most powerful force in the world and the one who can destroy devil fruit. Roger's Conqueror's Haki is undoubtedly one of the strongest in the world. It seems that your strength has improved a lot, Roger. When Rox D. Zebek saw this scene, his eyes once again showed a rare look of interest. Then he continued to take steps, but this is what makes it interesting. Advertisement, it will be even more satisfying if I deal with you who have reached this level. Boom, the power of the God's avoidance strike continued to spread on the island. Regardless of whether it is a marine or a pirate, once the surrounding area is affected, the better ones will be swept aside in a state of disgrace. The worse ones fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth, and were whipped. The one who had even worse luck was that he was spraying blood there and was affected by the frontal impact. Gold D. Roger's attack directly caused an uproar on the island. Just like the old Garp later hit on Beehive Island, a punch that destroyed the town could sweep all directions. A strong blow can always bring huge impact and change. Wahahahaha, I can't lag behind that guy. When Garp saw this, he naturally laughed heartily. On the way forward, he also began to wave the tower's iron fists, without reservation, which would kill him if he touched them. Moreover, he is not like Gold D. Roger who is only used to clear the way. Whether it is a pirate or a marine, he will fly away. Garp is particularly targeted. He only deals with pirates, as long as nearby pirates enter his field of vision. It can be said that he died worse than Zhao Si's father. It is precisely because of Garp's action that the pressure on Marine's side has dropped sharply. Well, it would be strange if a Marine Admiral level high-end combat power went down to play low-end games without establishing an advantage. During this period, there were no Rox pirate cadre level pirates who wanted to step in and stop them, but before some cadres even touched Garp, they were punched away by his powerful Conqueror's Haki. The others understood very well and stepped aside tacitly, trying not to come into contact with Garp as much as possible. At the same time, coupled with the advance of Gold D. Roger, the two people echoed each other, which made the entire battlefield suddenly feel a huge sense of fragmentation. Advertisement: the group of Marines and pirates who were attacking the top all stopped what they were doing, and then rushed towards the place where Rox D. Zebek, Garp, Roger and others were advancing and meeting. These three parties are about to meet, so the Marine pirates almost know that if they continue to fight, it will be useless. There were some signs of giving up, but nothing happened. Rox D. Zebek defeated his opponent, so naturally, even if Marine and world government were not defeated, they would be severely damaged. They understand that the problem is important, but they all know that their current responsibilities and burdens are even heavier. Everything depends on this final battle. Therefore, the direction of the entire battlefield has changed again, from the original fight of life and death to the focus of holding back. Red Earl, Baloric Redfield, who was slowly planning to find a suitable place to watch the battle, suddenly his eyes flashed and he stopped moving forward. Kong, who was moving closer to the island, also noticed the movement and was ready to rush to the place quickly. This kind of atmosphere gradually spread across the entire 5.7 islands, which also made many senior executives have concerns. On the contrary, those senior pirate cadres and those above the Marine Vice Admiral level did not dare to be careless at such a moment. On the contrary, if Rox D at the same time, above the sea. Just try your best to hold back the strong men on the other side and not get involved in the battle between their superiors and bosses. Gray Sheep, Admiral narrowed his eyes, then disappeared into the dust, slowly drifting towards the gathering place. Ho ho ho, are you finally here? They want to create an undisturbed environment for their leader, so what they need to do? He turned back suddenly and looked at the sea outside the island, his eyes gradually becoming suspicious. But very soon, in the next second, his figure suddenly became stunned. This caused the battlefield, which was supposed to involve all realms, to deviate in the direction where the highest combat power of the three parties was gathered to fight, and to be dominated by this .156 who is this breath. It has touched the ceiling of this sea. Aloof Red. Beloric Redfield paused, his eyes flashing with the extremely powerful red light of observation Haki. At the same time, he turned his head elegantly and looked back at the magnificent scene in the distance where the sea and sky were almost the same color. It really made me wait for a while, ho ho ho, he chuckled, looking at the faint black spots in the sky that were approaching in the distance, and there was unstoppable joy in his voice. The second in command of Rock's pirate, the overlord of New World, the biological brother of Rock's D. Zebek. In the legend, the extremely mysterious, Lord of the Night, Rock's Laike? Only this battlefield where you come will become particularly interesting. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. Wow, this, Red Earl, Beloric Redfield suddenly opened his blood-red bat umbrella. After looking at the coast a few more times, he quickly disappeared into the sea with full of expectation and a little excitement. I'm waiting for your next battle. As the highest combat power in this sea, Red Earl, Beloric Redfield also knows that he is not suitable to stay here at the moment. At least it doesn't work on the surface. This may give a wrong impression to this legendary and mysterious Lord of the Night. He thinks that he is taking advantage of both sides to gain advantage and is hostile to himself. Even if this were not the case, for the sake of safety and caution, the second rocks would clear him out of the battlefield as a precaution. This is not the result that Red Earl, Beloric Redfield wants to see. For this reason, in order to be able to better observe such a battle at close range, it is better to temporarily hide the figure to avoid unnecessary troubles and insignificant disputes. However, just as I sense his existence, he should also sense my existence. Advertisement, I don't know what his attitude and personality are like. I have already expressed my attitude. Logically speaking, there should be no problem. But if this mysterious guy is another difficult and weird character, then it will be another headache. But as long as he is a smart person, he should know what to do first at this time. I'm really looking forward to the fierce collision you have on the island. The grand scene on this sea that I haven't seen in decades. Above the sea, the soft whispers of Red Count, Beloric Redfield slowly floated out, and were gently blown into the air by the sea breeze. And on that distant sea level, has Red Earl, Beloric Redfield also come here? It seems that he has not appeared during this war. Laike stood at the bow of the ship, crossing his arms and looking into the distance, where he originally sensed the location of a lone pirate. The disappearance of his body is to show that he has no ill intentions and no other intentions, right? He just came here to watch the fun. Laike understood what the other party wanted to express. Well, logically speaking, this legendary figure who is extremely unique on the sea and can keep pace with many large pirate groups on his own does not bother to do the kind of thing where clans compete with each other for profit. There is no trace of him in the original version either, which means, is the purpose of his coming here just to watch the fun? Indeed, such a battle will have a profound impact on the future of the sea. Anyone who has the ability wants to come here to observe it. Laike smiled, but also didn't care about the arrival of Red Earl, Beloric Redfield. He didn't take such things to heart, mainly because of his understanding of his character and fate. On the other hand, it is. Even if he has the idea of participating in and getting involved in this war, so what? Advertisement. The gentle sea breeze blew over his cheeks, creating Laike's confident smile. Naturally, he also felt a completely different, but extremely powerful aura, rushing towards this side quickly. The Pluton battleship under his feet was advancing rapidly, making splashes of water and crossing the sea. When Laike faced him head-on, he was completely devoid of any falsehood and was full of confidence. Who is this breath? Laike defeated him because he had absolute confidence in his own strength and power. Don't say he is just one person, even if he comes here with his own huge power group. Whoosh, now his strength is real. It can be said that he has touched the ceiling of this sea. After flash sales and purchases over the past few years, I have obtained many powerful items and skills, as well as all kinds of good things. At that time, 310, let alone, Red Earl, Beloric Redfield, even the biggest controller behind the world, boss as I am. Heading towards the God Valley Island, which is getting closer and closer, we are flying forward. That's still true, it's totally not good enough. Open black lens bracket Kong, close black lens bracket Kong looked solemn, looking back at the end of the sea. Even if necessary, he would go all out to explode. Laike estimated that he might not even be sure where his upper limit and strength are. There is no such number one figure in Marine. Is he the strongest shield of the celestial dragons who was trained by the world government and came to support Kong? This thought came to Sora's mind. There are still some celestial dragons on the island that have not yet completed their retreat. It is understandable that the CPO with the strongest shield sent by the world government. At the same time, on the island, it's completely unlike the many masters I perceived and remembered. 157 The pirates have new power, so it's not like they, the Marines, can't shake people. No, it's not the strongest shields. Open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket. This idea just appeared in Kong's mind, and then he quickly shook his head. On this island in the Valley of the Gods, it is more than enough to have the Knights of God to protect it. There is no need to equip the strongest shield to come here specially. What's more, the celestial dragon's strongest shield is only made up of a few people. Except for some important figures among the celestial dragons, when they go out to travel the sea, they will be followed by some of the strongest shields. The other shields are basically in the holy land of Mariajoy, guarding the people who live there. If the safety of the celestial dragons is in danger, they will not come here at all. So, it's not Marine, it's not world government, it belongs to the pirate side? Open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket Kong couldn't help but frown. At this time, he actually thought of a person, a very mysterious and very hidden guy who hadn't shown up for a long time and whose movements were unclear. That, New World Overlord, Rox D. Zebek's younger brother, the second Rox, Lord of the Night, Laike? When he thought that this might be the case, Kong's brows couldn't help but frown more and more. This man rarely appears in Marine's information and is rarely active even on this sea. Except for the few previous shots on the Beehive Island Hachinosu, he suppressed Golden Lion, Haki. It was the fact that when they went out to find the Roger pirates, they killed the Admiral, Blue Dragon, in their naval headquarters. This man was unusually low-key and would never take action in a casual situation. That is to say, these incidents showed that he had extremely terrifying strength, and Marine had to take it seriously. But in the past few years, it cannot be said that there has been no news from the other party, but it can also be said that there is no news at all. It was as if he had disappeared on the sea and no trace of this person could be found. His existence was completely gone. However, in Marine's analysis, this was attributed to his unique personality. After all, the other party clearly has such terrifying strength, but he has not shown it at all in the past years. In these years, the other party still adheres to this idea and has no intention of having too much contact with the outside world or doing anything to affect the outside world. Advertisement. The whole person seemed very low-key. Of course, his low-key attitude belongs to the kind of situation where he is already a blockbuster without making a sound. His figure will not appear on weekdays, but whenever he takes action, it will inevitably set off a huge wave. This was true at the beginning on Honeycomb Island, and it was also true later in the contact with the Roger pirates. Then, I heard that he invaded Wano-kuni and occupied that territory. Although the outside world only knows that Wano-kuni is a closed country, Kong, who has worked in the world government for many years, can know it. This country seems to have a profound influence and entanglement with its history many years ago. That mysterious, Lord of the Night, Rox definitely had some kind of plan when he chose to invade and occupy Wano-kuni. And the current situation is also a major event in the sea. With his character, he should also take action and intervene in this incident. Open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket Kong couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. Well, this is in line with the other party's style of becoming a blockbuster without making a sound. I don't know what kind of things he will do after he comes here. But one thing that is certain is, open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket Kong took a slight breath. The strength of the pirates has increased again. Currently, Marine can attack Rox D. Zebek's power as the Grey Sheep, Admiral, his Marine Marshal, and the troublesome Iron Fist, Garp. Under the Trinity, it can definitely destroy Rox D. Zebek. However, now, it is very likely that the second Rox has arrived, and he still has the highest combat power that is almost the same as the top of the sea. After all, the opponent was the Blue Dragon, Admiral who killed their Marine with his own hands, and he was definitely not averagely strong. After such combat power intervenes, their Marine side will face more pressure. There is also the Roger pirates. If you think about it properly, you might be able to use it. Advertisement. Besides, it's not like I don't have other powers that I can use. Open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket many thoughts and ideas emerged in Kong's mind, and then. The phone bug is clearly visible, his head has turned into tufts of blue, kingly, hair, and he also wears sunglasses around his eyes, and his tone is quite strange. Naturally, we have made corresponding preparations for this. I know you're in New World right now. He took out the phone from his pocket and dialed an unfamiliar phone number expressionlessly. We have a stronger combat power. The blue-haired phone bug suddenly realized, yes, I remembered it. You seem to have told me before that if he ends up, he needs me to come and help. After all, my experiment has not been completed yet, but I still lack a lot of materials and resources. More powerful. Oh, it's the Lord of the Night, right? At this point, his tone slightly improved. However, you should also know that if you let me take action, the conditions must be met, right? It's not like they haven't considered the arrival of Rox Pirate's second in command. Open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket Kong said in a deep voice with no expression on his face, come to the Valley of Gods. What, Rox D, is that guy Zebek difficult to deal with? Do you want me to come over and help you too? Open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket Kong. I have already reported this to the world government. Bulu, 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 click. On the other side of the phone, there was a leisurely voice. Moxie, well, there's new power coming from the pirates' side, so it's not like they, the Marine side, can't shake people. Huh? Have you started fighting with the Rox pirate yet? 158 Isaac, Warden, if something belongs to me, I will definitely give it back with my own hands. Kong said coldly. They have all agreed, as long as you can meet our requirements. That's it. The angry blue hair on the phone bug's head shook slightly. It's rare to be able to get benefits from your world government. You won't settle the accounts afterwards and clean me out. From the phone bug's mouth came the slightly playful voice with a hidden vigilance. I can only promise you that I will not cause trouble for you on Marine's side. Open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket Kong was silent for 2 seconds and couldn't help but say this. Obviously, he is also very clear about the behavior and virtues of the top executives of world government. He wasn't sure whether those senior executives would break their promises and turn their backs on them afterwards. But judging from how they often treat promises as if they are farts, and never stand up to the criminals on the sea, this kind of thing is often done. Maybe after the battle in the Valley of the Gods, there will be some reckoning. Open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket. What Kong can guarantee is that Marine will not do anything. Even if the world government issues an order, they will follow it and disobey it. That's all. Is that so? You Marines won't take action. The phone bug also heard the implication. Forget it. Originally making a deal with the world government was just dancing on the edge of a knife. As long as I can get what I want afterwards, it's okay to take some risks. The blue-haired phone bug said with a smile. Anyway, I have always looked down on those CP rats in the dark. If they really dare to mess with me, just deal with them all. The man with blue hair and sunglasses said so easily and freely. Then, I will rush towards you. I happen to be nearby. I will be there soon. In that case, I'll leave it to you. Open black lens bracket Kong close black lens bracket Kong nodded slightly and said slowly. Afterwards, I will try my best to help you get what you want, Isaac. Advertisement, don't worry, even if the world government really wants to take advantage of my things. On an island not far from the Valley of the Gods, it can even be said that it is quite close. The weathered rocks are almost cracked and scattered randomly on the overturned ground. On one of the tallest rocks, a figure who looked thin and tall was sitting cross-legged. The man was holding a phone bug in his hand, wearing sunglasses on his face, and a bunch of eye-catching yellow hairs in his blue hair were unusually conspicuous. He wears black gloves on his hands and wears a black trousers. The clothes underneath are like the clothes of the director of Impel Down Prison. I will definitely give back the things that belong to me with my own hands. The tall man with black eyeshadow on his eyes, whom Kong called Isaac, said this. Click. After saying this last sentence, he hung up the phone, then turned around and looked at the desolate land behind him, and couldn't help but curl up a smile. Soon, I will have an island of my own. What an island where I can build a prison and let me execute criminals myself. The tall man Isaac slowly stood up from his position. Under his thin figure, there seemed to be explosive power hidden. Whoosh, I barely saw him make any movement, and his entire figure instantly turned into an afterimage, flying towards the distant horizon. Its direction and destination are exactly where the Valley of the Gods Island is located. At the same time, the direction of the sea, BGDB. Isaac. Laike on the Pluton battleship couldn't help but blink when he heard the name. Kong's communication just now was all heard by him. Advertisement everything that happens on the current island of Valley of Gods cannot escape his eyes and ears. He can already do it to the point where he can take in the situation of the entire island. If I remember correctly, this Isaac seems to be the warden of New World Prison Island many years later, right? However, he does not appear in the official plot, but as a character from the game like Red Earl, Valoric Redfield. Isaac is a character from Bandai Namco's action-adventure game, One Piece. The Secret World, which was personally set by Oda, the author of One Piece. His identity is the warden of New World Prison Island, and his occupation is the same as Vegapunk, a very powerful scientist. Isaac is the warden, who rules the entire prison island behind the scenes. As a scientist, he devotes himself to scientific research on the island, which also causes the island to begin to develop abnormally. But the interesting thing is that he was originally a Marine, but later quit Marine due to research or various conflicts with the world government. 2 years after the Summit War, along with Green Bull, Aramaki and Fujitora, Yishao, they joined the world conscription and once again joined the world government. But he did not become Marine again, but as the warden, guarding the more vicious prisoners in the New World. Of course, these prisoners may not be pirates, or they may not be some extremely vicious people. They may simply offend certain people and be displeased by certain people, so they are imprisoned. For example, celestial dragons. Well, Isaac became the warden and was personally promoted by the celestial dragons, which shows how much the celestial dragons value him. Therefore, one thing is certain, this man possesses incredible fighting power. Even the celestial dragons looked at him differently. No wonder, Kong called someone at this time and the person he contacted was him. This man is good at physical skills, and he is also one of the few strong men who is good at technology. His strength is indeed not ordinary. In Laike's mind, he recalled the situation about this man. Well, in the orthodox world of One Piece, the ways to become stronger are through physical training, kendo, haki, and devil fruit. But Isaac, a man, relied on the power of technology to reach the pinnacle of this sea. 5YB 159 Rogers doubts, have I seen him before? Laike's younger brother and Laike. That's right, he is a technological system power and has reached the highest combat power in this sea. It sounds a bit incredible, but just think about the power of Frankie, a pacifist with a sword, and you can understand the power of technology. You know, his body, which he originally transformed from scrapmetal, was able to knock CP9 down. Not to mention, he will later use the technology left behind by Vegapunk on the island of the future. The most intuitive manifestation of the power of science and technology is that Vegapunk, York, the representative of his own clone's desire, handed over the developed Fire Mother weapon to the world government in order to enjoy the privileges and benefits of the celestial dragons. That was a powerful weapon that destroyed the kingdom of Lulusha with just one blow. Isaac, he also used the power of technology to arm himself to the top of the sea. His strength has been explained and introduced, and he uses his own technology suit to fight, nicknamed Devil Muscle Man. In terms of strength, he is not inferior to Akainu Sakazuki at all. He even fought with Sakazuki and CPO Rob Luki, and the final winner was him. This is enough to prove how powerful he is. Of course, that's just the end. Laike sees it clearly. He uses technology as his main strength. As long as his own technological level does not keep up, then his strength will not rise. Decades from now, he will be able to defeat Sakazuki and Rob Luki at the same time. His technological level has reached an extremely high level. But for now, before his technological power is updated, he can barely be at the same level as Admiral. And it's still at the same level as Green Bull, Huang Mu and the previous Blue Dragon, Admiral. It can't influence the situation of this war, and it can't play a key role in affecting the direction of the war. Although it is said that an Admiral-level combat power can really play a decisive role in intervention on most battlefields in this world. But it is a pity that with Laike joining in, this is almost the most incredible battle situation in the history of Sea-Circle calendar, and it is destined to be different from other battlefields. If a barely Admiral-level combat power joins in, it's really not enough. Advertisement boom, Pluton. The battleships lined up against the sky-shattering wave, and they saw that the island of the Valley of Gods was getting closer and closer to them. Gradually, they came into view. At the same time, above the island, is it really coming towards us? For the two brothers who still didn't know anything, Kaido held the mace in his hand and felt the aura getting closer and closer to him and the others, with an excited smile on his face. Are they the men of the Roger pirates who are second only to our rocks pirates on the sea outside? Kazuki Oden also felt the unusual aura, and his palms subconsciously hit the two famous swords on his waist. The two people's attention was all attracted by the aura that was about to arrive in front. Right in front of the two of them, there was a huge rock, and the extraordinary aura came from there. Kaido and the others just kept looking at the giant rock quietly with nothing else in their eyes, and they didn't notice at all that there were fewer and fewer pirates and marines around them. Not only did those people not come closer, but they also moved away from here one by one. Whoosh, suddenly, a harsh sound came from the distant horizon, and directly in front of Kaido and Kazuki Oden, a huge boulder blocking their sight was suddenly split open. It was as if a sharp slash had penetrated it directly, splitting it into two smooth sides. With that sharp edge that is the best in the world, except for the top swordsman in the world, no one can make such a slash. So strong, Kazuki Oden was shocked and looked at the scene in front of him with shock. As a swordsman and samurai, he can best understand the value of this kind of slashing. This is definitely something that can only be accomplished by countless strong men in the world. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. As for Kaido, he has been extremely familiar with such slashes for a long time, and he has even suffered such an attack head-on before. Is it finally here? The laughter that soared into the sky instantly dispersed the surrounding smoke and dust, and at the same time attracted the attention of a group of Roger pirates who arrived from the opposite side. Roger touched his nose hair and beard, and looked at Rayleigh and Jabba beside him with some doubts. An extremely bright golden light suddenly bloomed in his eyes. He grinned and looked at the figure revealed in the endless scattered dust after the boulder was split open. The captain of the Roger pirates, Gold D. Roger, had just walked over from the side of the split boulder when he heard the loud laughter that greeted him and others, and he couldn't help but look over. The leader, the man with nose hair and beard, still had the same smile on his face. His name is Kaido, Mace. Huh? That guy is. Well, after all, several years have passed. With the carefree character of our captain, it is expected that he will forget. As a result, when he saw his captain still looking confused, he couldn't help but paused and continued. Who is it? Rayleigh and Jabba. That's the Lord of the Night, Rox D. Laike's younger brother and follower, Qian. He seemed to know me and was very excited to see me. Have I seen him before? Kaido suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. A group of guys from the Roger pirates. It's almost the same. No matter the appearance or the clothes they wear, do these guys only dress in the same old-fashioned way? That group of guys are so high-spirited and endless. But when he squinted his eyes and took a closer look, Copper Jabba kindly explained and reminded from the side. 160 long time no see. Roger, are you willing to come to my ship and join my pirate group? Molak's little brother and lackey. Gold D. Roger couldn't help scratching his head, still frowning a little. I have some impressions, but I still can't remember it completely. It's the guy with the mace who was chopped away by Captain Roger with your God's avoidance knife on Krycon Island. The navigator Spencer beside him echoed. Ah, it turns out it's him. Gold D. Roger looked astonished, clapped his hands and said clearly, I remembered. That is also a relatively powerful monster with a good Haki. Jabba and Rayleigh. Now you remember it. Did you remember it because the other party was knocked away by you, or did you remember the place name and details after saying 197? Ah, I really didn't expect that Laike's subordinates would have grown to this point today and have such strength. Gold D. Roger pinched his beard and nose hair with one hand, and said with a smile as he felt quite interesting there. Back on Krycon Island, he was Haki who had just awakened conquerors. Haki in all aspects was just a glimpse of Haki, but he didn't expect that today. 11. He twirled his beard for a moment. Such aura and power are completely different from those back then. No wonder he was accepted by Laike as his younger brother and follower. Such strength is indeed impressive to that guy. Gold D. Roger nodded matter-of-factly. If the situation wasn't quite urgent now, I would really like to chat with this guy again and reminisce about the old things, but for now. Gold D. Roger curled his lips, turned his eyes, and looked at a guy wearing more strange clothes who was also looking towards him and others with his eyes widened and prepared. That guy should be the Kazuki Odin we are looking for, right? Gold D. Roger looked at the other person up and down, and then nodded slightly. Well, it should be him, he can't be wrong. Advertisement, wearing that strange ancient costume, it has some kind of special and ugly ethnic costume. Wearing Geta on his feet and carrying 2 katana swords on his waist, he is a guy from Wano Kuni. Gold D. Roger quickly locked his target, and then without further ado, he strode forward directly. Are you here? Ahahaha. When Kaido saw Gold D. Roger walking towards him without any scruples, he also laughed and turned the Hachijai mace on his shoulder vigorously, and then held it tightly in his hand. It's really been a long time since I last saw you, Gold D. Roger. Kaido roared loudly, and the loud sound was enough to be heard clearly by the surrounding venues and people. Its deafening roar echoed over the entire venue. Yes, I haven't seen you for a long time. Gold D. Roger mumbled casually, then used his little finger to pick out his ears. It's just that your voice seems to be louder than before. It sounds quite powerful. Oh, of course, seeing Gold D. Roger answering his words, his attitude of clearly recognizing and communicating with him made Kaido's blood and fighting spirit boil even more. Compared to when I was on Kraikon Island, I am much stronger now. It was only because he had more confidence that he dared to speak so loudly and face to face with Gold D. Roger. Well, I did feel it. Gold D. Roger glanced at him and then nodded casually. Seeing this, the smile on Kaido's face couldn't help but become deeper, and just when he wanted to continue to say something. Okay, so what else do you have to do next? Gold D. Roger's words came out and he swallowed Kaido's words directly. Advertisement Kaido. Huh, what does this mean? Kaido froze on the spot. The smile on his face had not faded, and he looked at Gold D. Roger in front of him with a confused expression, who had already begun to divert his attention. If you have nothing else to do, then I will go and do my own thing. Gold D. Roger is a little polite, but not much. After simply saying hello to Kaido, he turned his attention to the side. Kaido. You made such a big fuss and came all the way here, wasn't it because you were looking for me? Kaido was really confused by Gold D. Roger this time. He looked at the other person with a blank look on his face and wide-eyed eyes, which were just bulging. At this time, Gold D. Roger also bypassed Kaido and came to the samurai who was also at a loss. Are you Kazuki Odin? My name is Roger, Gold D. Roger? Gold D. Roger raised the corner of his mouth and introduced himself. Currently, I am traveling with the goal of conquering the Grand Line, reaching the final island, and finding the great secret treasure, One Piece. Currently I need someone to help me, 0.2 guide the way to the final island, so. Gold D. Roger was very direct and sent an invitation to Kazuki Odin. As a descendant of the Wano Kuni craftsman family and the Kazuki family, you are the person I want to find most and the person who can help me. Then, would you like to come to my ship, join my pirate group, and complete this extremely interesting voyage with me? Reach the final place, and obtain everything about this world. Thus, the world will be turned upside down. Join us, Odin. Saying that, Gold D. Roger extended his hand to the still confused Kazuki Odin without hesitation. Chapter 161 Fighting Side by Side. Kazuki Odin subconsciously raised his palms, and then slowly placed them on those generous palms under the sincere gaze of Gold Roger. Nah, Gold D. Roger smiled and patted Kazuki Odin on the head. Welcome to the team of the Dark Knight. Although I know that this kind of words may not be appropriate, but I hope we can fight side by side forever. These words of Gold D. Roger made Kazuki Odin tremble slightly, but under that heartwarming smile, he nodded gently, exposed his fair cheeks, and answered with a smile. Author. Well, since you personally invited me, then. 16. Kazuki Odin's long, silky hair was fluttering in the wind, and the smile on his face was even bigger. Then, it's better to obey orders than to be respectful. After saying that, he stood behind Gold D. Roger and looked at his back silently. Haha, good, then, let's get rid of these guys first. Gold D. Roger laughed and took the lead into the densely packed enemy troops on the opposite side. But this time, Gold D. Roger's speed became even faster. He swept out his whip leg and instantly kicked an enemy blocking him into the air. Advertisement immediately, his left hand turned into a fist and his right hand held a sword. While launching a violent storm of attacks, Gold Roger was also waiting for the opportunity. When the time was right, he immediately dodged an arrow from the opposite side, and then made a side slash with his backhand. Snapped. The sharp sword blade cut off the arrows aimed at Kazuki Odin, while the other hand flicked the sword blade and strangled all the remaining arrows in an instant. As for the enemy, he was already lying on the ground wailing. Phew, it's finally solved. Gold D. Roger gasped a few times, showing his exhaustion. After all, the brief battle just now consumed a lot of energy. Although for Gold D. Roger, who has a very high physique and possesses extraordinary strength, as long as he does not use that kind of super special move once, there will be no problem, but that kind of continuous the way of fighting and consumption still made Roger feel exhausted. Even a monster like him would collapse from exhaustion. Of course, all this can be recovered with a little rest. Gold Roger's breathing gradually subsided. Not only that, Kazuki Odin behind him didn't stay long after seeing the arrow at first. After dodging a sneak attack, he took out his blade and chopped down the enemy blocking them in front of him, on the ground. Advertisement: the two of them work together very well. Moreover, this is the result of Kazuki Odin practicing sword skills with Enel every day during these days. Otherwise, it is estimated that he would not be able to get rid of these 137 gangs so quickly. After all, he couldn't move in such a narrow passage at all, and unlike Roger, he couldn't easily deflect ordinary bows and arrows. Captain Roger, we are. Have you joined our Dark Knight pirate group? Kazuki Odin wiped the sweat from his face. Well, that's it. Roger shrugged. But, Goldie Roger suddenly frowned as he spoke. Eh? Kazuki Odin was confused. I don't understand why Roger is like this. At this time, Laike appeared. Let me answer it for you. Chapter 162. 2 envelopes. Laike said and handed over the 2 envelopes. Goldie Roger opened the 2 envelopes in surprise. How is this going? Goldie Roger frowned and looked at Laike. You have to ask those rebels. As Laike spoke, he walked closer to the pile of dead bodies and pulled out 2 of them. These must be the leaders of the 2 resistors. Humph, you really overestimate your capabilities. After Goldie Roger snorted coldly, he looked at Kazuki Odin aside. Are they rebels? Goldie Roger asked. After all, he had not forgotten why he came to see these guys. Yes, they are the rebels. Kazuki Odin nodded. I have heard about the bad deeds of these guys before. I thought it was fake at first, but I didn't expect it to be true. Kazuki Odin looks like he hates iron. These guys are really a bunch of idiots. Roger sighed. Advertisement then, he looked at the 2 pieces of letter paper in his hand. Your target should be the captain of this ship, right, but he has already run away. Goldie Roger looked at the contents on the letter. Captain. Buggy, male, 25 years old, has lived in this sea area for several years. He was once the captain of a certain merchant ship. He has rich adventure experience, and he has quite strong martial arts and wisdom. You can call him a veteran pirate, or maybe he can be called a big pirate. But this time, we met Buggy. This guy, he is not simple. As Goldie Roger spoke, he turned around and gave serious instructions to Kazuki Odin. Odin, go tell my 2 crew members and let them collect information as soon as possible. I need them to provide all the detailed information about Buggy. And I want to play with these guys again and let them know what it means to be the Pirate King in the true sense. We are not those idiots from Alabasta. We are real pirates. Goldie Roger raised the sharp blade in his hand and pointed into the distance. And, I also want to give those guys a big gift. You go ahead, I will delay here, please, Odin. Looking at Goldie Roger's serious and solemn expression, Kazuki Odin took a deep breath. Then, turn around and leave straight away. After Kazuki Odin left, Laike discussed with Gold Roger. Roger, did you enjoy today's battle? After Laike finished speaking, he rushed out and met the group of patrol marine soldiers who had just arrived. Advertisement, huh? Hey, stop talking nonsense, leave these little shrimps to me, I promise not to let them disturb you. Roger complained. After Laike finished speaking, his whole face suddenly changed. Bang, bang, bang. This is not to say that Laike doesn't help, but that Laike doesn't like fighting in this kind of terrain. Are you going to leave me and go on your own? Jiao of Jiao? Laike hurriedly ran towards the dock. Hey, my brother, I don't like fighting here, especially when I am forced to fight. Because, he saw a group of patrolling marines coming here. Hey, you be asterisk 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 D, didn't you say you were going to sit here and wait? Especially for pirates in flat areas like the coast, the most suitable place is on land. In such an environment, they can release their power without any scruples and don't have to worry about accidentally injuring the people around them. Damn, it's you. 3 strikes, 5 divided by 2, almost in the blink of an eye. All the sailors fell down, and at this moment, Laike kicked a sailor's neck to pieces, and jumped off with Goldie Roger. The pier goes directly into the ocean. Oh, my friend, do you still want to continue this kind of battle? Roger looked at Laike with dissatisfaction in his eyes. No, we have to leave here immediately, we need to Chong chapter 163 drink. Drink. The moment Gold Roger's head emerged from the sea, he punched forward. Obviously, the figure standing in the shadow of a big tree had already noticed Roger's attack. After easily avoiding the attack, he jumped directly onto the branch. Tisk tisk, you are indeed a buggy. Laike stepped on the treetops with his feet and looked at the guy on the top of the tree with interest. I knew it. How could we hide our actions from you? Laike fits. Roger said the other person's name indifferently. You know me? Laike was slightly surprised. Certainly. In my memory, we seem to have had a fight. At that time, it was you who took the initiative to provoke me. Roger's voice turned cold. His old partner doesn't seem to have changed much, it's just. You are more powerful than before. Laike felt the sense of crisis emanating from Roger. Although Roger in this era was not like the one in his world, with a huge gap in strength, he still felt it. We are all old. Moreover, I feel the breath of the new era in you. We are old. Advertisement. Laike shook his head, his tone full of sadness. You won't die. A strong man like you is just like the legend. How could you die so easily? Roger scoffed. Oh, your mouth is so vicious. Roger, do you really want to fight me? Laike pulled off his cloak. I reject. Roger shook his head and said, your ability, your ability is very difficult. Here, none of us can do anything to anyone. Roger said this, but he had no intention of retreating. Oh, my dear brother, you are such a contradiction. You want me to compete with you, but you don't want me to get involved in marine matters. So, what exactly prompted you to have such contradictory thoughts? There was a hint of joking in Mo Laike's words, you guess. Roger pretended to be mysterious. Mo Laike was silent for a moment, and then suddenly asked, what are you going to do? Of course I'm waiting for the opportunity. I will always find Buggy's traces and kill him. Roger answered with a shrug of his shoulders. Buggy is nearby now, but... Mo Laike frowned. Advertisement he had not forgotten the previous news. Mo Laike asked, and then took out the small wallet he carried with him from his waist, took out a wad of bills and threw it to Roger. Is there enough money in here? If not 15? Shortly after the two captains left, a small boat quietly approached the dock. After seeing that the island had become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, it quickly sailed away. Mo Laike was stunned. He stared at Roger in disbelief. Are you crazy? Those things are simply traps. Then, at the next moment, Roger stretched out his hand. I said, I don't want these, I want the ones on the reward order and I'm looking forward to it. I see. Roger shrugged. Wow, this speed. Mo Laike, on the other hand, nodded bitterly. It's awesome. But you won't stop me, will you, Bounty? How much do you want? Then, come with me, let's go to the Hunters Association to collect the reward list. If it's not enough, first we'll ask Marine to borrow it, they will definitely be happy to help. Roger admired and chased after Sal Lake. After saying that, Mo Laike kicked off the ground again and jumped into the air. Then let's deal with that guy first. I don't want to stay here for a long time. I want to get the bounty as soon as possible. Looking at the bills Mo Laike threw over, Roger curled his lips and stuffed all the money into his pocket. Roger said this. Chapter 164 Illusion. Are you sure that all the people you saw are dead? Vegapunk looked at the report in front of him with deep suspicion on his face. Yes, I can confirm. That guy's illusion can confuse ordinary people's eyes and even their senses. Standing in front of Vegapunk, a man in black robe said this. Illusion. Sense? Vegapunk squinted his eyes. Then, looking at the report in front of him. Open black lens bracket Mo Laike fits close black lens bracket. Looking at the contents of the report, Vegapunk's pupils shrank sharply. Mo Laike fits. He's the guy, Vegapunk whispered to himself. Mo Laike fits. The supercriminal who was in the top 10 of 4 emperors. Vegapunk muttered to himself. Any one of the top 10 names on the 4 emperors list would be enough to overturn an ocean. Even the weakest one has the ability to destroy a country. This guy is actually being held here? Vegapunk's face was full of surprise. He couldn't believe this result at all. After all, he is not an ordinary person, he is a student of the Pirate King, and he can clearly sense Mo Laike Fitz's current state. In his opinion, Mo Laike Fitz's situation at the moment was very bad, even, it could be said to be very bad, he could hardly hold on any longer. And now, the two of them actually met this guy? Advertisement. This is simply a huge trouble, I don't want to fight such an enemy. But you won't run away, right? My brother, we still have to cooperate, don't we? Mo Laike Fitz asked rhetorically. Yeah, not only do we need to cooperate, I also need your help. Otherwise, we may never achieve our goals. Let's go to the coastline now. On the other side, Mo Laike and Gold D. Roger came to the Hunter Association to collect the reward list. Mo Laike Fitz, Roger. The staff of the Hunter Association chanted 2 names, and then handed over 2 reward lists. Do you confirm that what is described in this information is true? The staff asked cautiously, because this information showed that neither of these 2 people were good friends. I promise, this is true. Mo Laike looked determined. Well, you can go and land over there, and I will send a team of guards, but you must provide us with all the evidence. The staff member said seriously. Certainly, Mo Laike looked so matter-of-fact that the staff member couldn't help but frown. Roger, on the other hand, looked magnanimous. Please give me flowers. After taking the reward list handed over by the staff and confirming the amount, he turned and walked towards the dock. After boarding a ship, Roger looked at Sal Lake next to him. Advertisement, what are you going to do? Roger asked. We need to find the looted goods. I don't want my treasure to fall into the hands of the bad guys. Mo Laike answered like this. After hearing Mo Laike's words, Roger showed a thoughtful expression. And Mo Laike smiled. Roger asked. Roger seemed to have some understanding, and at the same time, the look he looked at Mo Laike became even weirder. Then what are you going to do? Obviously, Roger misunderstood. He didn't mind helping his friend for once, however, this did not prevent him from continuing to speak. The goods of those who were looted. 0, of course, you know what I need you to help me rescue them. Roger nodded. You should know, yes, Mo Laike said this. Mo Laike smiled and patted Roger on the shoulder. First, Shaw looks for what we need. You made a smart choice this time. Mo Laike looked at his old friend and said in a slightly bewildering tone. You don't want to miss this opportunity. Chapter 165 We are good friends. We are good friends, aren't we? As long as we join forces, I am confident that we will completely wipe out those guys. Ha ha ha, Mo Laike laughed, but Roger frowned. Obviously, Roger didn't like this plan too much. Are we going to fight on pirate territory? Roger asked. Of course, have you forgotten that Marine has been targeting us for a long time? Chiba-san. I don't want to be surrounded by those nasty flies. And Laike glanced at the surrounding ships and the passengers on the ship, and he sneered and said, they will support us. Why? Roger was still hesitant. Because, our bounty. Laike said and opened Shikai to explain his plan. You mean to use the power of pirates to eradicate these pirates? Wait, why are we doing this? After listening to Laike's explanation, Roger was a little confused. Of course, let them cover us, advertisement Laike said matter-of-factly. But why do we do this? Roger asked again. Because there are no better chess pieces than these pirates. Laike said. When Roger heard this, he suddenly realized. So you want to take advantage of these pirates? If not, Laike asked back, making Roger shake his head. Okay, in that case, let's go and find Marine now. Roger greeted Laike and boarded another boat. The two of them galloped along and quickly arrived at Marineford. This city's port is really getting worse and worse. Laike glanced at the city, with a trace of sarcasm on his lips. Perhaps it's because of the chaos in the Bay Area? Roger guessed this. Those Marines are nothing but trash. They can't stop the pirates at all, and there are some sea beasts in the ocean, and they can always kill the Marines easily. So, it's useless no matter how much Marine adds reinforcements. It's all in vain. Advertisement Laike said this, and then he pointed directly at a tavern in the distance and said. Laike answered like this, pushed open the door of the pub and walked straight in. Roger followed behind. Looking at Roger, Selek asked abruptly, a bartender said enthusiastically. That's how I grew up, casual. Welcome. On the counter behind the bartender, there are all kinds of delicious drinks, food and wine bottles, while the bartender is sitting behind the counter, focusing on his own business. The bartender's satisfied smile flickered. Although he said this, Roger's figure stopped at the door of the tavern. Roger politely picked up the cup and took a sip. The bartender seemed to have noticed Roger's gaze, raised his head, smiled slightly, and picked up a glass of wine. Under the expectant gaze of the bartender, Roger slowly exhaled, then nodded and praised, what a delicious black tea. Roger sat at the table nonchalantly, took out his cigarette rod and started smoking. Do you still have your tobacco leaves? This is a special black tea I brewed recently, try it. The bartender was wearing blue clothing, but it was definitely not orthodox, especially the shoes, which looked like beggars. With that said, the bartender brought the cup of black tea to Roger. 5.8, thank you. Shall we have something to drink first? Chapter 166 Suddenly stunned? Sure. Roger answered subconsciously, and then suddenly froze. You mean? Roger's eyes widened in shock. Laike smiled and nodded. Yeah, that's a good idea, isn't it? Then let's take action. As Laike said this, he stood up and walked toward the dock. After the two people left, the figure who had been hiding in the dark and observing here quickly disappeared into the night and returned to his room. On the sofa in the house, a woman was leisurely sipping coffee. How about it? She asked. Success, the man reported. That's good. The lady nodded 16 times with satisfaction. Then, looking at the subordinate, he ordered. Remember to deal with the aftermath. Don't let others doubt you, after all, you are not like me. The lady said this. The subordinate quickly lowered his head and praised. So, what about your safety? The subordinate asked. Advertisement, you don't need to worry about my safety, as long as you follow my orders. After the lady waved her hand, the subordinate retreated. What do you think? Laike, who left the tavern, looked at Roger and asked. We have to leave as soon as possible, and not just because of our goals. Roger pointed to the patrol on the street. We can take the opportunity to kill Marine's people. As soon as this suggestion came out of his mouth, Roger realized that he had let it slip. No, we need to hide. Roger added. Laike shrugged, but he knew that his brother was not good at lying. Therefore, the pirate leader said without any hesitation, of course, we need to disguise ourselves. After saying that, Laike led his subordinates and walked towards a shadow somewhere on the side of the street. You mean? Roger couldn't help but frown as he watched his companion change into clothes in the corner and transform into a man who looked like a business traveler and put on a hood. I have sent out several waves of spies to investigate the situation. This should not be a naval stronghold. At least, it is not a stubborn stronghold. So, we must hurry up and rush to our destination. And here. Hey, those guys may never be found there. Laike said with a heavy smile on his face. Obviously, the Major's death had angered the pirate leader. However, this does not prevent Laike from continuing to plan something. Then, let's set off. Roger grabbed Laike's shoulders, turned around and headed towards the dock. Advertisement, those Marines are still patrolling, we want to avoid trouble. Roger reminded. Humph, their noses are not that sensitive. Laike curled his lips disdainfully, all right. In this regard, Roger shrugged his shoulders, and he also thought that what Laike said made sense. But obviously, Roger didn't believe that his nose was not so sensitive. This 550 is a gift. Laike answered like this. Then Laike's footsteps suddenly paused. Do you smell something? He asked his brother. Smell nothing, Roger. Then, let's go. Laike said this, and just when the two stepped into the street, a strong smell of blood came out. Someone is hurt here. Roger looked towards the tavern not far away. You go and treat that guy, I'll leave first. After giving these instructions, Roger disappeared without a trace. Mo Laike was left standing in front of the tavern. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and walked in. Chapter 167 Still Gentle. The shop owner's wife is still gentle. However, Mo Laike didn't seem to see the female proprietress and walked straight to the backyard of the tavern. Then, just around the corner, he saw Morel passed out on the ground and a pool of blood. This made Mo Laike clench his fists subconsciously. He looked at Morel and murmured, "Sorry, Morel." Then, he reached out and crushed the necklace around Morel's neck. "What have you done?" The sharp voice of the female proprietress resounded throughout the tavern, but Mo Laike didn't care. Even with such a scream, he stabbed the opponent's throat with a backhand knife. Poof! Blood spurts. And such a sound attracted the attention of the patrollers in the tavern. "What did you do?" Patrollers surrounded Mo Laike. "Oh, I killed a damn WRE," Mo Laike said calmly. "Kill a female PR*street you'd and get a bonus," one of the patrollers said coldly. "No, I didn't want to kill the PR*street you'd, but she attacked me unexpectedly, which forced me to fight back. If you insist on charging me with a crime, I won't resist, because that will make me look even more cowardly." Mo Laike shrugged and just spread his palms, indicating that he was willing to surrender. Advertisement, then, come with us. The patrollers checked Mo Laike's belongings and after confirming that the other party was not carrying weapons, they escorted Mo Laike away. At the same time, Roger on the other side had quietly touched the dock. About 300 meters away from the pier, a noise was heard. "You bastards! How dare you rob me!" Angry, wailing, and cursing sounds were mixed in with the noise at the dock, becoming increasingly clear. "I advise you to give up resistance." An arrogant voice came over, making Roger frown slightly. And the next second, a sharp blade suddenly appeared on Roger's chest. With a muffled groan, Roger grabbed the person in front of him, twisted hard, and broke his head. Immediately, he took out the dagger from his waist, cut off the opponent's head with one stroke, and threw it into the water. Then, he cut off the heads of the remaining patrol members several times. "Who can guarantee whether you idiots will bite randomly? Maybe you can try it." Roger flicked the dagger, and then looked at the corpses around him. The pirate showed no mercy. After all, his fleet encountered such a scene more than half a year ago. The pirate fleet at that time suffered heavy losses and was even forced to die. If he hadn't finally escaped capture, he wouldn't be able to live in the world now. And this hatred, during this period of hardship, he had long forgotten. Advertisement, and today, such a scene happened again, and of course Roger would not be polite. Mo Laike waved his hand and seemed not to mind at all. "That's good." As for Marine, Roger didn't care at all. Morel breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Where are we going?" However, Mo Laike stopped him from answering such a question. "Are you crazy?" And it was precisely because of this half shot that he almost became food in the eyes of others. He didn't want any danger, even if the other party was just a sailor. Although he is a swordsman, Morel is not the kind of reckless person. Especially when faced with life and death threats, Morel is more cautious than anyone else. "You can't die yet." Mo Laike was breathing heavily and asked in a low voice, "Are you okay?" "We are friends." If it weren't for Mo Laike's appearance, this kind of thing would have to happen. While Roger was fighting with each other, Mo Laike supported Morel, and the two finally escaped from the pursuers. Morel reluctantly sat up, covered his arm, looked at Mo Laike, and said with a hint of gratitude, "If it weren't for you, I definitely wouldn't be able to run away." "Find a quiet place, I need to recover," Mo Laike's answer. However, even so, Morel was still injured, and the sequelae of his massive blood loss, made his actions slow down. Therefore, Roger chose to take action directly. Chapter 168 The Lord of All. "Yes, I'm crazy." Mo Laike's expression was solemn. And this expression made Morel understand something. Then, he sighed and shook his head, saying, "I really want to have a heart-to-heart relationship with you, but your condition is too bad. Let's go to One Piece. There it is." "No." Mo Laike refused extremely firmly. "Why?" Morel asked with wide eyes. "Because the Pirate King is a group of savage monsters." Mo Laike answered truthfully. "Then you know what? They're the masters of everything." Morel shouted, "So, are you going to join them?" 603 Mo Laike asked. They're evil, we should destroy them," cried Morel. Mo Laike smiled contemptuously. "Eliminate? What do you use to eliminate them?" "You." As soon as Morel opened his mouth, he saw Mo Laike's fleeting murderous intention. He immediately closed his mouth, smiled bitterly, and said, "Okay, I admit, I can't defeat those monsters, but I can help. I once learned swordsmanship." Mo Laike's words stopped abruptly, because he saw the ring on Morel's finger, and he asked in surprise, "Where did this ring come from?" "Advertisement. My mother gave it to me," Morel replied, but his face was still pale. "That's it? So, are you ready now?" Mo Laike asked with a smile. "All right." Morel stood up, took a deep breath, and was about to pull out his sword. Clang. A stone hit the scabbard, making a dull sound. "Be careful, there is an ambush," Roger reminded. And just when the two people's vigilance had just risen, a cold light flashed, and they saw the man named Columbus waving the long sword in his hand and slashing Sao Laike's neck. Ding! There was a crisp sound and sparks flew. "We are not Marines." Roger stood in front of Mo Laike and said to the man in front of him, I know, I don't care who you are, as long as you, BGDH, die. The man said and rushed over again. Bang bang bang. Roger raised his dagger to meet the enemy. This guy is very powerful, let's go. Advertisement. After Laike pushed Roger, he rolled over to avoid the opponent's sword. Then, taking advantage of the man's stunned moment, he quickly retreated into the bushes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 consecutive projectiles flew into the distance and then exploded in a forest. Suddenly, countless arrows flew through the air. Laike raised his hand to block, but after only blocking 3 arrows, Laike lay slumped on the ground. He gritted his teeth and said, "These bastards." Roger's eyes narrowed and he saw a carriage approaching in the distance. At this time, his ears suddenly stood up, and he heard the neighing of horses. Roger was stunned, and immediately his expression became unbelievable. Because, Roger discovered the pirate's logo on the carriage. Pirate? Roger couldn't help but muttered, "Yes." Laike looked like it was natural, and then, after taking a look at the carriage, he climbed up and said to Roger. At this time, if you still want to save those pirates, you are too stupid, You think I did something stupid? Roger asked rhetorically. Laike was interrupted before he finished speaking. I just don't want to waste the money I have saved so hard. Chapter 169. You shouldn't do this, Roger answered indifferently, and then he jumped out with a strong step and stabbed the man's throat with the dagger in his hand. Puff! The dagger sank, and the man fell into a pool of blood. Laike was stunned. That was not what I meant. I know, but, no matter what you mean, you shouldn't do this. Roger continued. But, except for you, there is no one else here who can help them, Laike tried to explain. How do you know I can't? Roger asked rhetorically. Laike frowned. Before Laike could say anything, Roger had already changed the subject. Do you know what's going on? Roger asked. Are you talking about those pirates? Laike was startled, and then a bright light appeared in his mind, and he hurriedly said, it was the Q of Spades and the others who did it. Advertisement. Obviously, Mr. Morel has not forgotten the previous experience, and at the same time, his face is full of anger. Q of Spades. Roger wondered. What are they? Hearing Roger's question, Laike hesitated for a while, but after thinking of something, Laike still gave the answer. The Queen of Spades is an organization, or more, a group of bounty hunters. They specialize in looking for trouble with pirates. As long as they find traces of pirates, they will immediately launch an attack. This is the most notorious pirate group in the sea, however. It is said that they are the descendants of the new generation of sailors. Roger raised his eyebrows and said, so, we are old acquaintances. As he spoke, Laike's expression became more and more gloomy. After all, when they were in New World, they often competed with this organization, especially in the Bay Area, where they had several confrontations. But now, don't worry. After Roger patted Laike's shoulder, he set his sights on the carriage that was slowly stopping in the distance. At this time, the carriage was weaving through the trees. When he saw the figures in the carriage clearly, Roger frowned. He murmured in a low voice, "It's her." "Who?" Laike asked. "A marine hero. However, we do know each other, but when we are not reminiscing about old times." After Roger finished speaking, he jumped into the bushes again and left in the other direction. Looking at Roger's escaping figure, Laike hesitated for a moment and finally chose to follow him. "They're coming." Roger lowered his voice and said to Laike beside him. "Advertisement, them." Laike was slightly startled when he saw dense footsteps coming from where he could see. After muttering, Laike took out the phone bug in his arms and dialed a number. Then, he heard the voice coming from the phone bug. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" Then, he heard a surprised voice coming from the phone. This made Laike sigh. "Thank you so much, I know where he is, and I need your help. I'm going to kill this B****************, D, and then, get my property and jewelry back, and I'll take them to Alabasta. Of course, I need enough boatmen, I need to." "What are you going to do?" "I understand, sir. We must get rid of them as soon as possible, otherwise, I'm afraid it will attract more people." An affirmative reply came from Laike's phone. ****12013102516161613633481. Roger replied like this, but he changed his mind the next moment. "You are here to guard," Laike said unceremoniously. After saying these words, Roger got into the nearby bushes. Laike shouted. Without asking, Laike guessed what the person in the phone bug wanted to say. Unfortunately, Roger had no intention of paying any attention to Laike and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "This is a truly qualified agent, I want Isaac." Chapter 170. Get out of here. Laike hung up the phone, and then looked behind him. There, a huge silhouette gradually appeared in his eyes, a sea ship. Although it is a bit crude, it can allow people to get on the boat safely. "We can get out of here." Laike laughed happily. He looked at the Q of Spades carriage in the distance and showed a vicious smile. "HMPH, when I get everything back, I will cut them into pieces." With that said, Laike walked towards the 290 ship. However, just as he was halfway there, a sharp blade suddenly shot at him from the side, and the target was very clear. Dang! Sparks flew everywhere. Laike's weapon collided the sharp blades together. Jingle bells, Jingle bells, the crisp and sweet sound made Mo Laike subconsciously turn his head to look at the source of the sneak attack, and then Mo Laike froze. A silver scimitar was stuck in the grass behind him, and Roger stood beside him. "Aren't you going to run away?" Mo Laike asked in surprise. "You saw it too, there's a boat there." After Roger shrugged, he turned and walked towards the boat. Mo Laike watched Roger walk onto the boat, then followed Roger onto the boat, and walked into the cabin under the awe-inspiring eyes of the crew. Advertisement. As for the remaining pirates, Roger didn't pay attention. Instead, he sat quietly in the cabin, lit a cigarette and started smoking. "I thought you were going to abandon me," Mo Laike complained a little. "Abandon you?" Roger shook his head, then blew out a smoke ring and said, "If I wanted to, I would have done this long ago." Mo Laike remained silent in tacit agreement. He knew Roger's habits well. Now that he had spoken to this extent, the next words were definitely extremely important. "However, there is still a little thing I need your help with." Roger flicked the cigarette ashes away and said, "Oh, what's the matter?" Mo Laike asked. "I want a file on the Navy. You know, these guys always hide in the dark and don't leave any chance to others, and I need this file." "Well, let me introduce it by the way, my name is Roger." Roger smiled and stretched out his right arm. "Mo Laike de Coulson." The young pirate replied, "Very good. What you need to pay is very simple. You are responsible for telling me Marine headquarters, and I will die. Advertisement, of course, I will also tell them how those guys died." Roger said with a smile. "Why?" the young pirate asked. "Because, I'm tired of playing this kind of game. I don't want to continue it anymore." Roger replied calmly. "Your friends will hate you," Mo Laike reminded. "Don't worry about me. I have a way to solve this problem, and don't you think it would be fun to do so?" As he spoke, Roger waved his fist, making a crackling sound. "I love fighting like this," Mo Laike said in agreement. "I hope so. I'll sleep for a while. When I wake up, if I don't see a file on the sea soldier, our cooperation will end, of course. I will not treat you badly. I will let my most powerful swordsman teach you swordsmanship." Roger yawned and said. Mo Laike didn't speak, just nodded silently. A moment later, when Roger opened his eyes again, it was already dawn. And his Q of Spades ship has also sailed into the public port and is preparing to leave. However, before leaving, he was blocked by a sailor. "Dear sir, we are ordered to arrest you." This sailor obviously knows the details of Mo Laike. These sailors have deep memories of the rumors in New Delhi. Whether it is because of the power of Q of Spades or because of their captain, who is the adjutant of Marine Headquarters Entrustment. Chapter 171. Unbelievable. I reject you. No, no, no. Roger's answer made the Navy soldier's eyes widen in disbelief. "Are you crazy?" the sailor blurted out. "Of course, you don't understand, but it has nothing to do with you." Roger waved his hand, and then went straight onto his ship, and the sailor immediately returned to the Navy fleet. "You guys, go catch the prey back, quickly." As the order was issued, several sailors quickly rushed into the cabin. The rest of the sailors began to inspect the pirate's body, and then began to salvage the property on the ship. "You're too brave, Mo Laike," an older sailor scolded 16. "If we don't do this, we will die. Our enemies are much more powerful than you think, they even have extraordinary power, and this guy seems to have a grudge against my teacher. If you don't want to, please get off the boat." Mo Laike pointed at the boxes piled up like a hill on the deck and said with a sneer. "Both of us should be lucky that we met him, otherwise, the two of us would have been feeding sharks. Or feeding schools of fish." Hearing Mo Laike's words, the sailor's expression changed a bit. "I believe you are an ally worth relying on, and, if you can really come back alive." After saying that, the sailor sighed. He is not a fool. Advertisement. Even if their boss has given up on them, they will not forget their boss's kindness, and, more importantly, the guy in front of them is their boss's only child. They don't know who the child's mother is, however, they know that the boss has paid too much for this child. Therefore, they will do everything they can to protect this child, even at the cost of their lives. Therefore, they will choose to believe Mo Laike. "Hey, I won't let you down." Mo Laike grinned. An ordinary sailing boat is moving forward in the wind and waves, at a slow speed, but it is better than being stable. However, there were only 3 people on the boat. In addition to Mo Laike, there is a woman and a little boy. "Hello, are you Mo Laike and Mordia?" Roger sat on the bow of the boat, greeting Mo Laike, and the young father and son also bowed in return. Then, one on the left and one on the right stood beside his father. "We will go to Belem Bay, and you can take the Ford home. I will give you £1,000. However, I want you to collect all the files I need and give them to me." Roger stated his request, but Mordia showed a distressed look. He had never seen so much money. Although he licked his dry lips greedily, he had to tell the truth. He couldn't afford the money at all, and his father would also scold him. "Such words just came to my lips, but I swallowed them back." Advertisement. Mo Laike on the side took out his pocket watch, calculated the time and said, "There are still 7 hours before we arrive at Belem Bay, and this time is enough for you to collect the reward." 7 hours? How is this possible? The 107-year-old sailor muttered to himself. Then, he suddenly reacted and shouted in surprise, 7 hours, do you mean we can go back? Mo Laike smiled and nodded. "It's unbelievable, I can go home alive." With that said, the old sailor led his men and began to pack up the belongings. And Mo Laike pulled Roger. "What?" Roger asked with a frown. We don't have much time, I have to get to the next island. Laike said seriously, we won't be able to reach the next island anytime soon. But, there is a way to shorten the time, Laike said this. Suddenly, Roger was stunned for a moment. Oh, what can I do? Chapter 172, it's too dangerous. Kill those sailors, they will definitely look for trouble with us, and we can take the opportunity to sneak in. Well, there is a reason, but this approach is too dangerous. Roger shook his head. Then, there is only one other way left, go to the Marine headquarters and find Katakuri. Our mission is to prevent a fight between the Marines and that Knight of the Sea, Katakuri. It is best to cause a war. In this case, our mission can be successfully completed. Laike said with a raised eyebrow. Katakuri? That man is truly a terrifying being, however, I think we won't have a chance to fight him. Roger said this. How will you know if you don't try? We are pirates now. Laike shrugged his shoulders, turned and walked back to his room, and Roger also walked into the cabin after hesitating for a long time. In Roger's opinion, he and Laike are partners. Whatever the reason, they should join forces to complete this difficult task. Laike didn't lie to him, they really came to the vicinity of Bellin Bay. When Laike and Roger stepped onto the pier of Bellin Bay, they felt an eerie atmosphere. The entire dock was empty, except for an old man wearing a gray mandarin jacket, and there were only 2 rows of sailors holding guns. Our target is Katakuri, we are pirates, we come to him to ask for something. Facing 2 rows of gun-wielding sailors, Laike shouted loudly. At the same time, a small pistol appeared in Laike's hand. Obviously, this pistol is not ordinary. At least, it can shoot through pirate costumes with ease. Advertisement, Lord Katakuri is on that sailboat, come with us. The old man instructed Laike, Roger and others in a hoarse voice, and at the same time, he waved his cane. Da. A carriage appeared in front of everyone. Thank you for your help. Laike thanked him. You're welcome, I hope you can complete your mission successfully. The old man said this. Most definitely, Laike promised, and then took the lead on the carriage, followed by Roger. However, when these sailors got on the carriage, they were completely stunned. Wow, is this Captain Bowbeard's ship? It's so beautiful. I like that ship, the 2 young sailors were discussing excitedly, while the young girl blushed and lowered her head, saying nothing until the carriage stopped. Get out of the car quickly, the old man in the cab urged me like this. Suddenly, the 2 young sailors jumped out of the carriage eagerly. When they saw their surroundings, the 2 young men immediately screamed. Because this is not the Marine headquarters they are familiar with. Advertisement. The buildings are scattered one after another, and in front of each building, there are several plaques, Navy headquarters. You won't tell me that this is the Navy headquarters, right? Laike couldn't help but ask while looking at the buildings with the Marine logo on them. Yes. The old man nodded seriously, I think we might be in the wrong place. Yes, this is indeed the Marine headquarters. The 2 young sailors quickly corrected them, and then pointed to the bright muskets in the hands of the sailors around them. I can knock them out, Roger suggested again. After all, their ship was badly damaged and they could not risk continuing. Moreover, this is the naval headquarters, so it cannot be attacked by surprise. However, this suggestion was met with a cold look from the old man. If you want to die, just try it. The old man was on guard and put all the sailors on guard. Laike curled his lips, then walked straight to a wooden house at the stairway and knocked on the door. Boom, boom, boom. The crisp knocking on the door was particularly harsh in the silent night, and after a moment, the trap door opened a crack. Ah! A slightly childish voice came out. Chapter 173. We are Marine. Hello kid, we are Marine, we need a set of clothes, can you sell us a set of clothes? We can pay for it? Laike lowered the brim of his hat and asked this question. Creak, creak, just after Laike finished speaking, the door of the wooden house was completely opened. Our clothes have been sold long ago. I advise you to change your clothes before you can go find Katakuri. After glancing at Laike with a pair of dark eyes, the sailor turned around and closed the door. At this time, Laike heard a muffled groan from his captain. Hey man, what do we do now? Laike turned to ask his captain. We need to catch this pirate now, and then force them to send Fudge over. Roger fumbled with the scabbard on his waist and said. But, we can't defeat them at all, 093 Laike said bitterly. And Roger was silent, he didn't want to admit that he was a coward. However, the facts made him dare not act rashly. Therefore, after pondering for a few seconds, Roger picked up the wine bottle in his hand and poured it down his throat. After putting the cork back into the bottle, Roger put down the flask and said, in that case, let's just wait, I want to see what it is that is worth the high price they spend. Okay, Captain. Advertisement. Laike nodded. Although their ship was a little dilapidated, it was still usable, so they chose to rest here and wait for Katakuri's arrival. As for Takuri's goal, the moment they landed here, everything became clear. He really deserves to be the son of the richest man in the world. Sitting at the table, Roger drank beer and looked into the distance. Laike on the side took out his radio and prepared for communication. Then, when he heard the news from the radio, his expression became even weirder. These idiots actually came here before us? Laike murmured. Roger, on the other hand, frowned. After listening to the radio content, he finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Damn it, What stupid thing did these guys do? Roger cursed through gritted teeth. But when he heard his captain's curse, Laike on the side smiled. He knew he had done something right again. Therefore, Laike decided that this time he must make his captain owe him a favor. Robin on the other side was deep in thought. She vaguely guessed what happened this time. Advertisement, as expected of Porchy, even Marine can't escape his clutches. Laike admired in his heart. Of course, he would never say such words. Roger stood up with an angry expression. Hey, what are you two muttering about? Come and follow me. After Roger glared at the two Laike brothers who were still muttering, he led them away from here. On the other side, on a marine island, Katakuri stood on the top of a high cliff, staring at the scene in the distance, his eyes flashing with coldness. On the side, Buggy was reporting to him. I sent my investigators, and they found a batch of goods, but they were all robbed, and this time the robbers seemed to be something special. There was a hint of helplessness in Buggy's words. I know they can't be ordinary pirates. No, they should be called ghoulies. Katakuri shook his head slowly. He knew about those pirates and those ghouls, but he didn't want to say anything more. Because he knew very well that his father would never give up the pursuit of him. This time, I'm afraid it's not just the corpse demon. Katakuri was thinking about this possibility. Buggy, on the other hand, had a gloating expression. Hey, Katakuri, aren't you worried? I heard that your father has prepared a gift. Dewey Jing used his right fist to hit the opponent. And such a scene made Katakuri's pupils shrink. Chapter 174 changing the subject. Then, Katakuri smiled mockingly. My father has never done this. Katakuri said relaxedly, and then changed the subject. I want to know, where are Laike and the others? As he spoke, Katakuri looked into the distance. This is where his ship crashed. Laike and the others are not too far away from here now. Buggy paused for a moment, and then said, I hope they don't cause trouble, otherwise, we will have to run away quickly. Katakuri nodded. Well, I think they won't cause any trouble. As he said that, the two of them became silent at the same time. In the room at the edge of the coast, Katakuri's parents were pacing anxiously. What to do? What to do? Where did Katakuri go? Geyer Vindman shouted in a panic. Calm down. Have you forgotten our plan? Katakuri is going to attack Charlotte Linland's castle, so he will definitely return. Katakuri's father, the captain of the Ravenhold, Andre Ravenhold, said calmly. And this sentence is not enough to reassure you. I hope so, our children will be able to be rescued. Vindman prayed. Afterwards, the two of them continued to wait. On the deck of a small fishing boat at sea, Laike's crew members were sitting together and eating barbecue. Advertisement while looking at the sea, they looked relaxed. Suddenly, Laike looked into the distance and shouted in surprise. Look, what is that? The other crew members looked up and suddenly screamed. Oh my god, what is that? I don't know, but that smell is devil fruit? Come on, let's get out of here. Those ghouls, they won't let us go. Several crew members looked scared and said, Don't panic, take a look first and then talk. Laike patted his crew on the shoulder, and after stopping a few panicked crew members, he stared at the ship heading towards them in the distance. There's a sailboat there, and there doesn't seem to be anyone on it, said the crew member, pointing into the distance. Are we going to get closer? Laike nodded without hesitation. Then let's get closer. If the transaction can go smoothly, then our residence will be over. Laike said this. I hope so, we must get out of here as soon as possible. As Laike spoke, the anchor was thrown out and the entire ship turned around. A few hundred meters away from the sailboat, Laike and his crew jumped out of their boat. And the sailboat was still heading towards them. Please give me flowers. Advertisement until the two sides met. I am Captain Laike of Alabasta, my crew needs to replenish some food and fresh water. Laike shouted loudly, and motioned to several crew members beside him. Katakuri said coldly. Friends? You have killed all my friends, how can we become friends? Katakuri still answered like this, but Laike has no such worries. Laike shrugged his shoulders and refused to give in. No matter who it is, they're dead. Who their enemy is needs no explanation. Laike reminded his crew. Oh, my fleet needs food, I think we can work together. Katakuri interrupted Laike's words. He pressed his finger on Laike's lips where he wanted to introduce. You'd better give up resisting, maybe we can become friends. You have to know that there is a marine beside you. When Katakuri and Laike were in a stalemate, the other crew members did not dare to shoot rashly. But they can bear it. Such a move immediately aroused Laike's vigilance. The crew members also took out their guns and arrived around Katakuri. After all, they were still quite afraid of Katakuri's intimidating power. Laike was silent for a moment. Chapter 175 It's enough to pay for your life. I don't think the relationship between us can be described as friends. What's more, even if we are friends, if you kill our captain, it will be enough to pay for it with your life. Laike's words became colder and colder, although they don't really hate Katakuri. However, under such circumstances, this hatred will not change. Therefore, Laike chose this opportunity to seek revenge on Katakuri. Moreover, Laike believed that he was sure to win 660, because there were legendary level experts around Katakuri. Laike has seen such a strong battle, every move can lift a mountain. Not to mention his uncle, he is simply a god. Therefore, Laike believes that they will win without a doubt. As for the forces behind Katakuri O, Laike is not afraid at all. After all, they have legendary existences. In the entire Elsa Sea, the legendary powerhouse is the pinnacle. In Laike's view, legendary powerhouses are divided into 3 levels. Advertisement, his uncle, is the top one, and among the remaining legendary powerhouses, their uncle is the weakest one. Even some veteran legendary powerhouses can't guarantee that they are Uncle Laike's opponent. And Katakuri? Laike thinks Katakuri is not worth mentioning. Therefore, he was not afraid of the threat posed by Katakuri in front of him at all, but said bluntly, "If you are willing to surrender, I think our hatred may be eliminated and you don't have to die." Laike's persuasion was very sincere. Really? Katakuri looked at the man in front of him, who was slightly more than a year younger than him, with a flash of interest on his face. In the beginning, it was because of this guy that his brother-in-law died, so he had disgust and murderous intention towards this guy. However, his brother-in-law is more than just Mordek's uncle. Laike is his sister's only friend, and Laike is also a very good person. "If you could tell me everything you know," Katakuri answered like this. And Laike immediately understood that the kid in front of him was not a good person and he needed to be treated with caution. So, he immediately expressed his stance. Advertisement. "If you want to know, please come on board with me." Katakuri didn't refuse and boarded Laike's ship directly. "My ship's name is Dark Elf," Laike said this, and then he asked the other 2 companions, "What about you?" "Our ship's name is Red Lotus, my name is Ms. Gurin." The 2 crew members were also smiling and looked like a couple. "Then, now, let me tell you our story," Laike said. Katakuri listened to Laike's story. "I am one of the great Captain Roger's men. I served under Captain Roger for 20 years. Laike said, "We are a group of orphans. Someone adopted us and taught us a skill. Then, he died in an attack, and I ran away on 5.7. In the following period, I stayed anonymous and learned various skills. For revenge, I succeeded. After I became the captain, I began to hunt down those damn pirates, and they hid on the coastline of Alabasta, and then became pirates." Laike's words made Katakuri frown. He always felt that this matter was too simple. However, at this time, he did not stop Laike from continuing to narrate. Chapter 176 didn't interrupt after all. This is the thing that Katakuri looks forward to most. No matter what happens, he must listen to Laike to finish it, and then decide what he should do. Those pirates are indeed cunning guys. Even if my captain is a world-famous pirate, they can still evade our search in the vast sea. Laike said this. Obviously, the captain he was talking about was his uncle. But this time, Katakuri did not interrupt. Laike fell into deep thought for a while, seeming to be caught up in some unspeakable past events. After a long time, 16 Laike sighed. "I did fail, but I have never forgotten my hatred." Speaking of this, Laike suddenly raised his head and stared at Katakuri. "You know, I originally planned to land in Newport, then occupy the port of the Alabasta Empire, and then slowly encroach on Alabasta's land, money, and food. But when I just set foot on the Newport pier, I was attacked." "Yes, attack." Laike's face turned gloomy. "Can you imagine that a group of vicious pirates raided my cargo ship, and my men suffered heavy losses? The pirate captain is standing right in front of me, and all my men have been destroyed. Guess what I wanted to do at that time? I wanted to catch him, and then torture him to find out who sent him. As a result, he resisted, and our captain didn't take action." "Haha, I understand, Laike yelled crazily. Advertisement. That B*************** D is not a pirate captain at all, but a close associate of Roger. He is just pretending to cover up something. Then, their target is only one, and that is the Red Lotus. You are right, that is Roger's flagship," Katakuri nodded and said. This made Laike stunned. He looked at Katakuri blankly. "You already knew this?" Katakuri nodded in acknowledgement. Then, in Laike's shocked eyes, Katakuri added, "When I was a child, someone told me this secret, but I ignored it. I thought I would keep doing this forever. But I was wrong. How wrong I was." Katakuri said this, and Laike shook his head. "No, you're not wrong. You're right. It was me and my brothers who were wrong. They compete for some interests and ignore everyone." Katakuri spoke his true thoughts and then continued to ask. "Why were those pirates targeting that ship?" "Of course it's for those belongings." Advertisement. Laike said without hesitation. "How can they trust that guy? Since you know him, why did you send pirates to attack you? Who is it?" But they are still idiots. It can be seen that Laike's disguise was very successful, and Kotaku was trapped step by step into the trap he set. "That person? That man is called the Red Skull?" And listening to Laike's description, Katakuri became less and less suspicious. It happens every time. No matter what it is, as long as it is discovered by them, they will want it as their own. Katakuri looked at Laike indifferently. Katakuri asked, and then quietly waited for the answer. "Those pirates are a bunch of complete idiots. Have they looted those properties more than 100 times? Every time they were successful, every time." The moment Katakuri heard these words, the cold light in Katakuri's eyes flashed away. Laike said, When Mo Laike said this, his eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous light, and then he gritted his teeth and said. Mo Laike said. Chapter 177. He is afraid that I will come to him. Because. He needed to borrow my hand to get rid of the pirate captain. That stupid old guy, he actually believed in those pirates, and then let them do what they did. He thought he could redeem him, but unfortunately, he only redeemed himself. At that time, he was already doomed to fail, Mo Laike sneered. And, more importantly, the Red Skull doesn't dare to kill the pirate captain. He's afraid that I'll come looking for him. So, he found a scapegoat and let him bear all the responsibility, and me? HMPH, of course I have to settle the score with that B*****************, but. Mo Laike's face changed unpredictable, but I'm not in a hurry now, I still need to adjust my plan. What are you going to do? Katakuri asked. I'm going to find out the identity of that pirate first, and then give that old guy a fatal blow. 11. Mo Laike said. I need a chance, and now, the opportunity has finally come. With that said, Mo Laike turned his head and looked at his captain's cabin. At this time, the hatch was open. The captain wearing heavy armor was sitting there, as if he was also waiting for something. Katakuri asked curiously, what chance? Advertisement. News about Captain Roger, or clues about the treasure left by Captain Roger. Mo Laike quickly replied, and Katakuri's pupils suddenly narrowed. He stared at Mo Laike and asked, do you know where Captain Roger's legacy is? Certainly. Mo Laike said. No, Mo Laike. Katakuri immediately stopped Mo Laike from answering, and he said vigilantly. Do you want me to die? I promise, you won't be in any danger, even that wealth still belongs to you, how about that? Mo Laike said seductively. Katakuri remained silent, and after a moment, he slowly nodded and agreed to Captain Mo Laike's invitation. After the two young people exchanged contact information, they agreed that within 3 days, they would conduct a cooperation. Of course, Katakuri couldn't really follow Mo Laike on the adventure so stupidly that he needed to prepare in advance. I still need your help, Mo Laike, Katakuri said. I need you to find me Captain Roger's captain. By the end of Katakuri's words, he already had a threatening tone. Advertisement, no problem, we won. However, you must be careful about the pirate named Alan. He is very powerful, you can't underestimate him. We won. At this cry, Captain Mo Laike walked up the stairs and entered his bedroom. Katakuri shouted loudly. The man lying on the bed looked exhausted. And such a declaration immediately attracted cheers from the surroundings. And when the door opened, a ray of sunlight shone into the room. Then, he raised his right arm and waved the warhammer. He is my prey. The man opened his eyes and rubbed the corners of his eyes. I specially arranged that place. Unless you dig it up, no one else will be able to discover its existence. Mo Laike shrugged his shoulders, pointed to the hidden corner in the distance and said. Mo Laike reminded Katakuri. Go, Mo Laike. Let that pirate leader know, I am his master. Then, he looked at the layers of bloody marks on his palms and the blood flowing from the wounds. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain, which made the man frown. Katakuri's expression turned cold and cruel. Mo Laike's crew members were jumping with excitement. They raised their glasses to celebrate their Mo Wang Zhao's victory. Chapter 178. Kill them with your own hands. Mo Laike hid the man in his bedroom so that Katakuri could not find him, and learned his identity as a pirate. It's not easy. After all, when Katakuri boarded the ship, Mo Laike's fleet had already dispersed to every corner. Especially in the days after Katakuri boarded the ship, no one dared to set foot on the ship. Therefore, it took Mo Laike a long time to find out the identities and traces of these pirates. And tonight, he finally had a perfect harvest. Not only was the captain of the pirate captain found, but also the captain's wife and daughter of the pirate captain, as well as the pirate adjutant's sister, wife, and children were all captured. Although these 940 people are innocent, Mo Laike should have been more lenient. However, Mo Laike could not forgive these people's behavior. They shouldn't be involved in that, not even the slightest intervention will do. I'm going to make their life worse than death. No, I'm going to kill them with my own hands. In the bottom of my heart, such dark and twisted thoughts made Mo Laike look like a kind of madness in his eyes. Katakuri, you will help me complete my revenge. Advertisement, Mo Laike murmured to himself, then he picked up his cane and walked out of the door. He wants to find those pirates. Hey, what are you doing here? As soon as Mo Laike walked down the stairs and stood on the pier, he was startled by a loud shout, and the next second, Mo Laike's figure had completely disappeared from here. Night fell over the sea, but the dock area was still brightly lit. Katakuri's fleet is docked on the beach outside the port. Pirate ships are moored on the shore. Katakuri stood on a guard tower, looking at the ships and the brightly lit harbor towns in the distance. And a pirate leader walked up to Katakuri. It's time for us to leave now, Katakuri. We're going to sneak into those pirate dens under cover of night. They must be sleeping like pigs. This leader was clearly the overall commander of the operation. He had been looking forward to finishing this mission as soon as possible. He didn't want to stay in this damn pirate den. Katakuri shook his head. Mo Laike walked into it and began to check the captain's weapons. Don't worry. Advertisement. With that said, Mo Laike picked up Katakuri and walked to the cabin behind him. But I don't like being chased by Marine. I'd rather be free and easy. I hate those damn guys. He could hear the roar coming from outside the dock. The patrol boats had sailed towards the port and were getting closer and closer. Look, they're coming. The cabin of the ship is a huge warehouse, enough to accommodate an entire fleet, and enough to carry hundreds of sailors. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and the head of the lookout beside Katakuri exploded into pieces. As he spoke, Laike stretched out his hand behind him and said. Katakuri was observing the environment here. Laike explained with a smile. Katakuri said, and then, pointing into the distance, he said. On the other side, at the moment when the smoke rose, Laike appeared on the bow of the ship. I am indeed a pirate. Katakuri was extremely shocked. It's you? You're actually a pirate, Laike, you lied to me. We will never go back, Katakuri. That broken ship is no longer worth anything, and our current ship is much better than that ship. As the voice fell, on the watchtower where Katakuri was standing guard, a black shadow flew over and hit the watchtower. I have made arrangements, Katakuri. Your men are already on the ship. Our captain, he will give you a big surprise. Chapter 179 Pirate Captain. In front of Katakuri's eyes, a map spread out. Katakuri glanced around. This is a simple terrain drawn by Laike based on the data he previously investigated, he told Katakuri. I think you should become a pirate with me. In this way, you can become a pirate captain. I think that's too hard. Katakuri declined the invitation, and then asked, do you know where I can buy a ship? I hope to get a new warship. Ha ha ha, you actually need to change your boat, Katakuri. You are really crazy. That boat is your treasure, it is very expensive, and it is even a classic car. Laike mocked, but still prepared a ticket for Katakuri, and when Katakuri got on the boat and started slowly amidst the commotion, he couldn't help but ask. How come you suddenly decided to build a ship? Laike's question was very sharp, as if a needle pierced the depths of Katakuri's heart. Katakuri felt the pain. Then, Katakuri said, because I need a chance. An opportunity that can make Prince Alva lose his power, or even sink him forever. Katakuri said, seeming to think of something pleasant. Then, he said softly, advertisement, Mr. Laike, you may not know. Those Alva supporters have been killed by them. They used some despicable means. Don't you think that when everything is settled, it would be the best option to shift the blame onto some unimportant people? That little B********** D must pay. Katakuri gritted his teeth and said, while Laike nodded in agreement. That's right. The two people were talking about the same enemy, and then their conversation suddenly stopped. Because, the lights in the harbor in the distance became brighter. That's when the guards guarding the port began to gather, and they were ready. In the light, Laike and Katakuri saw their target, the ship. They're waiting for us, it's time for us to get on board. Laike said this. Katakuri nodded, turned around, and followed Laike to the freighter step by step. Laike's performance was wonderful, he acted exactly as planned. Behind them, the ship also began to move gradually. Please give me flowers. Katakuri, are you okay? Advertisement, Katakuri. Bless you. After leaving a harsh word, Moyaki turned and left here. Drenched with blood. On the harbor, the pirate ship was also moving. After Laike left, Katakuri raised his head and looked at the sun hanging in the sky. Laike assured him as he patted his chest, then he took out a bomb and placed it next to Katakuri. There, the original dazzling light dimmed by half, and the moon's brilliance also began to dim, as if it was about to fall into the sky. The two ships intersected with each other and slammed into each other with a roaring sound, rumble. My subordinates will help, Katakuri. Looking at Katakuri lying in a pool of blood, Laike immediately squatted next to Katakuri. There was a penetrating wound on Katakuri's chest. It's okay, I'm still alive, but I may not be able to play with you anymore, Laike. Katakuri said with difficulty. We have to flee, I want to take my men out of here. The loud noise was accompanied by the rolling waves, and a wave of air rose into the sky and swept the surrounding area. Then, everything calmed down. I will help you get revenge. Chapter 180 The moon is so strange. The moon is so strange tonight. At the side of the ship, a gust of wind blew, mixed with the fishy smell of the sea. This made Katakuri frown. He fumbled with the handle of the knife in his arms, and then pulled out the blade. I'm not going to leave just yet, Katakuri said and jumped off the freighter. Then, when Katakuri stepped on the deck, his body collapsed. With a clang, a steel ingot fell from his waist to the ground, making a crisp sound. Katakuri, on the other hand, took advantage of the situation and knelt down on the deck with one knee. 057, his face pale. He gasped, then picked up his ingot, his wrists shaking. The scene just now was like a nightmare to him. His legs were chopped off. In that brief moment, he felt like he was torn apart. And in Katakuri's ears, the words Laike said before are still echoing. The ship is completely destroyed, Katakuri. All you have left is this ship. You have no way out. This is fate, Katakuri. You must bear this fate. Advertisement, my dear friend. No matter what you do, you must think carefully. Your father, your brother, your tribe, your future, including your wife and children. Don't live up to your mother's expectations of you. She sheds many more tears for you than you imagine. Katakuri's head was buzzing amid those words. His arms were shaking, but he still inserted the knife into his back. Then, he supported his body, climbed up the sail step by step and boarded the huge ship. The ship did not stop, and Laike was already standing at the door of the cab, waving to Katakuri. Hey, man. I'm here. Laike shouted, and Katakuri waved in response, but Katakuri was not in a hurry to go to the cockpit. He stood on the side of the ship, lowered his head, looking at his scarred arms and body. Katakuri's left shoulder, right rib and left leg were all severely injured. Especially the left leg, the bones of Katakuri's left ankle were smashed by a hammer, but this was not a fatal injury. The most fatal injury was on Katakuri's body, above his navel. There is a scar there. It slashed diagonally from the abdomen into the chest, where it almost cut Katakuri into 2 pieces. Blood was gushing out, staining Katakuri's clothes red. But Katakuri seemed unaware. His attention still stayed on the fingers of his left hand. Katakuri's left index finger was trembling slightly, as if he was longing for something. Advertisement, I want to find my child, he must be hiding in that ship. He doesn't dare to show up, because we have many ways to force him to show up, but before he shows up, I want to make sure that he can escape. Laike stood on the other side of Katakuri. He stretched out his hand, held Katakuri's hand, and comforted. Don't be afraid, I'm here. I promise you, I will definitely catch that guy and vent your anger. We have to go back to Agra together to meet your mother. Hearing this, Katakuri couldn't help laughing, then, he shook his head. No, Laike, we can't go back to Agra. My father has gone crazy, and I must lead my men to escape. Katakuri told the real reason. Otherwise, you know, my father will definitely send an army to capture the entire city and kill us all. F5.2. Laike firmly opposed. You are the king, how can you abandon your subjects? Laike raised his hands and said loudly, we want to save more people. Katakuri, I know you are here to protect us, but it's different now. Now, what we need is to survive. We have to preserve our strength. No matter what you do, don't go to that guy, Laike dissuaded. Chapter 181 Laike. No, Katakuri refused indifferently, and then, under Laike's astonishment, Laike pulled out the dagger, stabbed it into his chest, and pierced his lungs. Then, Katakuri spit out a pool of blood, and then he pushed Laike who was stunned next to him. Go quickly. Take your soldiers, and go quickly. If I die, my subordinates will replace me, I want to live. Katakuri stumbled towards the cabin. Laike did not abandon Katakuri after all. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to leave. Katakuri stood alone outside the cabin. Then, he took out a cigarette, bit 16 in his mouth, and lit it. The choking flames rose up. Katakuri closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. When he opened his eyes again, he returned to his previous cold and ruthless gaze. Katakuri, it's time for you to rest, a voice came suddenly. Katakuri turned around suddenly and saw a familiar face, Laike. Katakuri. This time, I win. Laike said. Katakuri was silent. Ha, Katakuri, look at your miserable state now. Laike came closer with a smile. Look at your appearance now, do you look like a lost dog? Advertisement, and what about you, my teacher, what do you look like now, have you failed? Laike scoffed. He stepped closer to Katakuri. You lost the so-called victory. You were defeated by your former brother. You became worthless. Oh. You can't even buy a copper coin now. That's enough. Get out of here, Katakuri roared angrily, holding the sharp knife in his hand. How dare you threaten me? Laike showed no sign of weakness, and he also held a knife in his hand. I'm telling you, Katakuri, if we continue to stay here, we will die. I'm going to find my son, I'm going to find Algavard. But we have to get out of here first. I have investigated. This ship, it is now in Agra port. Laike said. Although I don't know where that ship is now, I know that ship. That ship will take me to Agra. I know that you will follow, right? So, we must take advantage of now, you can still fight. Come with me to find the child, Katakuri. After saying that, Laike picked up Katakuri. Let's go, he shouted loudly, pushed Katakuri to the bow of the ship, then turned around and jumped on the ship, and then quickly closed the hatch. Advertisement. The anchor dropped, launching the ship. Then, in Katakuri's sight, the huge black ship sailed along the coastline into the distance, and gradually disappeared from Katakuri's sight. Katakuri's vision gradually blurred, and then he fell on the deck. He fainted and fell into darkness. Where are we going? In the dark cabin, Laike asked his companions. At this moment, the man sitting on the chair looked a little confused. 860. I have no idea. Laike's companion said. We don't know where we are going. We are just hired workers and we have to work hard for our master. But, who is our employer? Katakuri. He is our common enemy, shouldn't we help him? Laike asked. Katakuri has secured such a good opportunity for us, we should help. 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 Laike's companion murmured. I know, we have to help, but, Laike asked. But what? But, chapter 182 collecting money to do things. The companion lowered his head and said in deep thought. But we don't know who to go to, we just collect money to do things. Katakuri gave us money. He paid 50,000 gold souls, which was enough for us to eat, drink and have fun for a long time. But, he just gave money, we can't possibly know what he wants to do. We don't know the whereabouts of that child and Alva. So, Katakuri asked us to leave, so we had no choice but to leave. Laike was silent for a long time before he raised his head again and said. Then what should we do? For example, revenge for Katakuri. Laike gritted his teeth and said viciously. I know that woman. His name is Jonathan Drake. He took away your position, your glory and wealth, and your sister. Didn't you say that he doesn't know where your sister is imprisoned? Let's go find it. I don't believe that kid will hide forever. He must be hiding in a corner waiting for rescue. We must find him. Advertisement. We will hand him over to the order. Cut off his head, hang him on the walls of Agra. I will watch him be tortured. As the captain, Laike certainly has the responsibility to protect his crew, which is why he was so angry at this time. I will, but not now. You have to rest for at least a few days. Companion suggested to. Katakuri is very strong. He will definitely be able to reach Agra port. And what? Besides, I don't think we can succeed. The Agunis they would not agree to would not allow such a stupid plan. You have forgotten that little cub was raised by Agunis himself. If Agunis was really willing to sacrifice himself, he would have killed Katakuri long ago. Do you have to wait until now? Katakuri's plan is so crazy. He actually plans to use his own life to lure those evil gods into splitting him apart, and then use a battle to completely destroy the evil god's army. And, dead Zhao. You, my friend, I don't want to see you take risks. Don't be stupid, Laike, Katakuri is dead. Advertisement. They all want Katakuri to die, because they are afraid that Katakuri will grow up, because they know that once Katakuri grows up, Alsace will have no hope of coming back. This is simply playing with fire, Laike. It will bring disaster to Alsace and Argunus at the same time. The companion said bitterly. The blood of those scum can make him sleep peacefully, his soul can be at peace, no longer in pain, and he is finally free. I want to fulfill this regret for him. The companion shook his head. Laike seemed to have remembered something, and his expression instantly distorted. Companion said. I know, of course I know. From the moment he decided to set foot on the Agra, he was destined to fail. He would die at the dock of Agra port, and he would die in the warehouse of the abandoned factory. Katakuri must not live. I will help him kill Alva, and help him get rid of those people who bully him. And Agunis didn't go. Have you forgotten what Katakuri's uncles and aunts did to Katakuri? They forced Katakuri to sign a contract and made him bear the responsibility. The crime even wanted him to die, and his parents. We all saw that the old housekeeper of that family was a bad guy. He killed his wife and his children. But I'm not willing to give in. I can't allow this to happen. I want to kill those people, those bastards. I want to kill them. Katakuri said. He wanted to bring chaos to Agra port. We need a reason. Laike sighed. Chapter 183. We won't give up. I will stay with you, Laike. He stretched out his arms, hugged his companion tightly, and said. No matter what the reason is. In short, we will not give up, right? Yes. The companion replied. We will not give up. We will find Katakuri. We will kill everyone who bullies Katakuri. Then. We're going home, Laike. We finally don't have to wander outside anymore. When Laike's sailboat left Titan Harbor and headed north through the storm area, they did not notice that there were several boats quietly joining them on the other side of the storm area. Hey, brothers. Get ready for action. The target has been reached. The target is heading southeast. I heard the noise. They stopped 643, they were waiting for us. Let's go quickly, guys, we caught Katakuri's son and sister. 2 or 3 kilometers away from Laike's sailboat, the soldiers on the 2 boats were raising their weapons and staring at the lights on the sailboat. They exchanged glances with each other. Ready for action. Advertisement in the shadow of the cabin. A young non-commissioned officer wearing full armor stood on the side of the ship, holding a sharp knife and shouting. We are tired of following Mr. Katakuri to fight all the way. This time it is our turn to contribute, brothers. Kill them. My treat? Tonight we, BGCD, go shopping at the night market to buy a complete set of armor. Ho, kill them, ha 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 ha, Laike. On the deck of the sailboat, a short, fat middle-aged man wearing a black dress and hood sat on a chair. He looked like an ordinary businessman. This mission is dangerous, Laike. 11 Laike shook the amber wineglass on his fingertips and said in a low voice. He advised. Moore sighed, touched the white beard on his forehead, and said. But he lacked courage. But you shouldn't participate. After all, I don't know anyone else. We need to stay at the dock. You should stay in the dock. Advertisement. I know what you were worried about, Mr. Moore, but please rest assured that I am a smart man, Mr. Moore. I don't want that guy from Alsace to take advantage of it. I don't want to have any conflicts with my friends, no, we should unite together. That's what I told you, Laike, but Katakuri is an excellent child, haven't you noticed? He is far smarter than others. More importantly, Laike, don't you want to take revenge on him, Sir Moore? Laike poured the wine in the cup into his mouth, and then poured a full cup. He said with a smile. Are you worried about me? But we are just lingering in the pirate ship, Lord Moore. We cannot take revenge. What do you think? And Katakuri is in a very bad state right now. We can't stop him, otherwise, he might resist. He is a coward. I would rather Katakuri be an ordinary person. In that case, we can help him realize his wish. Laike. We can't do this. I know you feel sorry for Katakuri, and I also know you hate those guys who bully Katakuri, and you want them to pay the price. I remember, we once agreed that if we could escape from Agra, we would take revenge on those who hurt Katakuri. I originally thought he would become a great man, but unfortunately, he had too many ambitions. He wanted to rule the world, gain power, become a king, and control his own country. He wanted to be world overlord. Chapter 184. I disagree, but I don't agree with it. Let's avenge Katakuri together. He shouldn't suffer such torture. Leave this kind of thing to me, okay? I don't want you to interfere, Laike. Moore held Mo Lake's shoulders and whispered. Katakuri needs to go through this journey alone. You should know this. He must learn to live strong. I don't know why your relationship has deteriorated, but this does not prevent me from respecting him. He's better suited to be on this path than we are. You should leave him the chance, my boy. If he can come back alive, then he can have the best of everything, and he can control his own destiny. This is good for him and you. Moore raised his head and looked at the sailboat gradually disappearing at the end of his sight. He murmured to himself. If you insist on following him, you will be implicated by him. He is our friend. I don't want anything to happen to him. We will rescue him. Advertisement. Mo Laike threw the wine bottle to the far river bank, gritted his teeth and said. This day will come sooner or later, Lord Moore. We can't watch Katakuri die at the hands of others. Even if I know that I may die, I still have to try. Because, I'm not just for Katakuri, Mo Laike. That's enough, Moore. Mo Laike shouted. Stop talking. I have already decided. I have decided that I want to follow Katakuri. I must follow him. Whoever he is. They have to pay for it. I will go into the water with all my money and the gem that I have treasured for a long time. Mo Laike Portman took out his long sword and hung it on his waist. He turned and walked towards the wooden railing at the stern of the ship. He looked into the distance and asked in a low voice. Do you have any other instructions? Mr. Moore, my teacher, if you don't have any instructions, I will jump down. Advertisement. Oh, of course, Mo Laike. Moore patted his chest. We are all brothers. Since you choose to do this, I also support you, but you must be careful not to let the enemy see you. We will wait here for Katakuri to return. Please give me flowers, but I suggest you'd better not show your face, because Katakuri doesn't like strangers, especially our former compatriots. I think he must be looking for us now. We can't be found by him. I know. Mo Laike nodded, turned around and waved to the crew. Let's take action, everyone, my brothers. Tonight, we will embark on a journey of seeking revenge. Mo Laike, the pirate captain, took a deep breath. He jumped and fell into the cold sea water. The moment his body fell into the sea, Mo Laike felt the touch from the soles of his feet. The body is like a fish, sliding towards the cold sea. He rowed hard with his arms, allowing himself to quickly get rid of the drag of the water and wander towards the distance. He didn't even dare to look back at the island in the darkness behind him, hundreds of meters away. The outlines are getting blurry. Mo Laike knew that he had embarked on a dangerous journey. His heartbeat was racing and his breathing was rapid, but he had no intention of flinching. He firmly believed in his decision to follow Katakuri, fight for him, and avenge him. Chapter 185. Ridiculing his courage. Mo Laike swam faster and faster. He tried his best to avoid encountering other ships and did not want to cause any unnecessary trouble. He knew that this sea area was not safe and full of unpredictable dangers, but he also understands that only by taking risks can he find the truth, and only by taking risks can he reunite with Katakuri. The wind on the sea became more and more biting, and the waves slapped on Mo Laike's face, as if mocking his courage. However, Mo Laike's determined eyes did not waver at all. He was determined to persevere no matter how difficult the road ahead was. A few days passed, and Mo Laike finally saw a piece of land. He swam to the shore and carefully climbed ashore, feeling the long-lost feeling of stability. He looked around. It was a desolate island with only a few coconut trees standing on the beach. It seems like an isolated island in this desert. Mo Laike took a deep breath and put away his heavy heart. He knew that this was only the first step in his pursuit of Katakuri, and there were more difficulties waiting for him. He decided to use this island to rest and replan his next actions. During his few days on the island, Mo Laike sharpened himself into a stronger warrior. He used wooden sticks to practice sword skills and strengthen his body. He practiced invisibility and learned to move quietly in the dark. He also looks for food and takes in nutrients to maintain his strength. Finally, Mo Laike felt that he was ready. He left the island and continued on his journey of seeking revenge. He wandered at sea for several days, always looking for the next clue, hoping to find traces of Katakuri. Advertisement. In the thick fog, Mo Laike saw a lone ship. His heart beat faster because he felt Katakuri's breath. He approached the ship quietly and found no one else on board. He understood that Katakuri had left, but he left some clues. Mo Laike relied on his intuition to follow these clues and approach Katakuri step by step. He moves in this mist, like a ghost, speeding through the dark and humid jungle, and you can occasionally hear the howls of wild beasts and the chirping of insects. He is already very hungry, and Mo Laike also discovered that there didn't seem to be many raptors and beasts in this vast jungle. Even though he had witnessed a group of ferocious monsters passing over his head, they failed to pose a threat to him. This made him relax his vigilance a little. After all, this is the world Katakuri once lived in. Perhaps all the monsters here have already escaped? But Mo Laike isn't sure if this is true. His spirit was highly tense and he was cautious all the way. When night fell, he came to the front of the cliff. The entrance to the valley he called Island Advocate. Mo Lake stood next to the cliff and looked in, but did not see any living things. Mo Lake hesitated, climbed over the cliff, followed the narrow and rugged road, and climbed to the canyon halfway up the mountain. In the darkness, Mo Laike could see that in this dark cave, there were two strange and terrifying lights, illuminating every inch of the darkness. 4.3. That's Katakuri. Mo Laike frowned, closer to the flames. In the light and shadow of the burning flames, he saw Katakuri and a strange guy. It was a woman, her head was completely drooped, and she looked absolutely dead, and in her arms, there was a corpse. The owner of the corpse couldn't see clearly, but Mo Laike knew him. He was a cursed wizard. Chapter 186. Do you still want to keep vigil? Mo Laike scratched his head in confusion. He looked at the fire and then at Katakuri. He coughed lightly. Katakuri. What are you doing here? Why don't you go in and sleep? Do you still want to keep vigil? Katakuri snorted. His body emerged in the darkness, his right eye shined with light blue, and his left eye turned golden red. He stretched out his hand to press the wound on his neck. The flesh and blood squirmed and was quickly repaired. 3 slender tentacles appeared in his originally empty left eye, which looked quite ancient. It hurts so much. Katakuri rubbed his eyes, then turned to Mo Laike and said, Didn't I tell you? I hate people touching me. Mo Laike was stunned for a second and then laughed. Hey, Katakuri, you're still the same as before, you have a really bad temper. There was a joking tone in his tone. I remember you were so gentle before. We also exchanged contact information, have you forgotten? Advertisement. Katakuri ignored him. Mo Laike shrugged. He squatted in front of the woman's corpse, looked at the baby in her arms, and sighed. You child has a miserable life. Both your parents are dead. He reached out and touched the child's tender cheek, then raised his head and asked, Who are your parents? How did you come to this island? I don't know. I don't know anything. Wow. The child suddenly started crying, and Mo Laike was frightened. He quickly put the child in his arms to comfort him, but no matter what he did, the child still couldn't stop crying and cried very miserably. Mo Laike panicked and took out his hood to block the child's sight, but the child continued to cry. He cried heartbreakingly, and his cries shook the surrounding leaves, leaving Mo Laike at a loss as to what to do. Finally, when Katakuri approached, the child stopped crying, but opened his eyes and stared at Katakuri curiously. Katakuri's expression was stiff, but he still tried to force out a gentle smile. Don't be afraid, child, tell me, how did you get here? Mr. Katakuri, Mo Laike wiped the sweat from his forehead and whispered, I came to you specifically, hoping that you would join our pirate fleet. Advertisement, huh? Katakuri sneered. You came to me specifically to ask me to surrender? He glanced at Mo Laike. Do you think you are worthy? You. Mo Laike became angry and was about to speak when he saw the strange woman behind Katakuri slowly turning her head. Are you talking about me? She asked. Mo Laike was stunned for a moment, then showed an expression of surprise. Oh, are you awake? He rushed up, grabbed the woman's arm, and shouted excitedly, We saved you 013. The woman pushed his arm away indifferently, her legs were weak and limp, and she fell to the ground, her chest heaving violently. She took a breath and said, What on earth do you want to do? Kill me? Of course not. Mo Laike said eagerly, We didn't hurt you. You know, you fainted and it was Mr. Katakuri who saved you. Mo Laike briefly recounted his experience on Advo Island and suggested, I suggest you come with me to see Mr. Katakuri, he needs help now. The woman was silent for a moment, then nodded. Chapter 187. I wish you a happy cooperation. She stood up, followed Mo Laike, and walked towards the cave where Katakuri was. Katakuri's cave is located in the middle of the canyon. In Mo Laike's opinion, this is a rather steep path. He climbed up with great effort. And at the entrance of Katakuri's cave, he stopped. Mo Laike turned around and said to the woman, Go in, Mr. Katakuri is waiting for you. He pointed to the depths of the cave and said, You guys are chatting, I won't interrupt. I wish you a happy cooperation. The woman nodded hesitantly and stepped into the cave. She walked through a long and narrow passage, turned several turns, and finally arrived at the center of the cave. A huge boulder blocks the passage to the other end of the cave. She walked over and used her dagger to pry open the boulder blocking the passage. When she walked out of the passage, a cold wind howled. This is a frozen room, filled with ice crystals and snow. The walls of the room and the surrounding icicles exude a suffocating and severe cold air, which is even stronger than the outside world. The woman curled up and sat on the floor with her knees wrapped around her. She closed her eyes, as if falling into a deep sleep, without saying a word. Advertisement. Katakuri stood at the door, looking down at the woman. He did not move. After a while, Mo Laike emerged from the other side of the cave, and he saw the frozen woman in the center of the cave. He clapped his hands, waved to Katakuri, and said, Katakuri, she has woken up. I heard her call you, Katakuri. What does that mean? Is it your last name? It's the Katakuri. Katakuri turned around and looked at Mo Laike, and he said, Katakuri, a ship? This is my name. You can call me, Arkham, Arkham. Ah. Mo Laike was stunned. He looked at Katakuri blankly. After a long time, he murmured, Arkham, Arkham. What a wonderful name. He shook the flask, took a sip, and then said to Katakuri, I think if you are willing to join us, even if we don't kill you, you won't be able to survive. Your soul will be contaminated by the well of eternity until you are completely dead. We will give you a new identity, a ship's crew, and we can help you recover. Advertisement Katakuri narrowed his eyes, seeming to consider the feasibility of this matter. Katakuri, please don't refuse our kindness. Laike tentatively tried to comfort him. You should be able to see that we have no ill intentions towards you. As long as you can help us seize control of the temple army, I guarantee that you can get everything you want. That guy, Katakuri said, looking at the faint outline of the city emerging from the distant sky, I want him to pay the price. 17. That. Laike hesitated for a moment and whispered. Katakuri, you don't have to worry, he said, that man has been killed by me. We took away his weapons and he had no chance, Wang Zhaohao, to escape. I don't want to be associated with pirates. Katakuri frowned and said, you leave that place, Laike, it's safe for you. Laike was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Katakuri to say that. He opened his mouth and said after a while. Katakuri, you don't know. I was the leader of a pirate group. I wandered on the sea. I fought with other pirates. I killed many pirates with my own hands. Chapter 188 We are not enemies. Oh, I see. Katakuri suddenly understood. He waved his finger and signaled Laike to leave. Laike wanted to say something more, but at this moment, Katakuri suddenly raised his palm. There was a bandage wrapped around his wrist. He gently shook off the bandage, revealing the hideous and terrifying wound. Katakuri pressed the back of his hand against the scar, and blood immediately poured out. But Katakuri didn't notice it and allowed the blood to soak into the bandage, gradually turning it into dark red. He raised his hand and grasped the end of the bandage. Wow! There was a loud tearing sound, and the bandage in his hand turned into pieces and floated up. Katakuri, we are not enemies. Laike hurriedly explained. Your friend, Khadgar, my brothers and I admire Mr. Khadgar's character. I hope we can work together build a beautiful blueprint. Do I need your help? Katakuri asked. Laike, we are not familiar with it. Laike was speechless for a moment. Advertisement. He muttered in a low voice, not knowing what he was complaining about. He turned around and walked towards the outside of the cave, saying as he walked, whatever you want, Katakuri. Anyway, you won't be disappointed. He walked into the cave and disappeared in the darkness. Katakuri returned to the center of the room and sat on the cold, hard-floored tiles. He stared at his injured right arm quietly. He felt pain. This was because the injury was too severe and cell regeneration could not be maintained. Moreover, there were still toxins remaining in his wounds, hindering cell repair. But Katakuri was not prepared to tell anyone about this, especially in front of Laike, a stranger. Therefore, Katakuri decided to endure the severe pain caused by the wound and continue to observe the environment here. Laike said that there is a door on the rock wall on the other side of the cave, and there is a river behind the door. Moreover, the river was not far away in front of them. This is very bad information. Katakuri knows that the area where he is now is very far from the coast. On the coast is the camp of the temple army. BGBI, Katakuri must leave. Otherwise, once he is exposed, he will be besieged. In this world, except for himself, no one would use magic potions without any scruples like him. Advertisement This crazy behavior is destined to anger the city of the temple army. But now, Katakuri's soul has been wounded. According to Laike, the damage is difficult to heal and may not be healed within several years. Laike said that the temple army was planning a grand ceremony. The scale of this ceremony is unprecedentedly large, and they also need a body strong enough to carry that weird power. In other words, they are looking for suitable experimental materials. This kind of experimental material can only target one person. Mr. Katakuri. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the cave, making Katakuri turn around in surprise. He looked at the source of the sound. In the shadow, Laike was standing there with a smile on his face and said to Katakuri. I just met an Orion, and he told me a secret, a very interesting secret. Do you want to know? What secret? Katakuri stared at Laike warily, his left hand clenched into a fist. In the frost barrier inside the mountain, Katakuri's body surface is covered with thick armor. Chapter 189 This is our plan. Every inch of skin and even bones in his body is filled with powerful power, and the muscles, fascia, blood vessels and nerves are also filled with scorching fire elements. This gives his body almost unlimited potential. That's our plan. Laike said. We plan to use your blood to create a group of recruits for you. You know, we lack enough warriors to protect this city. We need a group of good enough soldiers. We need you to be our weapon. Mr. Katakuri. Laike lowered his voice, and as a reward, you will be free. You can even be taught martial arts by us. Our martial arts. Katakuri chewed on this sentence. Is it the inheritance of those magicians? Yes. Laike said, our martial arts inheritance comes from some strong men. For example, Mr. O'Neill, he is one of the greatest priests of the Knights of Holy Light and the commander-in-chief of the temple army. His martial arts learning is unpredictable. If you are willing to join the temple army, you will receive a more powerful martial arts inheritance. No need. Katakuri simply refused the invitation. He looked at Laike and said seriously. I like a free life. I don't need martial arts. Your martial arts have no value to me, and they are the same to you. I don't want to be someone else's weapon. I have to fight for what I want. Advertisement. We need you. Laike shouted. Don't forget, we are friends. Friends? We are enemies, Katakuri said in a low voice. Laike, I will never trust you again. If you don't mind, just let Ada and Evelyn go. They still have some use to me. Wait. Laike shouted, and he walked quickly into the darkness and said, listen to me, Katakuri, listen to me. After a while, the two faced each other in the darkness. Katakuri remained silent without saying a word, while Laike was breathing heavily and his face turned red. It was obvious that he was not in a good mood. But in the end, Katakuri relaxed. He slowly leaned against the corner and asked, I promise to give you whatever you want, but you must promise to let go of my girl. Okay, I can promise you. Please give me flowers, 0. Laike answered quickly, as if he was afraid that Katakuri would regret it, and he added, but before that, you must do what I ask. Advertisement. Katakuri nodded. What do you need me to do? I want you to drink the potion I prepared. Laike whispered. I need you to work for me for 3 days until I get what I want. 3 days is enough, Katakuri. You don't even have this patience. Of course not. Katakuri nodded, picked up the cup on the stone table, and drank the brown liquid. Then, he asked, how does it taste? Well, it's okay, but, Laike said, it can increase your spirit. Katakuri raised his eyebrows. He felt that as the liquid flowed, his blood was boiling and burning. His muscles were rapidly expanding, becoming stronger and full of explosive power, which greatly improved his mental agility. Is this your potion? Katakuri asked. Does it have any side effects? Of course he has no talent. Chapter 190. Not only does it have no side effects. Laike shook the bottle and said, not only does it have no side effects, it also improves the body tremendously. You have surpassed the category of ordinary people, but this is still not enough to support your fight. We need some potions that can temporarily transform you, he said excitedly. As long as you take the medicine, you can turn into a beast immediately. You can easily kill that damn Saruman, right? We need you, Katakuri, we need you, 327. You know, Saruman Lumen is our enemy, he is an evil devil, he is trying to control the whole world. You cannot sit idly by and ignore it. Are you sure you are ordering me? Katakuri frowned. I'm just sincerely asking for your help. Laike gritted his teeth and said, Katakuri, this is a mission of the temple army, you can't refuse. So, Katakuri turned and walked towards the other side of the rock wall. Behind him, a metal sword blade was pulled out and hung on Katakuri's waist. Under his feet, the black vines twisted around Katakuri's body like strips of lion majesty. This guy is ready for war. You figured it out, Socks. Advertisement. Laike shouted sternly. This is not a child's play, you know. You are a smart man. You don't want to die here. You will become our companion. I don't want to die, but I don't want to be led by your nose. Katakuri turned around and looked at Laike in the darkness, and he said softly. If you continue to force me, don't blame me for being rude. You know my temper, right? Katakuri, you won't do anything to me, Tadakuhan. Laike breathed rapidly, and clasped his hands on his chest, as if he wanted to persuade Katakuri, but after a moment, he sighed again. Forget it. In short, you must listen to me on this matter, Katakuri. You know, I am the leader of the temple army. Your fate is bound to us, and you have no way to escape. Katakuri snorted and turned around. Okay, in that case, come with me. Laike walked outside the cave, and Katakuri followed Laike step by step, passing through the narrow passage, and the two of them drilled underground along the rock. In this dark passage, Laike carefully observed his surroundings, as if he was looking for some kind of mechanism or trap. Advertisement. With a bang sound, he suddenly stopped and fumbled for his saber in the darkness. In front of Katakuri's eyes, Laike took out a badge from his arms and clasped it around his neck. He whispered, this is the codename, Aladdin, my former chief demon hunter. You know who I am, no need to guess. My name is Laike. Captain of the 2nd Division of the Temple Army, Carlos Laike. He looked into Katakuri's eyes and said in a deep voice. You are now my Falcon Knight, Katakuri. Katakuri raised his eyes and looked at the man in front of him. He was a thin, old, middle-aged man. But Laike's whole body exuded a cold chill, as if he were a corpse. He was short and skinny. You don't seem to be in a good state, Katakuri said. Are you cursed? Haha, what do you think? Laike shrugged. However, this is my secret. You just need to remember that I am the leader of the temple army now. You are my subordinate. Chapter 191. I will not abide by the contract. I will not keep the contract. Katakuri stared at Laike indifferently. The breath of death exuding from this man was connected with darkness, giving Katakuri a premonition of danger. Katakuri. Laike suddenly roared angrily. Don't forget, everything you have now was given to you by the Holy Light. Without the Holy Light, where would you be? I know that the Holy Light is your salvation, and I respect him. But I hate it. I don't need what it gives me. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth and said. I don't like you, and I don't want you to be our ally. I just need some weapons that can help us solve our dilemma. You understand what I mean? Katakuri, you must obey my command, otherwise, you will never be able to leave this place. Okay, I'll think about it. Katakuri turned around, walked out of the cave, and climbed along the rock wall to the top of the mountain. He stood on a smooth boulder, looking at the dark world in the distance, and said softly. Laike, your request is very strange, and I don't agree with it. Advertisement. But you do have some abilities. Laike's voice came from behind. Behind Katakuri, the rock door slowly opened. He stretched out his hand to signal Katakuri to enter. He said. Whether you think the target of the Templar army is you or someone else, we will complete our mission, but you must participate, Katakuri. You are the Witcher, Katakuhan, Laike said. A giant furnace 5 meters high and 2 meters wide was erected at the entrance of the cave. A huge hammer came down and hit a sword hard. The sword, which was 3 meters long and half a foot wide, was suddenly flattened and debris flew everywhere. Laike grabbed the broken blade and threw it to the craftsman next to him. As several cracks appeared on the edge of the furnace, a huge iron plate was placed in front of the casting table. Under the 703 iron plate, there was hot and boiling molten iron. Then let's wait and see. The appearance of these castings is very special. This furnace is composed of hundreds of huge wooden piles, with strange and complex patterns all over the surface. In the furnace, a ball of orange-red flames beats with scorching temperature. Advertisement: this girl's fingers are very nimble, and every time she writes, there is a beautiful relief. And when she stops writing, there will be blue-green fluorescence shining between the carvings. In the valley at the highest point of the northern mountainous area of the Borean tundra, under the cover of lush forests, a group of busy craftsmen are delivering various ores into the interior of the mountain. In front of them, there was a faint bloodline on the surface of those weapons, but it had dried up. You don't need to worry, we need your help, and I promise, I will never let you down. In front of the furnace, several strong men in armor were chopping these ferocious-looking steel weapons with axes. Their movements were rough and awkward, but their strength was quite astonishing. Azeroth continent at night, northern frontier, and these steels are the trophies of the Laike temple army. Kacha. This is a Grandmaster inscription wizard. Next to the furnace, a girl wearing gray armor was carving something intently. Her cheeks were covered by a layer of delicate and soft silk, making it difficult to see her true appearance. Clang. Katakuri stepped into the depths of the cave. Chapter 192 Weapons forged from holy silver. This is a weapon forged from holy silver. It is sharp and tough and is the favorite equipment of Holy Light believers. We are going to use this thing to destroy the Holy Light sect's stronghold in the south. Laike's adjutant picked up the broken blade and threw it to another craftsman. Then he grabbed another weapon and walked towards a car on the other side. Thick and heavy metal sheets were piled in the cabin of that vehicle. Wow! Those metal plates turned over to one side, revealing the heavy metal objects inside. Some of them looked like coffins, but they had many more strange arc-shaped spikes than the coffins, more like they were pieced together from the remains of some ferocious beasts. This is the corpse of a dragon, a craftsman shouted excitedly. Brothers of the temple army, you have really found the dragon bones. We can finally make powerful weapons. Do not talk nonsense, Laike's adjutant urged impatiently. Quickly dismantle them and replace them with suitable parts. I want to complete them as soon as possible. We have to complete the entire set of holy silver, polishing and strengthening processes before dawn. Advertisement: holy silver. The craftsman muttered, looking at the ferocious metal fragments in front of him. He frowned and asked, how do we do it? These bones are all dragon bones. They're too hard. I come. Another craftsman rolled up his sleeves, picked up a short-handled battle axe, stepped forward, and smashed the heavy dragon bones on the ground. With a crackling sound, these bones were scattered, one by one. Each one became pulpy. It's a lot easier than B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** And the texture of this keel is also good, better than steel bars. If it can be made, it will be great. Shut up. Laike shouted low, interrupting the discussion of the two idiots. He squatted down and inspected the smashed bones, and then inspected the dismantled bones around them. Very good. Laike stood up straight, looked back at his men, and said. Advertisement. According to the original plan, you are responsible for building those bones, and the remaining bone marrow, internal organs and other remains will be handed over to me. Do you remember them all? Yeah, remember. Remember, we can get the keel, Mr. Laike. Amidst the messy sounds, Laike nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at another car behind him. In that car, there was a completely sealed skeleton. Who is this guy? A dwarf craftsman wearing a mask stepped forward. He carefully observed the skeleton inside. This is really tragic. Who killed it? He actually chopped off its head and hung it on the carriage. This guy is a heroic undead, and it looks very powerful. Before it died, it must have after struggling for a long time, he was still killed. The craftsman carefully touched the skeleton's body and felt a cold breath surge like frozen ice. Good job. Yes, we found a large amount of toxins in its skull cavity. It should have been killed by a powerful undead using evil magic. Laike replied. We have to dig out its brains and study it, or simply cut off a leg. In short, our goal has been achieved, right? Yes. Others nodded, but Laike seemed to still have concerns. After a moment, he suddenly spoke. Chapter 193. If you let them in, you will die. I know that you all want to make meritorious deeds and improve yourself, so you are willing to follow us to this dangerous Cenarius Canyon. But this does not mean that I will not stop you. I know that there are many secrets here. I even know that this canyon was once occupied by a terrifying villain. What we have to do is drive those dirty villains out. We must protect our home. Laike clapped his arms. He was a strong muscular man and said to the other craftsmen. You have to know that Cenarius Castle is our only refuge. The defense here is enough to resist the charge of those jackals. As long as they attack the city, we will be protected by the holy 280 light. This is our only chance to survive. If you let them in, you will die. This sentence caused a commotion, and the young craftsman asked. Why? Because of the Lord of Cenarius, my father and mother are the most devout knights of the Holy Light Faith. We have our own profession, and we have our mission. Mo Laike's adjutant stood aside and warned in a hoarse voice. If you dare to disobey the Holy See, your parents will be cursed. Advertisement, we, BGBI, have not forgotten that the terrible monster we saw near the dark portal, that was a madman. Shut up. Mo Laike glared at the craftsman who retorted, turned to look at the other craftsman, and seriously warned. We must ensure our safety, otherwise those loyal followers will be killed. Their blood has been spilled on this world, and their sacrifice cannot be in vain. This thing is given to you. It is a reward given to me by my father. It can help you win in future battles. It is our wealth. You can choose to refuse it. Mo Laike reached out and took out a gemstone ring from his belt and placed it in front of the dwarf craftsman. Oh, right. His Majesty the Pope. The little dwarf craftsman shrugged his shoulders. Mo Laike narrowed his eyes and stared at the dwarf craftsman, and he said, Advertisement, this is not a just God. He is just a coward. He abandoned us at a critical moment. Is this kind of God trustworthy? A short, thin, but rather shrewd craftsman nodded, pointed to the metal frame at his feet, and said, But I believe you will like it. Listen, this is His Majesty the Pope's mission. You fart. What are you talking about? You be asterisk 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 D. Is this a great God that you can slander? The dwarf craftsman stared greedily at the gemstone ring in Mo Laike's hand. This thing can indeed bring him power, and he is even more eager to gain power. So, after thinking for a moment, the dwarf nodded and put away his engineering hammer, and took the gem ring handed over by Mo Laike. Don't try to challenge my bottom line, dwarf. If you dare to talk nonsense anymore, you will lose this well-paying job. I know. But we need time, Mo Laike. This is 100 keels. Even if the keels are as small as such a big number, we still need to spend a lot of money. We must make money. Mo Laike raised his left hand and pulled out a dagger from his waist. He waved the dagger and threatened. Chapter 194 I will give you a satisfactory answer. The dwarf craftsman said, Don't worry, I will not disappoint boss Mo Laike's expectations. I will definitely build it well and I will give you a satisfactory answer. Hope so. Mo Laike nodded and then watched his companion leave. He's right. Next to Mo Laike, another craftsman whispered. There are some things that really need to be dealt with in our Holy Light Church. Mo Laike, I think you may need to go home. No. Mo Laike shook his head and said, As you can see, my compatriots, I need this place. I need a city. My compatriots are all excellent engineers. They are the defenders of Cenarius Fortress. They are all of extraordinary skill and tenacity. They are all reliable. Moreover, we do not lack strength. We are not afraid of death. Advertisement. Mo Laike threw a golden medal to a young man next to him and said, Your name is Alan, and you are my disciple. When we stepped here and started making armor, I decided to accept you as my disciple. I know that you have always longed for powerful power, and you long to become me. Like the same warrior, Alan, your dream may come true here. Thank you, mentor. Alan ecstatically grabbed the medal thrown by Mo Laike, and he almost jumped up with joy. He said, I have always longed to join the Black Iron Zone and become a warrior. My brother, you don't know. I dream every night and it's me fighting giant beasts. I long for power. But I don't dare to expect too much. He only knows that his hometown is a continent. After the black mist, a ferocious magical bear appeared in front of everyone. 0. But now, we are different. We can use our own way to change our hometown. We must prepare for this. Our enemies are evil spirits and the evil spirits of hell. We have no way to retreat. That continent is called Grokum, but he doesn't know which country it is. He just heard that on Grokum, there lives a group of terrible barbarians. They are criminals in this world and are evil. Incarnate, they have destroyed many countries and killed many humans, and they are also chasing one thing. Asterisk 7 advertisement. Over the long years, this legendary hero has been looking for his homeland, but he can't find it. Alan nodded and said, Certainly. Cenarius Canyon is Cenarius Canyon. Cenarius is the oldest god in the entire Cenarius Mountains. It is said that his name originated from Cenarius. We only have 2,000 people. Although our equipment is advanced enough and we can make more powerful weapons, we need more helpers after all. I would like to ask you, mentor. Mo Laike stroked his young disciple's cheek and said, I know. Is there anyone else here who can help us? Mo Laike snapped his fingers, and a heavy gasping sound came from the top of the dark mine. A few seconds later, a huge figure walked out of the shadows. Your Majesty Tyrion gave me the guardian bear, my friend. It can solve a lot of troubles for us. I believe it will bring us a new life. Mo Laike clenched his fists, looked at the guardian bear in front of him, and said, Chapter 195 He wants revenge. He was once trapped in the Borean tundra. Because an adventure failed, he fell into this desolate ruins forever. But luckily, he met the royal family of Casablanca. Those peace-loving people made him feel warm and made him feel the beauty of life. It was a very unforgettable time. Later, when he discovered the buried continent of his hometown, he also tried to return to his hometown, but unfortunately, after 590 returned, he found that the land had been completely broken. Even his hometown has disappeared. This made him sad and angry. And at that time, he swore. He wants revenge. He not only wants to destroy the gathering place of those villains, but also to drive out all the barbarians and drive all those dirty guys out of their ancestral land. Mo Laike did not hate those outsiders. In his eyes, those humans were pitiful people, but he also knew that before him, this world had existed for several 10,000 years. Among these 10,000 years, more than one person, many outsiders have visited this world. They will always bring disaster and turmoil to the world, and even endanger the world itself. Little Al rumbled and nodded. He turned around and shouted. Go, Eldar, we are going to build our home. This wish is very simple and great, but it is extremely difficult to implement it. Advertisement. His goal is to prevent any outsiders from occupying their hometown. The only thing Mo Laike is worried about is his apprentice. Can his little friend withstand the inheritance of Cenarius? Relax, kid, you are my chosen successor, because deep in the far northern border, there is still a terrifying monster entrenched. It is a real giant dragon, a terrifying fire element dragon. That guy is one of the most powerful predators in the world. Where are the others? Come here quickly, we are about to start training. Mo Laike patted his apprentice on the shoulder and said. Mo Laike reached out and pressed his hands on the ears of Elda Longlong. On the hot rock surface, a dim blue light shone, making the sharp ears beside Elda Longlong's ears soften. But now, Mo Laike does not need to worry about whether his bloodline and strength will be cursed, because that man has found a suitable carrier for Mo Laike, and as long as he continues to move forward, one day he will be able to obtain the true beyond. Mo Laike didn't know Villania, but he remembered that his brother once told him that if he could get Villania's blessing, then he might be able to break through that shackles and become a legendary hero. Mo Laike knew that he and those outsiders were destined to be enemies, and he must improve the world's defense structure before he left. And that era happened to be the dusk of everything. And behind that dragon, stood the powerful god of fire Villania. This was a real giant dragon. She was one of the oldest dragons in the world, and she controlled the power of the fire element. Even casters like Mo Laike are afraid of this terrible burning power. I will ensure your strength, kid. Your mental 4.0 strength is also stable enough, so this test will not be a big problem for you. In that era, the legendary class was already considered the most powerful creature, but in those ancient lives, the legend had just begun. Chapter 196. But I'm not worried about that. A few minutes later, in the square of Malak's foundry, hundreds of Cenarius casters sat together, each holding a hammer and gavel in their hands. Under the leadership of Molek, these casters, a group of forgers, opened their own forging workshops. It was a huge furnace, and the flames burning in the furnace illuminated the entire square. As the firelight jumped, the casting materials were thrown into it. As the furnace rotated, the casting materials melted rapidly in the high temperature, quenching. In the hot solution, a long sword was forged. Mo Laike lifted up the long sword, which was made of fine gold, sharp and tough, with 16 runes and patterns, and threw it lightly to the side of the casting platform. Alan Mo Laike raised his eyes, looked at his peers, and whispered. The warriors in this world cannot forge weapons like us. They can only use their own hands and axes. In our hometown, forging weapons and armor requires forging skills, which means we have to learn this. The world's forging skills, this is also the challenge we will face in the future. Mo Laike looked around and said, but I'm not worried about that. You are all my children. You are all talented enough, and your heads are filled with mercury of wisdom. My children, I know you're thinking. I know that our world has already been peered into. Our enemies are not just those beasts. My enemies come from distant stars, where the humans have crossed the void and come to this world. The power of this world will be blocked. You will no longer be able to win arduous battles with your own efforts and wisdom as you did in the past, so you need to learn forging skills to change this world and free it from seal. During this period, you need to put in more effort to sharpen your mind and improve your forging skills. In the process, you will see all kinds of strange and weird materials. You will learn from all kinds of draw nutrients from such materials, which will be of great help to your future forging skills, but this is hard work. Are you ready? During Mo Laike's inquiry, all the casters present clenched their fists and shouted in unison. Advertisement, ready. Then, let's begin. Boom. In the large furnace on the top of Mo Laike Hill, 10 heavy and ferocious black spears slowly rose. The gunhead made of black steel is entangled with complex and complicated lines. These lines are intertwined to form a twisted rune array. The power in the array gathers to form a blazing and violent flame. Dang, dang, dang. In the sound of Mo Laike's knocking, 2 huge iron balls flew around 620 degrees and hit the gunhead, making a harsh collision sound. On the black steel gun barrel, there were also numbers engraved on it. A simple character. The strokes of those characters are very simple and vigorous, but they are also full of a strange sense of charm. It seems that there is some evil magic carved on the head of the gun, making the dark spear look more majestic. And ferocious. Snapped. When 2 heavy iron balls hit the casting platform, in the dull sound, the rune array on the casting platform trembled violently, and even the gunhead buzzed and trembled. Its soul has also been activated. Call, Chapter 197, second attempt. A ray of fire shot out from the muzzle of the gun, raising the surrounding temperature a lot, causing the surrounding casters to shout in surprise. Aha, we succeeded, Mo Laike, this is our second try. That's right, Elrong, you finally did it this time. A smile also appeared on Mo Laike's lips. At the command of the caster's fingers, fresh copper bullets were produced one after another. These bullets piled up on the casting table to form square craters looks quite spectacular. El rumbling. We succeeded. Our industrial product. We have only built this in the past 5 years. I think it should be almost done now. Laike turned to Ire and said, "It is said that this task was given to Azishara by Ergrim, but this may be just a trick played by Ergrim to coax the little girl. After all, El Rumble once heard from his sister that casting requires full concentration and cannot be disturbed by external objects." Al Ron also saw the scene where Ergrim fed Azishara a drink after she completed her mission. Professor Laike said firmly. Al rumbled and nodded. He picked up the big box, turned around and walked towards the door of the casting room. "But Mr. Laike, are you really willing to let those dwarfs enter our forge room? That is our territory, and we do not like outsiders." "This is for our world," Alan nodded, agreeing with this concept. "Advertisement, I'll give you a month's leave, Elrond. Return to Veranda with these bullets, and give these things to those children so that they can use them to defend against the invasion of the barbarians and orcs." Ire rumbled and nodded, and before leaving, he said to his father. "So, Elrin, Rongrong, don't hesitate. Go now and send these bullets to them so that they can get familiar with these things." "All right. Egrim Flame Panda is our friend. He is very generous and always brings us great things. Although Egrim is not good at forging, this does not hinder his contribution to the art of casting. I think Ella is quite fun. Alan, what about you? Those dwarves are our only hope at the moment. They can save the world and they can stop the invaders." Behind him, other casters followed one after another, and during the shuttle process, the casters discussed with each other. His sister Azishara is a master caster. Azishara's casting level is definitely not superb, but she is a good girl. Azishara will give the precious gems she collected to the casters. This is Azishara's casting skills. Her Longlong has always been envious, and Azishara also has a secret mission, which is to put a candle behind each caster's back during casting. This is Azishara's special reward for the casters, because this task was too dangerous for Nuo Li, so the casters did not dare to refuse. "You must understand, El Rumble, if our world is destroyed, who can stop those alien predators? Ellen, our true friend, and Ella, she can always get some very special things. Those things can change our physique in a short time, and even extend our lifespan, but they are too dangerous. It's not suitable for us to use. This guy always likes to use this method to coax Azishara." Chapter 198. This is outrageous. Hurry up, Elrond, we have to sell these new things quickly. This is our first batch of finished products. We must sell them as soon as possible to exchange money for better weapons, armor and food, so that we can continue to defeat those vicious and cruel people. Nulls, drive those monsters from our land. A forger pushed the forger who had just stood up from the forging platform and urged. Look at your terrible appearance. How can this be done? Elrond, you have to remember that we are great forgers. You can sweat and bleed, get tired, and even die, but 597 is absolutely don't fall down. You have to keep your spirits up, you have to cheer up. Yes, Elrond. Another old man also came over, clapped his hammer and warned. Don't be afraid, Elrond. Just put bullets into the hands of the children. Our people will not be afraid. They will bravely resist those wild beasts and they will protect their homes. Look at your beard, it's so messy, it's outrageous, you need to tidy it up. Oh, you still have to wear glasses. No, look at your cloudy eyes. Al, you have to wear sunglasses. This is for your safety, you know? And the lenses on the bridge of your nose are so rough, what if you hurt your own retina? And your clothes, why are you wearing these rags and strips? Have you forgotten that you just took a shower last night? Al Longlong, you are going to be dirty again today, it's dirty, you have to clean it again. Elrond, your skin is already loose enough. You still have to apply ointment, and you have to wash your hands frequently these days. This is to maintain your healthy muscles, do you understand? Look at you, Elrond, there is a bruise on your neck. When you come back, Elrond, your figure will return to a healthy state, and your muscles will become more and more plump and strong. Our cute little Elrond, you will definitely become our foundry. BGAJ, the most handsome male forger, Master Ergrim has been looking forward to this. Laike's brother, the powerful and experienced casting master, was talking non-stop, as if he had returned to his youth in an instant. His brother Elrond was also there. Pride Laike was thinking about the past of the forging master Elrond on the boat. He reached out and touched the silver coins and gold coins hanging on his belt. The 2 golden balls were still shining. They were Elrond's favorite equipment, but now, Laike has put it in his own package. These 2 gold coins were obtained by him during an adventurous journey. At that time, he, Elrond, and the 3 of them fought their way out of the dark forest and arrived at the desolate continent near Varamasad. In the desolate desert on the road, he and his brother encountered a group of hungry demon hounds. They defeated them, obtained some trophies, and then began to build castles in their own kingdom in this desolate land. At that time, Laike had countless iron ingots and a variety of strange tools. Elrond also admired the various equipment and crafts he cast. He also taught him and Elrond to cast a steel sailboat and a sharp sword. When they were about to sail away, Laike left all the things he forged to these children, allowing them to reorganize a new civilization on the barren continent. Chapter 199. Deep thanks. This is a heavy thank you. And this gratitude stayed with Elrond throughout his life, until he died. Elrond. A call resounded throughout the casting room. The casting masters raised their heads and saw a small figure rushing into the casting room. He was holding a small crossbow arrow in his hand, which was the first sculpture carved by the casting master Elrond. A piece of handicraft. Elrond, we succeeded. This is the recruiter we made. Azishara excitedly raised the crossbow bolt in her hand and said to Elrond. This is a crossbow. A very powerful crossbow. The forger Elrond raised his finger and took the crossbow arrow handed over by little Azishara. He carefully looked at the bowstring and arrow cluster and said in surprise. How did you do it? This is much lighter than ordinary crossbow arrows. Such arrows are not easily shot away. The foundry Elrond saw that there were two small wooden sticks tied to the tail of the crossbow arrow he made. These two wooden sticks were wrapped with a vine at the end, which made the crossbow arrow look like a crude arrow. The arrow has only one slender spike exposed, which looks unusually abrupt. Laike, look, what is this? Elrond turned his head and waved to Laike, who was standing at the door. The caster stepped into the room. He saw that in the small crystal bottle on the table, there were two purple drop-shaped gems. Under the sunlight, the color in the crystal reflected brilliant colors. The colorful light is as bright as a gem. This is. Aaron, you are rich. Advertisement. Laike widened his eyes and asked in amazement. I've heard that there are some gems that produce such a color, called colorful gems. Is this the legendary colorful crystal? It's so beautiful. Huh. You are so out of date. Laike. Agram shook the gem bottle in his hand and explained to Laike. Those stupid businessmen told you what colorful crystals are, but these boring guys never said anything about colorful gems. They only said that there is a kind of gem that is colorful and can shine. It is called a rainbow gem. It is very beautiful and also it is very precious. As long as you have enough money, you can buy a colorful gem. Please give me flowers. Ergrim rubbed the texture of the gem and said. Whether it is used to make accessories or is embedded in armor, it is a very suitable material. Look, it can also generate electricity. Elrond, this thing is awesome. Yes. Elrond nodded. He agreed with his brother. This gem is indeed a good thing. Although it is very light, it can indeed generate electricity, and such a small gem should not cost much, right? Elrond decided to find a good day, go to the market to purchase a batch of gems, and replace the weapons of his children with stronger armor or shields. In this way, during the next adventure, the children would be there as a little more chance of survival. Elrond. Alan pushed Laike, and he shouted. Don't always think about making money. Build our team quickly, Laike, we need a lot of people. Do you know why we came to this damn place? It's because you are always thinking about making money. You are always thinking about your gold coins and treasures, and you never care about the problems of your team members. Chapter 200. I'm helping you. Shut up. Laike scolded angrily. Who told you that we need to make money? You little b*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** know, the pocket money I give you every month is enough for you to squander. Not willing to study, not willing to work hard, not willing to practice swordsmanship. I can only use this method to motivate you. Laike looked at his Alan. He frowned and said, 180. Look at you, Ellen. You don't even have a perfect dress, your body is already yellow and smelly, and your toes are starting to itch. Ellen, you must learn to exercise. You have to learn to protect yourself. Learn to be a strong warrior. Oh, this is the training you prepared for me? Laike looked at Alan in front of him blankly. He seemed to have never seen Alan show such a powerful power. Is this his son? Then do as you say. Anyway, it's not like you haven't seen my strength. Do you know, Laike? You have seen that giant wolf, that barbarian's mount. It had almost knocked me down, but I knocked it away. I also grabbed its tail, threw it into the air, and then hit it on its back. It fell to the ground and couldn't get up, Elrond whispered. This is the real hunting. Elrond's voice came from behind the flames of the forge, and he said. The young Laike raised his finger and pointed at Elrond. He raised his arms high and shouted. Advertisement. Alan shrugged his shoulders and said without any hesitation. If you continue to stay here, when night comes, you won't even be able to see the enemy's position clearly, and you won't be able to capture the shadows of those demons. Even if you repel the attackers' sneak attacks again and again, they will never kill them. Not clean. And when you are tired, those ferocious beasts will take advantage of it and tear you apart. In this case, we may be able to win. Boom! Laike's casting master stretched out his arms and jumped on the casting platform. He said to his children. What you need now is to learn how to identify the enemy's whereabouts, instead of spending all your energy on boring things like finding prey like you do now. The old foundry stroked his beard. Our job is to search for those demons in this forest, and then bring them back to your father. He is a very good forger. I believe he will use the best forging hammer and gem, to create the most powerful set of equipment for you, and you, Alan, you have to remember that from the day you put it on, you will be a warrior, and no longer the 3.2 Bloodens. Lazy, timid boy. I like those gems that sparkle with blue light. They can bring me a sense of security. I don't want those gems to leave me. It will make me uncomfortable to death, so I don't need them. I have seen your fight, Laike. You are very smart, but you lack courage and wisdom. Elrond. You don't know how to be patient and observe the environment, Alan. You always think you are strong, so you let yourself become a reckless man. You don't know the dangers of this world, Alan. When you encounter danger, you don't need to if you think about it, they will automatically remind you and let you avoid danger. Your fighting skills are actually not weaker than that of the wolf. But the wolf can smell you, but you can't smell it. This is the biggest problem, the difference. Chapter 201. What do you know? The door of the casting room was pushed open, and a burly figure walked into the casting room. He held a hammer in his hand and slammed the heavy iron body on the casting platform. He roared to the 3 children in the casting room. Shut up. Laike, if you lose your temper again, I will beat your A** with a hammer tonight. What do you know? Idiot. Laike's brother Raphael also walked into the casting room. He threw the dagger in his hand on the ground, then picked up a short sword and shouted to the 2 children. You don't understand what exercise is at all, Laike. Exercise is the only way out in this world. You must learn this. Laike, Alan, Raphael, you must listen to us obediently, otherwise. I hate them, father. Laike 16 stood up, glared at them, he turned and left the casting room. Hey, get back here. Raphael chased after Laike, but Laike stopped. He looked back at them and said. Advertisement, I hate you. You always force me to do things I don't like. I hate you too, Raphael. I don't need to exercise. You don't deserve to be. You can only teach me fighting skills in war. Other than that, you can only lead me to fight, but you can't beat me. You are no match for me. I hate you. You are not worthy of educating me. After saying that, Laike strode towards the foundry room. He doesn't want to stay here anymore. It's too depressing and boring here. He wants to play in the valley. He hates days like this. Alan, don't run around. Raphael rushed up and slapped his brother hard, and he screamed. Laike covered his face, turned his head stubbornly, and ran towards the other side. Laike, don't you want gems? Don't you want better armor and sharper weapons? Laike? They didn't tell Laike where he was going, and they refused to give Laike real power. Whenever Laike asked, his father would always say that he was going to fight bad guys. Laike just had to think about those disgusting monsters. He is so scared. He hates war. He hates the bloody and horrific scenes, especially the kind of defeat that he loses every time, a total defeat of 197. Snapped, advertisement. He really hates his parents and brothers. Alan ran and wiped his tears. I do not want it. He doesn't like his father, nor his brother, and he doesn't like this world, a world full of sin, but he also longs for power. He wanted to have great power. This kind of contradiction and complexity made him extremely painful. Anyway, you always say I'm not smart enough, then let them leave me, I'm going to find my friends. But Laike doesn't understand what a hero actually represents. What exactly are the heroes they call? Are they human heroes who can save the world? Or are heroes the only ones who can save the world? Laike's brother Raphael shouted. Amidst El's rumbling roar, the door of the casting room was closed. Like a bereaved dog, Laike ran wildly along the narrow stone road in the valley for a long time until he was tired and Laike finally collapsed. Next to a tree, he gasped, hugged his knees tightly, and buried his head between his legs. Laike. You go. What if you get lost? Alan, be obedient. Be obedient. They always told him that only by becoming a hero can he change his life. Chapter 202 Naughty Tadpole. Boom. In front of a certain house in Alanda City, Rogelio, who had just woken up, threw a coin in his hand into the pool. Amidst the sound of ding dong dong dong, a copper coin flew several times and landed on the ground, on the grass by the pool. Dang, dang, dang. The copper coins rolled on the ground, then were thrown up again and fell into the pool, like a group of naughty tadpoles swimming around in the deep and dark lake. What is this? A patrol guard poked his head out from the shadow of the roof. Looking at this strange thing, he asked doubtfully. Where did you pick it up? No, I put this on myself. I have been practicing for many days. Laike put the shovel aside, looked at his disciple, and said softly. El Rumble, have you ever tried poking yourself in the butt with it? I guess this is a new way I learned recently. Advertisement, The patrolling soldier was stunned for a moment, and then he saw the strange coin being thrown into the pool. With a splash of water, Rogelio swung the shovel, and the coin tumbling in the pool seemed to be blown by the wind. The same as before, it was flapping and floated into the air, and was ignited by a ball of flames, emitting a dazzling red light. The red light illuminated the dim pool and also illuminated Rogelio's shadow. In that shadow, he looked like the legendary god of fire. His figure was so tall and majestic that people couldn't help but kneel down and worship him. Wow, what a surprise! The patrol captain looked at the strange young man in front of him in surprise and said. Laike, didn't anyone tell you that you should work so hard? Get that thing out quickly. You little guy is really amazing. You can actually make magic products. This simple and powerful thing. I forgot. Laike scratched his head in embarrassment. He squatted down and grabbed the floating red ball. He stretched out his hand to grab it. Then, he suddenly let go of his hand and the ball fell to the ground. When Gululu hit the ground, Rogelio suddenly said. Etc. Advertisement? You kid, you can't even hold this thing firmly, right? No, I remembered. In Laike's panicked explanation, he seemed to have found a suitable reason. I remember seeing a dwarf when I was a child. He could grab anything, such as a tree, a flower, or a brick. But I can't, Laike Barden. My strength has not surpassed that dwarf, so I can't catch them. I don't know how to control the power, and I can't control my power. Even if I use all my strength, I can't catch them. I can only shake this thing a few times and I can't hold it. Laike was a little annoyed. He lowered his head and looked at the red iron ball in his palm. He muttered. I want to give it a try. Emma taught me how to manipulate power. She said that the source of my power is here, just like the egg, but I don't know how to throw this thing into the lake. Jiao, don't dare to try it either. The poor kid. The patrol guard shook his head. He walked over and helped Mo Laike hold the coin again, then handed the red coin to him and said, "Take it, use your strength, and smash it in." Mo Laike raised his hand hesitantly and looked at the red ball. With the encouragement of the guard, Mo Laike closed his eyes and put his arms on the ground. He gritted his teeth and raised the copper coin above his head. Throw him out again. Chapter 203 The Roar of the Giant Beast. This sight made the patrol leader laugh. The copper coin smashed into the pool like a falling meteor amid the whistling sound of the sky. While causing ripples, it also caused a dull buzzing sound, like the roar of some giant beast. Quang Lang. In an instant, a metallic collision sound exploded above the lake. The fish jumping in the lake were startled. As the water column rose, the round copper objects looked like smashed fish bones, was thrown into the water. "I didn't do this," the patrol leader shrugged and said. "But since Emma taught you the technique, I believe you can use it perfectly, right?" Okay, thank you." Mo Laike looked at the hammer in his hand, then turned to look at the training ground in the distance. He felt a little restless in his heart. He said, rumbling. "I need to rest now. Please allow me to go home and rest first. Tonight, I want to go to bed early." Advertisement, of course, go ahead, the patrol captain nodded. "Remember to lock the door, don't forget your class tomorrow." Good. Mo Laike carried his barrel and tools and rushed into the night. After walking through the corridor and turning a few corners to make sure that there were no patrols following him, he immediately quickened his pace and headed in the direction of his home. Run in a hurry. On the other side, after Mo Laike left, the BGAB patrol leader stopped, a gentle smile on his face. He turned back to stare at the night in the distance and murmured, "You are indeed not dead yet, but it's impossible." Elrond, Mo Laike and Barton were running wildly in the darkness, his speed getting faster and faster, but he was not simply escaping for his life, he had to rush back home, so he chose to take a detour. In the darkness, in the silent forest, he gasped. He heard the sound of blood surging in his body, and there was a burning sensation in his head. Advertisement. He remembered the method taught to him by Professor Emma. "Use your power," the woman said to Mo Laike. "Use your power to awaken the power in your body, Mo Laike Barton, you can do it." The little girl seemed to be encouraging him. At that moment, tears were shining in Mo Laike's eyes. This was the most beautiful thing he had ever heard in his life. In an instant, he pressed his fingers on his left chest. In front of Mo Laike's eyes, there seemed to be a hidden Uzumaki in the originally blank chest. Under his fullest push, wisps of golden light burst out from the blood vessels in Mo Laike's chest. The golden halo wrapped around his body, making him seem to have turned into a golden sun. The bright color even hurt the eyes of the people standing guard. Shua. In the next second, the golden sun dispersed, revealing Mo Laike's slightly shy face, with two round things in his hands. A trace of flame appeared at the tip of his finger, and as the flame burned, a strange disc was forged. The ring was engraved with complex runes, but Mo Laike did not recognize those symbols, but he knew very well, his own power has been awakened, and he feels an abundant power, which is an indescribable power. When Mo Laike raised his head, he saw a stone bridge being built outside the courtyard wall of his home. He stepped onto the stone bridge and walked along the stone bridge to the opposite side. He was about to shout, but saw himself. My father was sitting on the stone bench, drinking tea. Chapter 204 Mo Laike Barton. Hey, Mo Laike Patton. Alan looked at his youngest son and said, "You're finally back, I'm about to send someone to find you." "Aha, Dad." Mo Laike was a little nervous. He put down the things in his hands and asked with some embarrassment. "Who told you I was out? I just went out to buy some things. I'll be back soon. You don't mind, right?" "I don't mind." Alan picked up the teacup and took a sip. "But you must tell the truth. Where did you go today?" I went to the alchemy workshop." Mo Laike hesitated for a moment, and then said softly, "I learned alchemy, and I learned casting." "What? Casting?" Alan looked at his son in surprise, and he frowned. "Are you suffering from an addiction? I heard that children suffering from addiction are terrible." Advertisement. No, really not. Mo Laike waved his hands and said, "I really learned how to cast. Look. Mo Laike happily knocked on the table, hitting it 7 or 8 times in a row, before the beads were broken into powder. "What? Are you casting?" Alan's eyes widened. He reached out and picked up a ball of golden ashes on the ground, carefully identified it, and then shouted in surprise. "Are you making a treasure? Where did you get it? Did you secretly sell those precious mineral vein materials?" "No." Mo Laike hurriedly explained. "I just bought some materials from a street vendor in the neighborhood, and then used the method Professor Emma taught me to exchange some rare goods for some rare metals. I melted them into this golden crystal." Mo Laike pointed to the crystals on the ground and said to Alan, "This is called lava blood. Their effect is the same as your blood." "Blood of lava." Alan blinked and said, "We found this thing in the library. It's a potion used to treat diseases. Although it is rare, the way it is configured is not difficult. I have seen people from other countries use it, but this thing seems quite expensive." Advertisement. Expensive? Mo Laike was stunned for a moment, scratched his head and said, "It should be cheaper than what you said, but it's definitely valuable. Many people are willing to spend 100 pounds of gold to buy this thing. Please give me flowers 0, so I thought this thing must be really powerful, so I gave it a try." Mo Laike looked at his father with some worry. He asked cautiously, "If I fail, I'll probably be sent to jail, right? Or to Nero Godro's school." That's a good place. Alan was a little helpless. He sighed, patted his son on the shoulder, and said, "This thing is a good thing. But you have to promise not to touch it again in the future, you know?" "I will." Laike nodded heavily, looked at Alan, and asked in a low voice. "I heard some rumors. You have been doing some strange experiments recently. Also, are you in trouble?" Alan was stunned for a moment. He looked around and after making sure there was no one else nearby, he whispered to his son. "Yes, Laike Barton." Alan pulled Laike to a shadow. He carefully observed the surroundings until the surroundings were completely quiet. Then Alan whispered. "You know, we are looking for a batch of precious materials. Those things are related to the future of the entire world." Chapter 205. The situation is very bad. We are in a bad situation now and we have to do something before it's too late to change. "I know." Laike understood and said, "I know what you are studying. With all due respect, we need a stable production line, we need a sufficient number of wands, and these things require stable funding. We need money, but we lack enough strong technicians, so we at 617 are trying other methods." Alan rubbed his stubble and said, "Don't worry about this, Laike. When your sister was studying in Arkham, she had found some suitable laboratories for us, and we will start implementing the plan soon. You don't have to worry about this, Laike, as long as you stay at home and don't cause trouble." The wheels were turning, and as a gust of wind blew, the adjutant turned to look at the back row. He saw the little girl sitting in the back row. She was wearing a reddish-brown short robe and a hood, holding her knees with her hands, and was sleeping. North of Fort Egmont, a heavy chariot speeded past on the road. The person driving the vehicle was a dwarf wearing iron-black armor. He was the adjutant of the Guardian. "How could I get into trouble?" After the little girl finished speaking, she closed her eyes again and continued to be silent. "I'm not Elsa, and I don't want to tell you. My name is Annie. You can call me Little Annie. I never grew up in this fortress. Maybe I'm your niece, or sister, or something like that. Anyway, I am a stranger." Bang, bang, advertisement. "Who are you?" Laike, who has been wandering at sea for 2 years and has just returned to his hometown, needs a rest. Illidan shrugged and didn't ask any more questions. He looked at Alan and said, "I understand, I will stay at home. Responsible for maintaining order and preventing people from breaking into Egmont Castle and causing trouble." Laike muttered, but he still resisted his impulse. Illidan remembered that the little girl had the same attitude outside the gate of Fort Egmont that day. Next to this adjutant, there was another dwarf. His name was Illidan Barton, a young man who liked to fight. During this period, Illidan followed the Guardians in the north and south, and his achievements were outstanding. During the war, Illidan killed 3 of the Lich King's commanders. The 2 brothers must shoulder more responsibilities and obligations, and this is also a responsibility they must shoulder. The adjutant asked in a low voice, and the little girl opened her eyes. She raised her head and stared at the adjutant for a long time. Then she shook her head and whispered. "A month ago, Laike broke through the shackles of the legendary level and stepped into the extraordinary realm. This made Laike very happy. He didn't even go to his father's dinner in 1.9. He couldn't wait to show himself, but Laike didn't know that at this moment in the room on the 2nd floor of Fort Egmont Castle, his brother was thinking about how to train Laike into a qualified sailor at sea. This news caused quite a shock in the Circle of Licks. Of course, this is not due to Illidan, but to the results obtained by the Guardians who fought hard in fierce battles in the past few months. Dan is just a brave warrior. His bravery is only because he has enough courage and determination. Chapter 206. It's time to eat. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps sounded, and a group of people pushed the dining cart filled with food and drinking water onto the city wall. They stopped in front of Laike and respectfully placed the food and drinking water on the city wall. After the group left, Laike stepped forward, picked up the plate of food, handed it to his brother, and said softly, "Brother, it's time to eat. I have no appetite today, Laike." Alan rubbed his forehead, piled up a thick stone slab in front of him, and drew several complex runes on it. The runes shone brightly, as if 16 were depicting a mysterious rune, but the runes seemed a bit incomplete and looked blurry. Laike stuffed a beef nugget into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and then spit it out. He looked at his brother, frowned and said, "Is there something wrong with this rune?" "Yes, Laike." After Alan finished sketching the last stroke, he raised his head and saw his brother's face full of doubts and confusion. He smiled and said, "Advertisement, Laike. Do you know what rune this is? Have you seen Hogwarts? What do you think is written in the 10? The charm of Hogwarts. This rune is the summoning spell of Hogwarts. It means that someone is calling us." Laike replied, "But brother, you should know that we are too far away from Hogwarts now. Even a flying dragon will take 5 days to get there. Even if we fly over, we won't be able to see that person, right?" "No," Alan waved his finger and said seriously. "Laike, you are wrong, Laike. You have to believe that Hogwarts will always exist. This rune is the key to Hogwarts, did you know?" Alan stretched out his finger and placed the ancient rune on his left chest. He said, "As long as we have this key, we can always get there. This feeling is very mysterious, Laike, although I don't know the specific function of this key, but I can feel its existence, you see." Alan rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing the silver chain emblem made of ivory. "Advertisement. This rune is actually the source of magic power in my body. It will bring me strength, but it is just a symbol of power. It can't help us reach Hogwarts, but it does allow us to perceive it, and under its guidance, we can find Hogwarts. Having said this, Alan took the rune back into his arms, and he touched Mo Laike's head. But we can wait, Mo Laike, there is no need to rush for success. The most important thing for us now is to build up enough strength to resist the attacks of the undead, as long as we ensure our territory in Hogwarts, as long as we are not occupied by the undead. As long as we hold on there for a while until reinforcements arrive. At that point, we'll win. You know 697, Mo Laike, it's just a little bit. If you wait another half month, you can become a legendary hero. By then, we can organize an elite team and we can run wild on the sea. What a pity. Hopefully everything goes well. Mo Laike stood up, bowed to Alan and said. I know, brother, I will try my best. Surrounded by Mo Laike's servants, in the garden of the castle, in the dim and cold night, Mo Laike walked into his room, threw the bloody wooden armor into the fire, and burned it in the fire with the crackling sound. Mo Laike took off his blood-stained armor and threw it aside. Chapter 207 Black-Feathered Eagle's Cub. He lay on the bed and looked at the starry sky outside the window. This vast forest is the most beautiful and secluded place in the nest of the black goat Mataya and the black-feathered eagle. Deep in this forest, there are countless birds. Those beautiful and noble birds once served as Mo's nest. Laike sent countless gifts. Of course, Mo Laike always ignored Melina. He did not allow anyone to mention topics about Hogwarts in front of him. Mr. Mo Laike, Miss Moretti. On this cold morning, she was wearing a beautiful princess dress, holding a book, sitting at the door of her room, reading quietly, and occasionally chatting with her brother Mo Laike. But after he woke up, he still couldn't understand what he had dreamed about. Alan, can you understand our future? You will understand our future. But Mo Laike didn't like them because the black-feathered eagle's claws were too sharp and would scratch Mo Laike's skin. This child always feels that he is the one chosen by fate. He must bear more responsibilities and endure more pain, otherwise he is not worthy of this path. Advertisement: the little girl is a very well-behaved child, but Mo Laike doesn't like to deal with this little sister who always pesters him, likes to stick to him, and always steals things. But he doesn't hate Melina because Melina always I will share delicious food with Mo Laike and sing to him. On the order of Mr. Edmund Moliere, the chief secret agent of the Parliament, I invite you to attend a banquet held by him tonight. There will be many important people attending, as well as people from all walks of life. Mr. Moliere, this is the invitation letter, you can bring your sister to attend. But now, Mo Laike is very lucky that his black-feathered eagle's claws are sharp, because Mo Laike vowed to become stronger. Only by being strong can you control your life. The young black-feathered eagles often appear near Mo Laike's house. They are Mo Laike's most loyal friends. On this cold winter day, the black-feathered eagles will bring new clothes to their children. Every time all black-feathered eagles hope that their children will grow up healthily, which is one of the pleasures they pursue. A knock sounded at the door. Melina put down her book. She ran to the peephole and looked out. Then she opened the door. A servant walked into the house, bowed and saluted the two young masters, and then submitted an invitation. In the Moretti manner, the neatly dressed little Mori is playing with his sister Elena. Her little mind is very smart and she learns very quickly. He got up from the bed and took a shower in the bathroom. Looking at the pale and thin face in the mirror, Mo Laike suddenly remembered what his brother said. Mo Laike, you don't understand, Mo Laike, the existence of Hogwarts is like a thread, involving you. Maybe you will think that this thread is a curse, but the teacher I know said that it's a clue of fate. Mo Laike, this thread has connected the three of us, me, you, and Alan. The three of you are destined to be connected until one day. 1. Boom, boom, boom. That night, Mo Laike slept deeply. In his dream, he returned to his home. He saw his mother Mataya busy in the kitchen. He also heard the scream of his sister Elena, and a little girl shouted in his ear, Brother K. Advertisement Chapter 208 Mr. Mo Laike the servant whispered. Mr. Mo Laike, you may not like Lord Moliere, but he is the deputy chief of the parliament. Our parliamentarians appreciate Mr. Mo Laike very much. He is also your father. He may be able to tell you a lot about the story of Hogwarts. Yeah? Mo Laike blinked and handed the invitation to his sister, he said. Thank you for your invitation. After the servant left, Mo Laike turned to his sister and asked. Elena, do you want to go? I don't dare. 1. Elena shook her head. This little girl had a very delicate mind. She was keenly aware that something was wrong with Mo Laike's mood. She grabbed her small schoolbag, cautiously approached her brother, and asked cautiously. I just heard the conversation between the servant's sister and my brother, Mo Laike. What are you worried about? Are you really afraid that those people will kill you? Advertisement. No, I'm not afraid. Mo Laike shook his head and said softly. I just don't want others to misunderstand, and other friends are in danger because of me. I don't want this. Are you worried about this? Mo Laike. Elena raised her head and looked at her brother. Under the light, Mo Laike's facial features became clear. His eyebrows were thick, the bridge of his nose was straight, his lips were thin, and his eyes were narrow. His appearance was a bit ugly, but this makes Mo Laike even more determined. He is a warrior, Mo Laike, he is a hero, he will protect himself, protect others, protect all those in need, and he will never allow anyone to bully him. He is a respectable person. Elena stretched out her hands and hugged Mo Laike's neck. She whispered. Mo Laike, you don't have to be afraid, we will protect you. And we have to get stronger too, Mo Laike. Advertisement. You can't hide here forever, can you? We have to leave this manor, we have to go find Mom and Dad, and Aunt Isabella and uncles. BGEJ, Mo Laike, we should also go see Dad. Alina's voice was like a warm wind, soothing Mo Laike's restless soul. His breathing quickened, and he raised his hands and clenched his fists. In Karazhan, in the crypt of Brew-Free Cathedral, Nero, who was meditating, opened his eyes. He raised his head and looked at the crystal pendant hanging at the top of the cathedral. The crystal exuded a soft light, and in Nero, around Lou, wisps of silver-white mist lingered around his body, which meant that he had completely regained his freedom. Mo Laike's curse is not a bad thing for him, on the contrary, it is a chance. In front of Nero's eyes, a scattered magic fragment floated in the air. It was a fragment composed of a mist mixed with darkness and holy light. As Nero moved his hand, the mist flew towards his chest. The moment the mist touched Nero's body, the gray and obscure runes on his body seemed to wake up and began to shine. At this moment, Nero couldn't even feel the influence of the curse, as if everything was back on track. But Nero was not satisfied, because he was missing something. A part of his soul was missing from his body, and that soul disappeared. It's like that weird ring, that magical ring. Chapter 209. Move your wrist. I should just remember it. Nero murmured to himself. He stood up, moved his wrists, and looked at the jumping flames in his hands. This young body had adapted to the power of the new body, but he still could not control his soul. Nero knew that this meant what are you wearing? Nero's soul has not been integrated into his current body, which means that Nero must find a suitable soul of his own so that Nero can completely get rid of that magical and weird ring and regain his life. Men fat on the other side, in little Mo Laike's bedroom, Alia threw the invitation into the drawer, muttered a few words, and continued to sleep. In the room on the other side, Merlin also put an invitation letter on the table. He looked up and stared at the window and said, "We haven't been out shopping in a long time, yeah, Mo Laike." Nodding, he said, "But I still want to wait until the game is over tomorrow, and then go to Hogwarts." Advertisement. Well, it's a good idea, but I advise you to hurry up. Merlin stood up from the chair, patted his nephew on the shoulder, then walked to the window and looked at the garden and night view outside. He said softly, "My old friend, he may have been waiting for you. He will not allow you to refuse his invitation. Maybe you should be lucky that he can prevent you from doing stupid things." "What's the meaning?" "I've seen a description of that curse in the Hogwarts library. It's a very bad curse, you should know it." "But so what? He won't. He just hopes that we can go to Hogwarts as soon as possible." Merlin's voice became serious. Mo Laike snorted. "Please give me flowers. I know that Hogwarts, the so-called #1 institution in the world, is indeed a treasure, but it is also a trap. Mo Laike, not everyone can play there. If you go to Hogwarts, just it is equivalent to stepping into a dangerous road. If you are not careful, you may even lose your life. Do you remember? There is a terrifying curse in that school called the Ghost Rider, 17. Advertisement. Mo Laike, don't you think you need a chance to learn? The courses at Hogwarts will make you stronger, and your power will surpass most people. And as far as I know, Hogwarts is a very good school with a professional education method. How can you be so sensible? I've always been very sensible." Merlin looked at Mo Laike in surprise, and he joked. Mo Laike raised his head and asked. Merlin shrugged, looked back at Mo Laike, and said seriously. Mo Laike glared at his uncle. "I just don't want to take risks, Merlin, but if you are willing to take my sister away from Hogwarts, I am also willing to accompany you. We can go to London first, and then visit Hogwarts Castle along the way, or simply go Germany, go to Durmstrang College, that's your alma mater. There are always some crazy people who like to challenge the limits. Merlin, I know what you are worried about. I can guarantee that in the future, before I am mature enough, I will not rashly explore the secrets of this world. I also know you are worried that I will be intimidated by that rumor, but you have to know that we are no longer children, Merlin, and we should learn to withstand all kinds of pressure. You don't want to go, but I want to go. What is he going to do? Can he still hurt me? No matter what, he can't do this to me." "Oh, chapter 210. It's not convenient for me now, but I'm not very convenient right now." Merlin was silent for a moment and then said, "My current condition is not fully recovered yet, and I still need to rest for a while." "It doesn't matter, I will take care of your sister for you." Mo Laike immediately raised his hand to ensure that he said, "You just need to tell me when to leave. When will we go to London?" "Well, tomorrow." Merlin looked at his watch, then glanced at his nephew, and he laughed. "Tomorrow afternoon I will send a servant to take you to London." At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon the next day, Irene Dale was sitting in the common room. Next to her sat a tall girl wearing a robe and a ponytail. Behind Irene, there were 2 men in black uniforms standing. The man in black seemed to be discussing something with Irene. The two were talking, but Irene couldn't understand it, but it looked like they were having a good time chatting. Aaron's attention, however, was on the stage in the distance. Tonight is a performance show for the finalist of the Rising Stars competition. This show has already gone through a whole process, but Aaron has no interest in it. Advertisement. She was just observing the details of this duel. Bang, bang. Irene heard a knock on the door. It was her attendant Matilda. Matilda pushed open the wooden door of the lounge. She bent slightly towards Irene and whispered, "Miss, we should get ready." "Okay." Irene reached out and took off the locket, took off the pendant necklace and put it around her neck. She said to Matilda, "We're going to the ball, right? Matilda, give me a pre-makeup." Certainly. Matilda took out her makeup tools, and after a while of busy work, a beautiful, delicate, wild and beautiful little girl appeared in the mirror. Young lady is so beautiful. Where did you get this bead? Erin closed her eyes and felt the magic surging in the crystal ball, and she said. Matilda shook her head and said, 0.9. It's not clear, but Mr. Laike said that its origin is very scary, and we'd better not touch it. Maybe we can ask Hogwarts for help. Advertisement: this bead is unique just because of its shape and the magic power it contains. This is the treasure her father gave her, the magical gem named, the source of disaster. Under Matilda's doubtful gaze, Irene unbuttoned her collar, revealing the shining golden crystal ball inside, with a lilac halo flashing in the crystal ball. I'm more used to showing people this face. Although it's my face, I don't mind seeing people with my original face. Erin touched her rosy cheek and said, this is like a character coming out of a comic book. Look, you are just like a deer running in the forest. Erin asked as she stroked the crystal ball. Matilda said with admiration. This is just an ordinary crystal. There is nothing mysterious about it. This thing is worthless. No need. Put on this. Laike told her that the source of disaster can help Irene get rid of curses and other things. It is a weird power, and Laike also tried to find the secret of this bead, but unfortunately, he did not find any strange place. So miss, where's your dress? I'm just not used to having my face painted like a witch.